Field forced out a brilliant smile, waiting for the verdict of his father, Count Kurt. His original name was Qin Hao, and he was from Huaguo on Blue Star. He had only been in this world for 3 days. Good news, he was the descendant of the Count. Bad news, he was very unwelcome. Field, you have grown up, like a mature lion. It's time to develop your own career. The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes mixed inspiring words in his language, but the old Count spoke weakly and his expression was listless, and these words seemed like a joke. Everyone present had a joke in their eyes. The Count paused for a moment. His attention was not very focused, and when he came back to his senses, he actually forgot where he was talking. The original owner was a very kind person. He gave the potion for awakening Du Kai to his younger brother and gave the opportunity to study at the Mage Academy to his younger sister. He could even treat any servant kindly. Logically speaking, such a good person should be respected. Unfortunately, he is a nobleman. From the perspective of a nobleman, the original owner is a cowardly and incompetent waste. The mature woman next to the old earl is Field's stepmother. The plump and beautiful young woman sat on the dignified lord's second seat, elegantly picked up the teacup and kissed it, then put it down and glanced at Field with her phoenix eyes. The ochre shadow outlined by the sun highlighted the high bridge of her nose. The stepmother raised her head proudly and almost put her chin to Field. The Knight territory in the vast northern border will be your barony, which is enough for you to show your strength. Sure enough, even if you try your best to please everyone, you still can't avoid the fate of exile. Slightly dizzy, the original owner died of illness after being bullied by everyone, but let herself take over this mess. Field bit his lips hard and barely stabilized his mind. Then, Field sneered. The original owner was really stupid, wanting to survive among the nobles by being kind. The stepmother glanced down carelessly and said, "Any opinions?" Squeezing out the anger in his heart, Field put away his smile and responded in a flat tone, "As you wish, my father." His cheap father had been squeezed dry by his stepmother and listened to his wife's arrangements in everything. Puff idiot. I don't know which relative laughed out loud, mixed with some sarcastic insults. The North, inhabited by 2 major races, humans and orcs, is full of blood, violence, and barbarity. 10 years ago, the Holy Griffin Empire used the corrupt haze to slaughter 300,000 orcs. It is probably full of dirty goblins and trolls. Of course, the North is even worse now. The 300,000 orcs, as well as all humans and animals in the North, have all become corrupted creatures, hiding in the death haze for many years, becoming a synonym for purgatory on Earth. The royal family organized 3 campaigns to recover. Lost territory, all of which ended in total defeat. The territories in the North, big and small, are just lands that exist verbally, and no dog would go there. Most of the time, no one would mention it. It is a cursed land, or even worse, even serfs or criminals who escaped would not choose to run into the night. It's okay, I still have a hang. Field silently comforted himself, and with a thought. A transparent map popped up, and a slowly moving green dot was marked on the map. Go and prepare. The Earl looked very tired and pale. The stepmother beside him helped the Earl up, and the almost transparent silk pajamas made the Earl's almost withered body seem to have a little motivation to move. Field pursed his lips. His brothers and sisters had all obtained rich fiefs. This old deng said a few words that were not painful and wanted to get rid of him. How could Field agree? He immediately put forward his request. "Father, I need your support. It is not easy to develop the Knight territory." The stepmother's soft flesh squeezed on the Earl's arm and then narrowed her eyes seductively. "Greed is not a virtue of the nobility, Field. You have already got enough," the Earl said without hesitation. The family members on the side also cast contemptuous eyes without hesitation. Going out with black hair and black pupils is simply a disgrace to the Ross family. Just a bastard. Black hair and black pupils are no longer a symbol of ancient nobility after the large-scale invasion of nomads in the east and the destruction of the ancient country in the inner sea. Field was unhappy, and his eyes showed an angry light. The birth of the original owner was obviously the fault of the Earl himself. Why should he embarrass himself? His mother was a maid in the castle. She came from the farther east and was sold to the castle as a rare slave by nomadic merchants. The Earl got the original owner after a night of hangover. He was of low status, without the power of his mother's family, and inherited part of his mother's appearance characteristics. Is another major reason why Field was excluded and despised. 500 gold coins in addition. You can bring a personal servant. I treat every child equally. The Earl left a word and was supported by his stepmother and hurried back to the bedroom. Field was very depressed. 500 gold coins sounded a lot, but investing in the territory was just like stirring a big vat with a toothpick, listening to the splash. But it's better than nothing. Hey Field, the night territory is a good place. There is no sun all year round. The dark and rotten land matches your devil-like eyes very well. Field's half-brother came up with a smile and said in an extremely exaggerated tone, "My fiefdom is not so good. Poor Fulan City is famous for beer and goats." Field felt a surge of anger in his heart, and his roasted heart was sizzling. The fiefdom was rotten, but as a traverser he always had a way. But the direct ridicule of his appearance made Field want to dig up his ancestors. In addition, this little deng can have fighting spirit because of Field's kindness. When his younger brother had very poor talent and hid in the corner crying and was laughed at by others, it was Field who extended a helping hand. Get out, Field didn't give him a good face. Remember the little girl with flax hair? The younger brother didn't care about Field's face. He showed a weird smile and put it close to Field's ear. Field narrowed his eyes and a smiling face appeared in his mind. It was the girl that the original owner liked. Later, her naked body was found in the back alley of the tavern. The original owner was filled with grief and anger and died of a serious illness. Only then was Field able to cross over. The younger brother licked the corner of his mouth. I did it. Her struggle was so exciting. Field's pupils shrank suddenly and an emotion called shock gripped his heart. The younger brother who had just reached adulthood actually did such a beastly act. Although as a time traveler, the girl was just a stranger to him, but Field felt unprecedented disgust at the act of casually destroying someone else's life. The younger brother's face was distorted, and he said meanly, "You've never had a chance to come back after going to that corrupt place. I'd be sorry if I don't appreciate your expression now." Field's nails dug deep into his flesh, and because of excessive force, his fists made a crackling sound. He asked coldly, "I didn't provoke you, why are you targeting me?" "Because you gave me that damned bottle of fighting spirit potion. After I took it, I couldn't break through the first level night at all. Everyone called me a waste behind my back. It's all your fault. You must have poisoned me." Field was disgusted. "That's because you have a bad talent. Anyway, if you have a lover, I will catch her and let countless homeless people ravage her." "Oh, it's a pity that you have no future, bastard." The younger brother made a smug grimace. "Fuck, you're a scumbag." Field was extremely angry. The original owner was a bad, nice guy. Sure enough, doing good things will make enemies for yourself. It's true that repairing bridges and repairing roads will leave no corpses, but killing and arson will bring you a gold belt. These bastards who don't know the rules of propriety and righteousness must be taught a lesson with fists. You are looking for death. A fierce knee strike knocked him back, and Field instantly jumped up and kicked him in the face, kicking his ugly face full of blood. Everyone was stunned. Field, who had always been an honest man, could be so cruel. "I hate people threatening me the most." While the guards didn't react, Field grabbed his brother's golden curly hair and was about to hit the ground. Suddenly he felt his neck tighten, and his whole body was strangled by the neck and lifted high. In just a moment, the painful feeling of suffocation immediately made Field feel that death was approaching. "What are you doing to my lord?" The one who strangled Field was a beautiful woman with long wine-red hair. The most eye-catching thing was the mysterious rune on her forehead. The chosen one. Field was stunned. This world has extraordinary power, and the key lies in the chosen ones. They are extremely special beings, above fighting spirit and magic, and have all kinds of incredible powers, including fighting, assistance in construction, etc. The fucking thing is that only women can become the chosen ones. Maybe the gods in this world are all women. Just when Field was about to faint, he felt dizzy, and then his back hurt. It turned out that he was thrown against the wall. I really don't dare to kill." "Ugh. I'm going to kill you." The younger brother coughed loudly and drew his waist knife. Field wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was no match for the chosen ones anyway. Field stopped arguing with them, endured the severe pain, turned around and walked away quickly. Unexpectedly, the younger brother who had not yet taken office already had the protection of the chosen ones, which made Field feel more dangerous. There was no capital to sit and wait for death, and now he had offended his younger brother. Field knew that he had to take action, otherwise he might be captured by his younger brother tonight and tortured crazily. "Wait for me to grow up. Then I'll come back and beat you to death." Field lowered his eyes, and the anger in his eyes was not concealed. There are no cowards under the 9-year compulsory education. So what is this annoying green dot like a fly? Field pondered the map in front of him, which only he could see. This appeared on the day of crossing. Maybe it has something to do with the Lord's talent. There must be yin and yang, and that chosen one corresponds to the Lord. As long as you sign a contract with the chosen one, you can give feedback to each other and grow together. The Lord has a unique talent, which is often related to the contracted chosen one and his own territory. But there are also rare innate talents. That is, there is no territory, no contract with the chosen one, but there is a talent. The original owner naturally did not have it. But Field, who came through, has this rare talent. Of course, floaters or cataracts are not ruled out. Everything has to be seen before it can be known. Anyway, it is not far away in Golden Eagle City. After simply packing his luggage, the butler had received the gold coins and was waiting for Field with his servants, looking desperate. Knowing that he was going to the cursed land. The butler wanted to hang himself, but he couldn't go to heaven by committing suicide. So he had to bite the bullet and go to die. Let's go. Field was worried and had no mood to comfort his butler. As soon as he opened the door of the manor, a team of cavalrymen wearing messy armor appeared in his sight. A man wearing a red robe and carrying a long lance walked out of them. "Dear Baron Field, I am the captain of the cavalry, Connor, serving as an escort. I believe we will have a pleasant journey." "Then I rely on you, Connor." Field responded politely, but his heart was alarmed. Although they were escorts, the banditry on the faces of the cavalry team did not give him any sense of security. Field even suspected that he would be killed after leaving the house. To rob money, of course, the possibility is not great. Registered knights generally do not commit murder of nobles, which is such a ruinous thing. Field shrugged. Maybe it's to supervise me to the execution ground. Let's go to Golden Eagle City first. To develop the knight territory, we need a lot of supplies. Field planned to see what the green dot was. As the second largest city in the Ross family's territory, Golden Eagle City has unparalleled commercial power. It was given to Field's second sister. It is said that the annual tax revenue is 600,000 gold coins, which is particularly dazzling compared to Field's pitiful 500 gold coins. Riding in a carriage, Field spent a whole morning to arrive at this large city, covering an area of 40 square kilometers. Unlike modern times, the soldiers guarding the city gate leaned on the city wall casually, telling bad jokes, or scolding and making things difficult for the lower-class people entering the city, and charging high entry fees. It was not until he saw the cavalry team leading the way in front of Field that an officer suddenly stood up from his chair. "Move those lowly people's things away quickly. A great man is going to pass by here. Open your eyes, idiots." The lazy soldier immediately straightened his back, scolded and drove the civilians and merchants aside so that the gate was unobstructed, and then saluted Field with a flattering expression. Although Field was not favored, he was a noble after all, and ordinary people still dared not offend him. Slowing down the horse, Field followed the direction of the green dot and slowly approached. The officer at the city gate breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't cause trouble to him, it would be another good day. He continued to let his men collect taxes, and he took 2 gulps of olive wine and continued to lie on the chair to bask in the sun. Guided by the green dot, Field came to the slave market in the north of the city. Oh, this damn weird smell of pig grass mixed with feces that makes people's noses sour. Cavalry Captain Connor frowned and kept fanning the air in front of him with his hands, but it didn't help. The stench still penetrated the nose. Field was tortured by the stench of the slave market, and his nose was sore. Those stingy merchants were like vampires, unwilling to spend a copper coin to give slaves a bath. 5 or 6 slaves could only curl up in a small cage, eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping in the cage. There was no privacy, no dignity, and even because of the education since childhood, they did not even have the right to commit suicide. In the cages outside, many female slaves did not have even a piece of rag on their bodies, exposing their 2 pieces of soft meat to passers-by. This was also a marketing method, and it was very successful. Every day, there would be old bachelors with rotten teeth coming to appreciate it. "Sir, do you want to buy slaves? A must-have for the farm. They are all hardworking in good hands. Rare elf slaves, only 1,000 gold coins. The new store is open, sir, come and see." Field wore a decent black robe and carried a fine steel sword. He looked handsome and was a rich man at first glance. The slave trader's eyes lit up. They loved dealing with nobles. First, nobles had strong spending power, unlike those losers who only looked but did not buy. Second, nobles' consumption of slaves was amazing, and they became repeat customers in a few days. In the eyes of noble masters, slaves were not even as good as their own hawks and dogs, and they could be killed at will. Field swept through the iron cages where the slaves were locked up. They had no spirit in their eyes. They looked disheveled, and it was difficult to tell whether they were men or women just by their faces. There were also hideous whip wounds on their bodies. Occasionally, a slave would look into Field's eyes and immediately lower his head and tremble. How much? According to the map, the green dot was among the slaves. Field asked the price while searching. Sir, the prices of different races vary greatly. The merchant, who looked like Sunnyo in Dory's dream, rubbed his palms and said, Goblins, halflings, and pigs are all 10 silver coins, subhumans are 20 silver coins, and orcs are 60 silver coins. If you want to buy toys, there's no upper limit to the price. The merchant pointed to the slaves in the big cage in the house with a sly smile. The most eye-catching one was the elf, who was priced at 1,000. She was very beautiful, wearing a revealing veil, revealing her snow-white skin, but her eyes were dull, like a fool. This elf was played with by the goblins and gave birth to at least 26 babies. But it is still a hot commodity. I plan to send it to the auction house. It won't be bought for 1,000 gold coins at that time. Do you want to consider it? I'm not interested in her. The green dot is not her, and Field doesn't have so much money to buy a toy. He shook his head immediately. How much is a human slave? Humans are smart and know how to obey. Male slaves cost 40 silver coins, and female slaves cost 25 silver coins. But they are all used for work. If you want to have some fun, I still recommend elves. Even if you don't use them for fun, killing them for meat or making magic props are all good choices. Field felt a chill. In this world, nobles are not elegant and decent as in TV dramas, but feudal and brutal villains. Hearing that the flesh and blood of elves can nourish yin and yang, the proud elves immediately served them on the table, even though they look like humans. While chatting, Field found the location of the green dot. His sight moved to the iron cage in the corner. A green dot appeared on the top of the cage like a guide in the game. It is a subhuman, and a white wolf subhuman, with red pupils, ears, and tail like a wolf. At this time, she was wearing rough linen clothes. Lying in the cold and damp cage, motionless, only glancing at the key on the merchant's waist from time to time. It is a rare grassland species. Our slave hunting team spent a lot of effort to break through their stronghold. Those damn barbarians have a very strong fighting will. The merchant told the cruel fact with a smug expression. If you want to play with wolf subhumans, you'd better bring servants to help, otherwise they may bite off. It can only be understood but not expressed in words. Animal-eared girl? Field was very excited. As a senior Blue Star otaku, he had no resistance to red-eyed animal-eared girls. Like teasing a dog, Field carefully reached out and tried to touch her head. Hoo. You'd better be careful. Butler Cow frowned. The beast-eared girl growled threateningly, and her scarlet eyes reflected a dangerous light. The Knight Captain Connor was ready to draw his sword. Lord Field, it's best not to touch them. I don't want anything to go wrong before going to the Knight territory. There's no need to be so nervous. She's pretty cute. That being said, Field was a man who listened to advice and immediately withdrew his hand. He saw the stubbornness and frustration in the beast-eared girl's eyes. She was cute and pitiful. Field adjusted his clothes. How much? Only 3 gold coins. The merchant saw that Field's desire, closed his eyes and raised the price. 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin is 100 copper coins. Field had a stern face and narrowed his eyes. Just now you said that the subhuman only needs 20 silver coins. You want to play a trick on a noble. Oh, she is special, very beautiful, isn't she? She was captured not long ago, guaranteed to be a virgin, and has not been peeped at by the dirty eyes of the untouchables. She is also an exhibit sent to the auction house. Such a superb appearance, it's a pity that she is a subhuman, an unclean creature. Otherwise, I wouldn't sell it for 300 gold coins. 50 silver coins, don't challenge my patience. Field folded his hands in front of his chest and tempted with a flattering tone. I'm about to take over my territory, and the toys and slaves I buy are definitely not just her. Do one business, or do countless business, I believe you know it in your heart. These words tickled the desire in the heart of the businessman. The merchant struggled internally. It was definitely a good idea to make friends with a powerful noble who owned a territory. He had to grit his teeth and said, "That depends on the quantity you buy." The butler glanced at Field in confusion. In the past, Field would not bargain, but would only sympathize with the merchant's difficulties. After careful selection, Field bought 100 human slaves and 100 subhuman slaves, including 120 men. Including the beast-eared girl that Field liked, it cost 53 gold coins. "Sir, this is the sole contract of the slave, which has been verified by the chosen one." Contract? Field took the parchment on which a string of names were densely written. "Yes, this is an oath made with the blood of slaves. Those who disobey your will be burned to ashes by the divine fire." The merchant smiled obscenely and handed over the rope holding the slave. "So you can do whatever you want and have fun, my dear customer." "I will." Field waved his hand. Anyway, if he didn't have fun in the cursed land, he would most likely be corrupted and killed. Field considered buying more slaves. But unfortunately, he was short of money. If you want to survive in the death fog, regardless of the monsters, you need to rely on fog lights just to breathe. This is a magic prop sold exclusively by the church and is expensive. Add to that the food, drink, and defecation of more than 200 people, and it is not a small amount. "How is it, did you get the loan?" Field saw the butler coming out of the Merchants' Association and hurried forward to ask, but when he saw the expression of Cow, who was more smelly than a rat that had been dead for 3 days, he immediately knew what was going on. "Sorry, sir. Even the most greedy merchants will not lend us money when they hear your name." Cow spread his hands. After all, the northern province is synonymous with hell. Even the Royal Expeditionary Force was wiped out. No merchant would be willing to waste money. "That's not right. I just received the commission today. Why are the merchants so well informed?" Field originally planned to take out a loan. If he died in the north, he would not have to pay it back. If he didn't die, then paying it back would be a small matter. Cow rolled his eyes. He really had no mood to serve the nobles who were about to die. If he hadn't caught the Earl's sister and the groom having an affair, he might have become a promising steward of Golden Eagle City, or the Earl's hand, or the teacher of the Earl's grandson, instead of going to the cursed land to die. Because your second sister knew your fiefdom in advance and warned the merchants in the city that everything you buy will be 10 times more expensive. The steward replied weakly, "In addition, the merchants understood your sister's meaning and would not provide any convenience." Field wiped his cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't report his name when buying slaves, otherwise it would not be a matter of 50 gold coins. "Damn, thank her so much, my good sister." Field's veins popped out. "They are all not human, right? The most annoying thing is that the original owner has lived for so long and didn't even have half a copper coin in his savings. 1/3 was donated to the family's treasury, and 2/3 were donated to the border fortress to buy weapons to fight against corrupted creatures. The poorest nobleman. Forget about not being able to get a loan. This is a huge loss for short-sighted merchants." Field said indifferently, "Now, go buy some means of production." Field spent 180 gold coins to buy pack horses, farm tools, food, and books needed for development. Among them there were 17 camels and horses, all of which were old and weak. Horses were extremely important means of production in the Middle Ages and were strictly controlled by the lords. Food was filled as much as possible. In terms of quantity, it was only enough for modern people to eat for half a month. But slaves should not be treated like this. 1 black bread a day can be fed. 2 black breads mixed with bark and sawdust can make slaves kneel down and call you daddy. Therefore, the food is more than enough for about 35 days. For magic props, go to the border city to buy them. Those bad officers will sell them at a discount. Just like the feudal army in ancient times, they would sell the weapons and equipment of the soldiers at any time, and then they could get a wave of empty salaries. Originally, Field wanted to go to the tavern to recruit some talents or mercenaries, but unfortunately, they refused without hesitation after hearing that they were going to the Night Territory. "That damn place is no different from sending us to our deaths. I advise you to flee directly to other countries. Even stubborn cockroaches have to live in fear there." The mercenary's advice echoed in his mind. Field rubbed his eyebrows and glanced at the beast-eared girl curled up in the carriage loaded with haystacks. Field was curious about what was so strange about this girl. After finding an inn, Field let everyone rest for a night. The next morning, he called the beast-eared girl. "What's your name? Did you rest well yesterday?" Field looked up and down at the slave worth 50 silver coins. Seeing her confused face, he felt funny in his heart. "Hey, Ashina." After opening and closing her mouth for a long time, Asana finally reported her name with difficulty. She hadn't spoken for a month. She had been waiting for her fate in fear, but she never thought that she would be able to speak normally one day. After the maid carefully washed the beast-eared girl, she was completely different from before. The tangled and dry hair became smooth and shiny after washing. The long white hair, as pure as snowflakes, was scattered, matched with delicate facial features, and looked quiet and elegant. She was the mature beauty that Field liked. But the trembling wolf ears and tail clearly made people feel her uneasiness. After reporting her name, the green dot on Ashna's head disappeared, replaced by a simple panel. Name, Ashna level, unawakened promotion route, wolf cavalry god chosen status, malnourished, almost collapsed, please supplement nutrition. Fuck. Field couldn't hold it in for a while and exclaimed. Green dot residence, it is indeed the chosen one who has not awakened. Field was stunned and did not speak for a long time. Because the green dot can be marked on the map, it must not be marked only once. September 1st of every year is the country's awakening day. Every woman of appropriate age must be examined. Although the probability of awakening as the chosen one is very small, given their value, it is worth it even if huge financial and material resources are consumed. Fidel paced back and forth excitedly, and then waved his fists twice. His ability undoubtedly has great potential. This time he went to the night territory. Maybe he could really gain a foothold. Seeing Field's weird behavior, Ashina mistakenly thought that he had come up with a bad idea to torture herself. She was so scared that her legs trembled, and her skirt was pinched and loosened. She didn't know what she was facing. In fact, after she was bought by Field, she thought about fighting back violently. Even if she was backfired by the slave contract, she refused to die in humiliation but bit her enemy's neck fiercely. But the maid pulled her, undressed her, bathed her, and rubbed every gap clean. Since she was born, she never thought that someone would help her bathe. What's more outrageous is that even when she was dressed, the comfortable and soft fabric was worn on her body, as light as a feather, without biting fleas, and would not scratch the skin. Maybe it will become a sacrifice to the devil. Ashina thought wildly, wait until the critical moment and then fight back. I must teach these evil humans a lesson. Don't be afraid, I'm not the kind of pervert who kills for fun. I bought you to expand my territory. Field lowered his voice, trying to make himself look gentler, leaning casually on the chair. His lazy movement seemed non-aggressive. By the way, does this dress fit? This is a maid outfit modified from common maid clothes. The maid clothes in this world are conservative, only showing a part of the calf and hands, just like nun clothes. Of course, it's not the kind of slit nun clothes for fun. Field added modern elements to the maid outfit. The hem of the skirt was cut above the knee, and the sleeves were changed to short sleeves. Although there was no most important black or white silk, it was pleasing to the eye to see the crystal round toes and the smooth white thighs. It fits well. Ashna couldn't stand the torture of speculation, and said with a joking tone, as if she saw through Field's purpose, "My lord, what do you want me to do?" The maid said that her job was to sleep with the man in front of her. But Ashina thought it was unlikely, because humans hated subhumans, and they had animal ears and tails, which made humans feel that this was human blood tainted by animals, just like the devil hybrid born after plotting against goats. Of course it's to help me expand my territory. I just said it. Field answered as a matter of course. Seeing Ashina's face of disbelief, he had to cover his forehead and said helplessly, "Let's eat first, and we'll talk while eating." Hearing about eating, Ashna immediately calmed down. Her stomach was burning with hunger. Field's situation was difficult. Just because of his behavior, being hated by his brothers and sisters was nothing. But the old Earl's health was getting worse day by day, and the huge wealth in his hands was going to be distributed. Even if Field was not favored, the law of the Holy Griffin Empire stipulated that as long as the direct bloodline was, there was the right to distribute the property. It was equivalent to the other-world version of the enfeoffment order, which divided large territories into small pieces to prevent a certain lord from being too powerful. Therefore, Field's brothers naturally hoped that Field would ascend to heaven on the spot, and they also hated and hostile each other. Shortly after the dinner bell rang, two dignified maids came in with sauce steaks and honey bread. Ashina, you have. Hey, where are you? Field, who was choosing his words, found that Asna was gone in a blink of an eye and was immediately confused. I'm here. Ashna sat quietly on the ground in the corner of the wall in a duck-like posture. What are you doing? Field said in shock. Sit down. Wait for dinner, sir. Did I do anything wrong? Ashna got nervous again. Field strode forward, grabbed her hand, and led her to the table. Sit on the chair, eat now. Ashna only dared to sit on 1/3 of the stool. She stared at Field for a long time to make sure that the noble lord in front of her did not take out a whip or a meat whip. You're not kidding, can I eat this? Ashna pointed to the fragrant steak. Field spread his hands. Of course. The poor beast-eared girl saw that Field did not seem to be joking, so she lowered her head carefully and took a bite of the steak. The next moment, the smell of meat with spices and sauce bloomed in her mouth, and the taste buds that had not tasted meat for a long time were dancing wildly. This is the most beautiful thing in the world. Putting everything behind her, Ashna quickly swallowed the steak on the plate and licked the soup clean. Afterwards, Ashna ate 3 steaks and 5 white breads by herself. Finally, her stomach became as if she was pregnant, so she gave up eating. Field showed a kind smile like an old father. Eat, and work hard for me in the future. Now I am willing to die. Ashna licked the soup from the corner of her mouth. Her 2 wolf ears stood up very energetically. That's not the case. I hope to train you into a chosen one. Field crossed his fingers and leaned on the chair. Of course, he would not be so honest as to reveal that Ashna was a chosen one who had not yet awakened, but used the word train. Then you may be disappointed. The probability of being a chosen one is very small, and I am a subhuman. I have never heard of rumors of humans and subhumans signing a contract. Ashna replied weakly. According to the records in the book, the more prosperous the big city, the more likely it is that the chosen one will appear. But even in Golden Eagle City, there have been only 3 chosen ones in the past 100 years, 2 of whom are children of nobles and 1 is a clergyman. Even fewer subhumans have become chosen ones. They do not have a strong country or a prosperous city, and it is difficult for them to even reach the poverty line. Field chuckled and said, How do you know if you don't try? I believe I can train you to be a chosen one. If I fail to train you, I will probably die in the cursed land. Well, if there is meat to eat. Asana licked her lips with satisfaction. The next 10 days were spent quickly on the road. In order to supplement Asana's nutrition, Field would buy a lot of meat and magic potion supplements every time he passed a city. Asana soon realized that Field was not joking. In addition, Field bought fog lights, purification potions, and awakening crystals worth 150 gold coins. Field has done his homework. These magic ways tools are essential supplies for developing the Night Territory. Soon they arrived at the last fortress leading to the northern province. Barren Bull's Cashin Fortress, a stone castle built on the high mountains, can resist the corrupted creatures, monsters, and terrible orcs from the north. Goddess of Winter, bless me and let me become the chosen one. Asana hid in the creaking carriage and prayed silently to the gods of the wolf sub-people. These days, Asana had an illusion of dreaming. She could sit in a noble carriage, eat delicious steaks, and even have the care and service of maids, although they were not willing and often complained. But these days were like heaven. As she was thinking, Asana touched her forehead to make sure that she didn't have a fever that damaged her head. The only thing that made it difficult for her to understand was that Field would buy precious potions for her to drink. She had never heard that the chosen one could be made by eating potions. Maybe it's an evil ritual, Asana muttered, but even if it's really a sacrifice to the devil, it seems worth it. What am I talking about? Oh, I really hope I'm really chosen by God, otherwise Barren Field will be so angry that he will faint, right? Ashna had to pray silently. The butler cow sighed in despair. Alas, I didn't expect that the last time I came to Cashin Fortress would be in this way. Field ignored the guy's sighs, sat on the horse, gently poked the butler's shoulder with the whip, and asked curiously, Did you come to Cashin Fortress often before? Cow rolled his eyes. Yes, you always donate your living expenses to the villagers here, or send them to the Bull Baron's small treasury, so that he and his soldiers can eat, drink, and have fun. Okay. Field's mouth twitched, forgetting that the original owner was a good person. He smiled awkwardly and shrugged his shoulders unnaturally. At least the Bull Baron will welcome us, right? The locals will also praise us. It will be much more convenient to enter and exit Cashin Fortress in the future. Since the original owner had done a good job in socializing, maybe Field would be able to benefit from it in the future. Haha, Baron Bull and his son are famous. Sorry, I said too much. Cow quickly shut up. He was too greedy to make up stories about another noble in front of the nobles, even though the person in front of him was famous for cowardice. He had been looking for trouble and caught the nobles having an affair, which caused him to lose his future and be exiled to the north. Field wanted to ask more questions, but he noticed that a red skull symbol suddenly appeared on the small map in his mind and moved quickly in his direction. Hiss, is there anyone coming to greet us? Although he said so, Field was not a fool. The skull symbol must not be a good thing, so he quickly asked the butler to call Knight Connor. Haha, excuse me, the Baron is just suspicious. Connor laughed and said sarcastically after hearing the servant's slightly anxious words, this is behind the wall of Cashin Fortress, the strongest link of the Empire's defense line. If there is danger here, I will eat all the horse manure pulled by the warhorse. In Connor's mind, Field has been labeled as the last struggle of a desperate man. Tell you, Baron. Going to Knight territory is supervised by the law and the family. Can't retreat temporarily. This is not in line with the quality of a noble. After listening to Connor's aggressive statement, the servant lost confidence and had to come back to report. Field just said oh and asked the slaves to slow down. Connor, riding a horse, was forced to walk in front of the team. Coward, it's really not how the Earl gave birth to such a cowardly thing. Connor sneered quietly, but soon his face turned extremely ugly because Field met the locals who warmly welcomed them. Roar, a strange cry came. Are they here? Field chuckled. It seems that someone's dinner today is horse manure. Amidst the exclamations, Field passed the slaves blocking the road and saw a pair of gray-white eyes, corpses dressed in peasant clothes, running wildly in his direction, and there were a dozen normal humans running in front of them. Even at a distance of 100 meters, the cold and foul smell still hit him. These rotten corpses are the products of the northern province. What's going on? We haven't even reached the north yet. How can there be monsters? Cavalry Captain Connor spat and cursed his bad luck. Seeing that he could get the job done, he actually encountered an accident. Get on the horse, knights, prepare for battle. What's even more disgusting is that he had mocked Field before, which made him particularly annoyed. Connor raised his lance, feeling very reluctant, but if he didn't fulfill his obligations, he would have no chance to join the upper class in the future. 20 cavalrymen immediately lined up in a line, climbed up the high ground on the right, and then rushed towards the zombies with the help of the acceleration of the downhill. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Field also became nervous. He stared deeply at the rotting corpses with their teeth bared and claws and shouted to the slaves behind him. Connect the wooden wheel carts together, and the brave men pick up the farm tools and fight with me. I will reward you according to your performance. The slaves were unmoved, just hiding behind the caravan trembling or praying for miracles. Don't count on those trash. The butler's legs were shaking so much, as if there was a small electric motor inside. He was so scared that he almost peed. He grabbed Field's robe and persuaded him in a trembling voice. My lord, let's run for our lives. I mean strategic retreat. There's no need to care about these mud legs, just buy them after they die. Field pulled the butler's hand away and frowned. You're scared by this little thing, it's better not to go to the northern province. What do you think I want? The Earl named me. The butler cow wanted to ascend to heaven on the spot, his face was flushed. Are there enemies? Asuna jumped off the carriage. After many days of recuperation, she got rid of her pale and thin state. She grew flesh where she should grow flesh, white and tender. If it weren't for the slave mark and maid clothes, she would look like a noble lady. My lord, I will do my best to protect you. Ashina raised her little pink fist and stood in front of Field, shaking like a kitten in the cold wind. That's not the case. Seeing Ashina's wolf ears turned into airplane ears because of nervousness, Field didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he was still very relieved. The meat and bread were not eaten in vain, unlike some hateful guys who ate their own food and still hated them. Help! The farmer who ran in the front saw the savior, cried and rushed over. Gathered with the corpses. For glory! After arriving after a certain distance, Connor's cavalry launched an attack. They shouted slogans, stretched out their 3-meter-long lances as far as they could, and headed straight for the zombies. Puff! Puff! A series of teeth-grinding sounds came, and 7 or 8 zombies were directly picked up by the lances and fell to the ground like broken sacks. After decaying, they turned into purple dirty blood, which sprayed out for free, soaking the ground sticky. This was just an appetizer. After the lance charge, the cavalry turned back on the spot, holding chain hammers or sabers, and waving them quickly on the war horses, accompanied by flying blood flowers. The rotten corpses fell like wheat being cut, and some were knocked down by the war horses, and then their chests were crushed by the iron hooves. The scene was like a massacre. The mist rotten corpses crashed into the chariot formation organized by Field. The brains of the rotten corpses had become decorations. They did not understand tactics at all, and even whipped and bit the wooden wheel carts. Oh my God! The slaves pushed each other and were trapped in the convoy. They were so crowded that they couldn't escape. The housekeeper was not much better. The faucet was out of order and his pants were wet. Fuck, a bunch of cowards. Although he was also scared, Field was not so exaggerated. It might be related to his love of reading apocalyptic novels and zombie movies before crossing. I have to do it myself. Field didn't even have a soldier under his command. Seeing that the corpse was agile and not afraid of life and death, but the stupid movements were not unsolvable, he had to do it himself. This body had learned some basic fighting skills. With a low chuckle, Field took advantage of the opportunity when the corpse pushed the cart and stabbed the long sword into the zombie's neck, then pulled it to one side. The corpse's head was like a branch struck by lightning, drooping on his chest. Ugh, the stench and the smell of fermented feces rushed into his nose without mercy, irritating Field to the point of almost vomiting. But he felt a faint excitement in his heart, and in his soul, Field had warlike blood flowing in his veins. It's not that hard to kill a zombie. Field's confidence increased, and he casually shook off the blood on his sword. Lord, be careful. Another half-body zombie took advantage of the opportunity to crawl over and was about to bite Field's ankle. At the critical moment, Ashna picked up the dung fork on the wooden wheelbarrow and stabbed it into the zombie's back, nailing it to the ground. Huh? Good job. Field was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He stepped back a few steps, his heart pounding wildly, and he almost got the poison. Although the corpse poison can be cured by the clergy of the church, the price is extremely high. Without 100 gold coins, don't think about curing it. After barely recovering from the severe palpitations, Field breathed a sigh of relief, rubbed Ashna's head, and thanked her. As a life-saving grace, I will reward you with a gold coin, Ashna. Ashna was so happy that her eyes became golden. She had never seen so much money since she was a child. Hey. Really, in fact, this is what I should do. The corpses are not like the zombies in horror movies. As long as weapons are pierced into their bodies, they will cause damage to the corpses. More corpses surged up and attacked the wall of wooden wheel carts with their fangs and claws. But the slaves behind the caravan saw that the corpses were not strong and could not attack them through the wooden wheel carts. What's more, their lured and the weak girl dared to fight back. Many men picked up farm tools and launched a counterattack against the zombies outside the car array. Field was also unambiguous and raised his sword to continue killing the enemy. As blood flowers splashed, a large number of corpses fell under the farm tools and Field's sword. While at the same time a scream was heard. One of Connor's cavalrymen was grabbed by the cloak by a rotten corpse dressed as a village woman while marching in formation. The cavalryman kicked his legs and fell backwards. Crack! The cavalryman's head hit the ground after a sudden fall, and the unlucky guy immediately stopped moving. Connor was so angry that he cursed. Fuck! Trash! What made him even more angry was that Field was not scared to death, but was calmly commanding the slaves. Cut off the heads of each corpse, pile them together, and burn them on the spot. Field made up for the knowledge of corruption along the way. The corpses of these corrupted humans are extremely harmful to the environment. If left alone, they will soon become a new source of pollution. Field frowned and hesitated as he looked at the gray fog in the distance. It's not a good sign to encounter so many zombies before arriving at the night territory. Although the family disliked him and wanted to exile him, it was too cruel to drive him into the pile of corpses. Thank you for your help, sir. The fleeing refugee knelt forward as if he had seen his father, then crawled in front of Field and kissed his boots. May the god of war illuminate your future. Field accepted it calmly, glanced at the refugees who looked like beggars, and asked, "Where are you from? How can there be so many rotten corpses? Shouldn't those corrupted creatures be blocked by the towering walls of Kashan Fortress?" "It's the death haze." The gray fog from the north penetrated the walls of the fortress and enveloped our oak village. Because it was night, most people in the village were corrupted by the gray fog in their sleep and turned into rotten corpses. Only we escaped. The villagers were very scared, as if they remembered extremely terrifying memories, and they were shaking like sieves. Gray fog, also known as death haze, is said to be the root of corruption. It is mixed in the air. When inhaled by animals and plants, it will quickly kill the host and transform them into corrupted monsters. Only those with Lord abilities or the chosen ones can be immune. In addition, buying the church's atonement lamp can dispel the gray fog. Of course, the price was expensive. Field spent 50 gold coins to buy 2 lamps, but it was for the sake of the nobles. Field listened to their confession quietly, frowned and said, "Where is your lord?" "As far as I know, every border fortress will have a chosen one sitting in it, and it is impossible for the gray fog to penetrate." The Baron and the chosen one went to investigate the traces of the cult. "Only the Baron's son is in the castle. Let's go see the owner here." After everyone was organized, Field got on the horse. To reach the Night Territory, you need to get the permission of the local Baron. After arriving at the Cashin Fortress, Field was shocked by the towering fortress. The continuous stone walls and prototype towers, together with the mountains, formed a solid and towering defense system. On the walls where horses can ride, there are crossbows, catapults, and oil pans everywhere. With such armaments, even if a 100,000-strong army besieged, there was nothing they could do except hit their heads and bleed. Flying griffin flags can be seen everywhere, proclaiming the majesty of the old empire. But the biggest problem is, where are the people? Field was dumbfounded. There was no one on the entire outer wall. Looking around, it was bare. Connor was also very scared, his face pale. Could it be that the orcs attacked by surprise? If the orcs broke through the Cashin Fortress, the entire province would fall instantly. It shouldn't be, otherwise it wouldn't be so quiet. Fortunately, after advancing a distance, Field saw the torches burning on the inner city of the fortress. "Don't get close, who are you?" someone shouted on the wall. Under the reflection of the torches, there were crowds of people, and it can be seen that there are sufficient troops in the castle. Why did they suddenly abandon the outer military stronghold? Field had doubts. "I am Baron Field of the Ross family. I am going to the Night Territory to take office. Please open the gate of the Cashin Fortress and let us go out." The officer who shouted seemed very embarrassed. After hesitating for a moment, he called a young man who was the son of Baron Bull. "No, my father hasn't come back yet, so don't try to trick the castle door open. Leave here or I'll shoot you." Listening to the resolute response from the wall, Field's mouth twitched, guessing that the young man was frightened by the rotting corpse, and immediately shouted, "It's me, Field. I donated money here, remember? I'm not your enemy." "Isn't it just a few stinky coins? The whole empire has to send money to the border. Who the hell are you? You deserve me to remember. You stinky outsider, you're embarrassing yourself by running bulls. Damn it, it turns out that there are not many good people among the nobles." Field's teeth were almost broken. The original owner's last good deed ended up in vain. Field didn't have soldiers. He would have wanted to attack the city immediately, but he still patiently said, "I saved these villagers halfway, you." Before Field finished speaking, he heard abuse. "Damn it, do you think there is too much food in my castle? Who told you to save those stupid things? You nosy guy, if you dare to bring them closer, I will shoot you immediately." Field was dumbfounded. What kind of person is this? Fuck. Field was very unhappy. Butler Cow shrank his neck. He was about to say something but stopped. This is what he wanted to say. "Baron Bull and his son are not good people." "Wait, you are the Baron of Night Territory, that's great. Finally someone will serve as a buffer for my fortress. I hope you can live 2 more days. But when you are chased by the corpses, don't bother me. I won't open the door for you." The man on the wall listened to the consultant's reminder and thought of Field, but unfortunately, he only thought of using Field as a strategic buffer for Cashin Fortress. The butler could not hold back any longer and came up to whisper, "Richard Bull, the only son of Baron Bull, is known as a coward, so let's not communicate with him." "That's right, there's no need to argue with a fool." Field's veins popped out and he slowly retreated. "You all play like this, right? I won't be polite. Open the gate to Night Territory yourself, it's safe there." Richard retreated back into the castle after saying that, "Get out of my sight now, you stinky outsider." The consultant on the side wiped the cold sweat and said to Richard, "Master, you are deceiving them like this, right?" "Shut up." After retreating a certain distance, Field asked everyone to wait for a while. "Now I know why the corpses are here." Field's mouth twitched, and he straightened the long sword at his waist. Fortunately, the orcs were also blocked by the gray fog, and the peace treaty bound them. Otherwise, the defense line that the Empire is most proud of would become a joke. Then, Your Honor, we won't bother you anymore. The villagers gathered around and pushed each other awkwardly. They didn't want to offend him. Baron Field looked very angry, but he didn't dare to run away directly in the end. He pushed someone to say goodbye. We're leaving, thank you for your help. Field was angry. Although he was born in modern society, it didn't mean that he could be manipulated by others. He lowered his eyes like a wolf that wanted to eat people and said in a cold voice, "Did I allow you to leave? Your lord abandoned you and now you have no master, so I took you in. Just to supplement the labor force for free." No, sir, please let us go. We are free people." The villagers were reluctant. After listening to what Richard said just now, Field was going to the Night Territory, which was a cursed place full of death. If he went there, he would die. "I can let you go. 5 gold coins are the ransom. I saved you and this is what I deserve." Field drew out his sword without hesitation. "Either follow me to the Night Territory, or give me the money, or I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Do you hear me?" It seems that he is indeed a noble. Ashina, who was standing by, breathed a sigh of relief. She was very uncomfortable with Field's gentleness and kindness these days. She always had the illusion of living in a dream. Now that she saw Field playing the ruthless and scoundrel of the nobles, she felt comfortable immediately. Like Asuna, these villagers were tickled to their heart's content. After being threatened, they became honest and knelt down to go to the Night Territory. "Anyway, if you go, you will die, and if you don't go, you will die too. It's better to try your luck. Scumbag." Field retracted his sword, covered his face helplessly, and sighed in his heart. Fists are always more convincing than mouths. "My lord, don't give up." Asuna saw that Field was unhappy and came up carefully to comfort him. Field glanced at her and was stunned. It was not until he saw Ashina looking scared that Field reacted and smiled and said, "I'm fine. I was distracted just now." Continuing to move forward, when Field approached the fortress gate, he was startled by the large skull logo on the small map. "Is this what Richard said? The city gate is safe. This damn idiot took the money but didn't do anything, and wanted to trick me with the corpses. If I rashly enter the fortress gate, I will most likely be caught off guard by the corpses hiding inside." Field was unhappy, but he quickly thought of something and kept rubbing his chin with his fingers. "Since the bull baron's stupid son has defended the inner city and abandoned the external strongholds, does that mean that I can make a lot of money? Anyway, no one will see it." He did it as he thought. Field was not a saint. What is the sense of propriety and honor? There's no need to be nice to these bastards. They should be robbed of their money, food, and women. Field shook his cape and said, "Cow, do you still remember those who dared to take up weapons and fight back against the corpses? Gather them all. If there are less than 30 people, use the strong ones." Although Cow was timid, he was quite efficient. Soon, 30 slaves of different races were gathered. Before that, some guys who should eat horse manure were in the way. Field glanced at the distance. His face was grim. "Connor. Brave knight Connor, although this is not my fiefdom, as a noble with martial virtue, I want to help the farmers here and kill the whites. Do you want to join me?" Field found a ridiculous excuse. "Are you sick?" Connor was dumbfounded. One of his men died in order to kill the whites. He was still upset about the pension, and now he heard that the stupid baron was going to help others calm the tide of corruption. He couldn't believe his ears. "No, I've sent you to the border of Night Territory. Now it's just one door away. Have to report back to the Earl." Connor resolutely refused. As he spoke, he couldn't help laughing and laughed out loud. "I'm sorry, but I think it's better to take pigs with this mob to attack the zombies. At least the zombies can eat their fill." Field's face was full of regret. "Well, I thought you could come to share the glory. Don't forget the laws of the Empire and the family doctrine, and arrive on time." After leaving a warning, Connor led the cavalry and galloped away. Field didn't even have time to remind him that he hadn't eaten the horse manure yet. "Are we really going to provoke the zombies?" Butler Cow asked tremblingly. Field didn't expect the butler to kill the enemy and shook his hand. "You just stay here to take care of the slaves. Don't let them run away. If they want to escape, just burn them to ashes with the slave contract." The voice was very loud and the slaves were terrified, but Cow was as if he had been pardoned. Forced the slaves to equip themselves with sickles, dung forks, and woodcutters' axes. Field left with Ashina. After walking for 10 minutes, Field went around to a deserted forest. After carefully confirming that there was no one around through the small map carried by the Lord's ability, he took out a beautiful crystal ball from the package on the right side of the warhorse. Ashina's panel had changed. He was distracted just now to make sure that he was not dazzled. She went from malnutrition to sub-healthy state. But her unawakened state turned into waiting to be awakened. Which means that as long as the awakening crystal is used as a catalyst, Field can immediately get a chosen one. My lord, what's the matter? Asuna nervously scratched her hands. Asuna ate steaks for 10 days and now has a very good attitude towards Field. When she was not captured, her life was miserable and she had to find wild grass to eat every day. Now she has met such a weird noble, but she has fish and meat every day. Maybe this is the life of a wolf, full of surprises. What is this? Awakening crystal. A treasure that cost me 60 gold coins. Field felt pain. He only had 500 gold coins in total. Every year on the awakening day, the Empire uses this thing to find the chosen one. One awakening crystal can test nearly 1,000 people. Ah, do you really think I'm the chosen one? Asuna was dumbfounded. Let's not joke. Close your eyes and feel it with your heart. I've received instructions from God. Don't worry. Field made up a story and then placed the crystal ball in front of Asuna. Asuna didn't think she was the chosen one, but she didn't want to disappoint Field. These days, she felt that Field was a very different nobleman. At least he treated her very well. The moment her hands touched the crystal ball, countless blue stars surged out, gathering into an elegant and cold goddess phantom. The goddess of winter who controls ice and snow. The subhuman slaves present immediately recognized it. This was their belief. Oh my God, Asuna is the chosen one of the goddess of winter. Plop plop, the slaves immediately knelt down, trembling with excitement, wishing to offer their hearts. It was the first time that Field saw such a scene. He was so excited that he was sweating. This was a real miracle. The blue starlight gathered into a strange rune. Asuna subconsciously touched it with her hand. The light gradually converged and finally engraved on the back of Asuna's hand. At the same time, Asuna's body also changed. She became taller, with full and perfect legs impeccable. The woman with a complexion as white as frost and snow had a cold look, and her scarlet eyes exuded a cold breath. Her facial features were more well-proportioned than before, and her appearance improved by 30%. Strong, contemptuous, and charming. The seductiveness was natural. I actually became the chosen one of God. My lord, how did you do it? Asuna's mouth opened wide, with an unbelievable expression. She was full of awe for Field at this time. You know, there's no possibility of foreseeing the appearance of the chosen one of God. Even if it is the Empress of the Holy Griffin Empire, her daughter is just an ordinary person. The other slaves couldn't believe it. They were all slaves. How could they become the chosen one of God after being trained by the Lord for a few days? They also knew how Asuna had been treated these days. They thought Field was just training a toy, but they didn't expect that he would really create a chosen one. Chosen one is God's will. The slaves guessed that Field was a person favored by God. They immediately worshipped Field. No big deal. Field waved his hand arrogantly, pretending to be low-key, and then he strode to the crowd. Now who else is worried about our trip to the north and resisting my development plan? Everyone looked at each other. Who dared? Believe me, as long as you do your job well and complete my tasks, I will not only give you freedom, but also let you live a life without worries about food and clothing. Field announced loudly, please let me sign a contract with you. Asuna took the initiative to mention that Field had said before that she would become the chosen one to open up the night territory. Of course, this is destined. Field pretended to be a charlatan. It is very simple to conclude a contract. Asuna activates the power in the rune mark and forms a link with Field, and the contract will take effect. After signing the God's chosen contract, Field took out the slave contract. Although the slave mark had long been washed away by the purification ability of the God's chosen, Field still went through the formalities, tore up the slave contract in public, and announced that Asuna became a free citizen of the night territory. Asuna smiled and raised her hand, and the symbol was transformed into a giant black dragon wolf, which jumped out of the void ferociously, with rugged armor plates all over its body flashing cold light, which scared everyone. What is this? Field was a little confused. Dragon wolf, well, it should be a mount given by the goddess. Asuna adjusted her hair and moved her hands and feet with full style. In addition, I have mastered many combat skills. After becoming the God's chosen, you may get strange treasures. Even if the God's chosen died in battle, the treasures can be preserved. The Ross family has a 6th-level artifact lance, which comes from the Blood Rose God's chosen who died in battle. The family surname Ross also, that's why I came here. Click on Asuna's panel. Name: Ashina level. Earth level God's choice occupation. Wolf cavalry divine skill. Extreme cold killing spear legion skill. Roaring assault. Increases the impact of her cavalry by 100%. Ashina's combat power has soared. Her dragon mount alone can fight against a third-level fighting knight. With the military force, Field immediately became bolder. What stepmother, brother, etc. are shit. Sooner or later they will be pressed to the ground. Field smiled. Now let's go to the barracks and the arsenal to observe. Near the city wall, Field can see scattered skull patterns marked on the map, and these icons are still moving. There are some corrupt monsters here. Field drew his sword. It is the duty of every imperial noble to help the local lord eliminate the corrupt pollution. He lit the fog lamp purchased from the church, and the sacred light immediately dispelled the large area of gray fog, so there was no need to worry about the slaves being poisoned by the death fog. I feel the power of the chosen one. Asuna pointed at the golden lamp in Field's hand. Field blinked his eyes. There is no doubt, but it's a pity that I don't know how the church made it. This is a purely profiteering industry. A lamp costs 25 gold coins and can only be used for 30 days. After entering the pass, Field did not let the mob move at will, but moved forward in a group. It was just slaves who were forced to come here, and they had not received military training. It was the best choice to move in a group. Asuna gently pushed open the door of the barracks and saw 2 rotten corpses of soldiers in armor, but they did not hold weapons. I think they were infected by the gray fog before they had time to take weapons. Kill them, Field said angrily. He was attracted by the dense armor on the corpses. It's better not to damage the armor. Understood. Ashina kicked the wooden door open and rushed in 2 steps. After becoming the chosen one, not only will your physical fitness be greatly improved, but you will also master specialized combat skills. The loud noise of the wooden door being kicked open echoed far in the gray fog, immediately breaking the silence of the city wall. The surrounding corpses let out strange wails. Seeing the skull symbol quickly gathering on the small map and the faint roar in his ears, Field still couldn't help sweating. Before the corpse in the house could attack, Ashina held a long knife and slashed at its neck. The blood arrows shot on the wall, and the whole house was filled with a black and purple bloodlight. Another corpse immediately rushed over, and the whole cheek was torn, and it was grinning all the way to the root of the ear. If it was bitten by this guy, it would definitely lose a large piece of meat. However, Ashina just dodged lightly and turned the long knife at the same time. Under the blessing of the terrifying power, half of the corpse's head disappeared, and gurgling dirty blood gushed out from the gap, and soon gathered into a pool of blood. Roar! Hearing the sound of fighting, a group of corrupted soldiers suddenly rushed out of the passage, rolling their eyes in disgust and crowding out of the passage. The slaves kept waving farm tools in their hands, but no one dared to step forward. The monsters alone was scary enough, and they were wearing heavy armor. Fuck, how many people were infected? Field cursed inwardly. Flame! Ashina released the dragon wolf. The huge wolf body almost blocked the entire passage. The magic energy gathered quickly, like a galaxy rushing in, and the dragon wolf opened its mouth and spewed out a large ball of blue flames. The rotten corpses in the passage were immediately swallowed by the flames, and only a few struggling and twisted outlines could be seen. What a terrible power. The slaves were still struggling to escape or fight, but they didn't expect that the sudden outbreak of the battle ended in the blink of an eye. A few people only saw the swallowed figures, and the rest could only stare at the ashes on the ground. Is this the power of the chosen one? Unfortunately, the spoils were also burned. Field swelled up. It was time to be bolder. Everyone tried to make a noise and attract the nearby rotten corpses to destroy them. After hearing Field's words, the slaves cooperated to knock and smash, allowing Ashina and her dragon blood wolf to destroy the gathered corpses. Soon, Field strangled all the monsters near the barracks, which also gave Field a further understanding of the chosen one. Now, find something valuable. Field's dagger was revealed, showing a greedy smile, especially weapons and gold coins. As soon as the slaves were dispersed, a slave ran over excitedly and shouted excitedly, "My lord, we found a survivor." Field did not mean to be happy, but looked around with complicated eyes. Ashina, take back your wolf. Now is not the time to expose your strength. Without enough time to develop, exposing that he has the chosen one is just looking for death. His stepmother will definitely send someone to assassinate him, and then let Ashina change her master. Being exposed to the slaves was not a big deal. It were always under his nose, and he could send them all to hell with just a thought. Field pondered. The survivors may know where the important supplies are. The survivors hid in a bunker on the city wall. Because the gate was splashed with purification potion, they could barely resist the gray fog for a while. They dared to open the door after hearing the voices of living people. Thanks to the Valkyrie, I thought I would stay for a week. And then we could only eat each other's excrement to survive. The bearded officer made a disgusting joke and smiled at Field after tidying up his clothes. Let me guess, you are a new knight. I will definitely report your achievements to the Bull Baron. You're welcome, it's just a piece of cake. Field tilted his head, wanting to see what was in the bunker, but was blocked by 2 soldiers. The 10 soldiers under the bearded officer were all inside the bunker. Where are your followers? The officer glanced at Field's slave soldiers. He didn't take these guys holding farm tools seriously. Field shrugged. I'm not a knight, I'm Baron Field. Oh, Baron Field, the guy who doesn't even have a guard. When you sent people to donate money before, they mentioned your name. The bearded man looked more and more weird. After his face changed several times, he made a look at his subordinates and said with a smile, Baron, I have heard that you are kind-hearted. I wonder if you can do us a favor. The tone is wrong. The original owner is really kind. Field raised his eyebrows and pretended to be stupid. Tell me. We drank too much and forgot to turn on the fog lights, so the gray fog poured into the barracks, so we lost control of the barracks. This is a big trouble. The Bull Baron is extremely cruel. We will definitely be executed. Is this something I can listen to for free? So, Field showed a playful expression, you want to surrender to me. Ha ha ha. The soldiers laughed and clenched their weapons. We are going to run away, but we need all the savings of a noble. In addition, if we kill you, no one will know our existence in a short time. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Field was very angry, although his original plan was to recruit survivors and find supplies. If they didn't cooperate, he didn't mind killing all the survivors, but it was still very annoying to be provoked by them. The bearded man didn't care. If we didn't have fog lights, we would have killed them long ago. You are nothing. Field chuckled. What are you laughing at? The bearded man raised his saber and saw Field's calm face, and he was immediately confused. Actually, I wanted to plunder here, and now is the right time. If I kill you all, there will be no witnesses. Asuna, do it. The soldier next to the bearded man immediately jumped up and grabbed the short knife in his hand and stabbed him straight. In a flash, a dark blue figure flashed by, and the soldier's arm was pulled away like a grasshopper leg without any resistance. Dang, the air seemed to freeze until the dagger fell to the ground. The soldier fell to the ground in horror, holding his broken arm with blood gushing out, and wailed miserably. My armed! My armed! The dark blue giant wolf blocked the entire passage, and its body covered with armor plates was as daunting as a tank. Monster! The soldiers were scared to death by the sudden monster. What the hell? Didn't they say that Baron Field had no foundation and was a complete waste? The bearded officer was dumbfounded. He wanted to catch the rumormonger and skin him. Ashina, make them all disabled. Field licked the corner of his mouth. The original owner was a good man, but what did it have to do with him? Slaves, I'll give you a chance to practice your courage. Kill 1 person and reward 1 silver coin. This world is full of blood and meanness. People who are too nice can easily die suddenly. Especially as a noble, Field no longer has the patience and kindness to communicate with the bastards in this world. Let iron and blood speak. Meanness is the pass of the nobles. Facts have proved that it is much easier for humans to attack their own kind than to deal with corpses. At least their kind do not look scary. Human slave howled, pounced on the soldier with a broken arm, and used the sickle in his hand to dig into his neck fiercely. With a fierce pull, he directly pulled his head off. The soldier's terrified expression was still frozen on his face. Well done, it's yours. Field's mouth curved, and he took out a silver coin from his pocket and threw it to him. I allow slaves to own their own property, and the more they work, the more they get. The eyes of the slaves around were red. A silver coin is not a small amount. It can buy 100 black breads and extend their lives for 100 days. In an instant, they were aroused by money. Because Ashina's giant wolf led the charge, the slaves were fearless and rushed forward with their weapons tightly grasped. What an easy massacre! In front of the chosen one, the small number of fully armored infantrymen was just a joke. The soldiers wearing heavy armor were flattened by the wolf's claws, and blood flowed out of the bodies that were flattened into 2-dimensional and gathered into a river. Ignoring the pleas for mercy and quickly dealing with the rebellious defenders, Field tiptoed to avoid getting contaminated by the broken limbs on the ground and carefully entered the bunker. This is the armory. When Field saw the armory of the fortress, he could no longer hide his surprise. What came into view was the armor stacked like a hill, exuding the fragrance of tung oil after maintenance, neatly tied, and the shelves next to them were filled with standard halberds, steel knives and iron-clad shields, and crossbows were hung on the wall, and the barrels of feather arrows included various functions. It is easy to arm 500 people to the teeth, and the armor rate can reach 100%. A baron cannot afford so many armaments. These are all shipped from all over the empire. Every year, the major lords need to draw out some materials and gold coins to support the construction of the border and prevent the invasion of corrupted monsters and orcs. Kashin Fortress has so many materials as an outpost. Fortress. I dare not imagine how rich the several giant fortresses behind are. Are we rich? Asna took down a horsebow and couldn't let it go. I made a small fortune, but this is just the beginning. Field was actually very happy. He waved his hand and said, "Why are you still standing there? Arm yourself first." Okay, hearing that they could be equipped with expensive protective gear, everyone immediately went up to untie the ropes and put on sets of armor. For the first time, these slaves felt the power of armor. It was heavy, but the sense of security was full. The only flaw was that the slaves were too thin and staggered after putting on armor. I told you to discuss me, Richard." Field rubbed his hands and called the first slave to take action. "What's your name?" "My lord, my name is Bobcat." Bobcat seemed very nervous. In the era of knowledge monopoly, the names of the lower class were generally very casual. Of course, it was impossible not to be casual. If you bumped into the noble master, the guillotine and horsehoof would not joke with you. "I have a task for you. Let's practice it twice first." Field called Bobcat to his side and spoke mysteriously and gestured. Since he had already embezzled the weapons and equipment of the Bull Baron, he didn't care if he went a little too far. After letting Bobcat lead the 20 people away, Field thought about the weapons and equipment in front of him. "Take them all away. We must take them all away. Otherwise, I will feel uncomfortable." Field paced back and forth for a few steps. "Ashina, let Cow bring everyone here and send the equipment down from the city wall. We will pick them up after we pass the pass. They are already the equipment of the Night Territory." Not enough. Field cannot be satisfied with weapons and equipment alone. Going to the Night Territory is a gamble and must be desperate. Kashin Fortress is supplied by nobles from all over the country, but the villages under its jurisdiction will not pay less taxes. There are a total of 6 large villages responsible for providing supplies for the fortress. Because the land is fertile, cattle, sheep, wheat, and taxes are continuously supplied to the Barren Castle every year. There are continuous hills and gullies. A team of well-equipped soldiers, carrying the family flag of the Bull Baron, passed through the dead vines and weeds, as well as the broken walls. Niu Jiao village is famous in the township for its 2 towering watchtowers. In fact, it is only 4 meters high, including the roof, but it is still the pride of the village. These 2 seemingly crude watchtowers, as long as hunters stand on them, can rely on the outer wooden walls and militia to resist the attacks of bandits. Just last night, they shot and killed 3 rotten corpses, which were said to have leaked in from outside the wall. Oh my God, even monsters appeared in the fortress, which reminded the old people of the terrible orcs. 3 or 4 villagers in sackcloth clothes sat at the entrance of the village with dung forks and vegetable soup, chatting and discussing how many rounds the widows in the East Village could survive against the green skin. Orcs and occasionally making bad laughter. It's the adult soldiers. The villagers recognized the flag, but they didn't know the soldiers' purpose. So everyone was at a loss. Soon, the slave guards led by the mountain cat appeared in sight. "Open the door quickly." The mountain cat cursed, and the soldiers beside him cooperated to stick the long spear to the ground, and the infantry armor made a crisp sound. The mountain cat imitated the nobles and shouted arrogantly, "Do you want us to stay outside and drink the northwest wind? Damn idiots." The villagers reacted suddenly and quickly raised their butts to welcome everyone in. "Sir, is it about the corpses?" "Our village resisted the attack of the corpses." "Thank the gods. Of course, we also have to thank the Baron. We will offer our young daughter to ensure that the Baron is satisfied." The village chief smiled as brightly as a chrysanthemum and took the initiative to greet him, but when he saw the mountain cat, he was obviously stunned for a moment. "Sir, I don't think I have seen you before." The mountain cat was nervous, but thinking of Field's instructions, if he encountered a difficult question, he could just curse. "Fuck your mother, you lackey of the venomous snake. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The mountain cat drew his sword directly. "I am here to collect taxes, not to recognize my relatives, you know. I don't care if you have seen me or not." The village chief was spitted all over his face, and was almost scared by the mountain cat's sword drawing, saying, "It should be my fault, sir. Agricultural tax, population tax, family tax, belief tax, land tax, exemption tax, breathing tax, and what else, you know, we bulls often pay taxes. There are many types of taxes in the Middle Ages, and there is always one suitable for peasant baby. But it's not time to collect taxes yet, sir." A farmer cried miserably. The mountain cat said expressionlessly, "Because of the invasion of corpses, it is very difficult to protect you. We need more supplies. If you have any objections, we can help you go to hell." Field gave him the task of collecting taxes. It doesn't matter if he is found out, just rob. Anyway, they are not from our night leader, so who knows who. Of course, collecting taxes is the safest. After all, the slaves are weak in combat, and if they conflict with the militia, accidents are likely to occur. Pay the full amount of taxes." The village chief gritted his teeth and immediately asked everyone to lead out the livestock and hand over the food. At the same time, he showed a flattering expression. "I will offer the girl that the Baron wants." Girl? The mountain cat frowned. Baron Field did not mention this situation. It was obviously what Baron Bull wanted. The slave guard on the side was about to refuse, but was immediately stopped by the mountain cat. If he refused, wouldn't he be exposed? "Okay, take them all back." Soon, Niu Jiao village was boiling, like boiling water poured into an ant nest. 2 cows, 4 sheep, some chickens and ducks, 5 carts of grain, 7 gold coins, 23 silver coins, and 50 copper coins. The whole village seemed to be scraped by a bone scraper, and there were cries and pleas everywhere. Most of the wealth accumulated for a year disappeared overnight. The nobles are really scary. Mountain Cat secretly smacked his lips. He had to become a slave because he had no money to pay taxes. As for whether the villagers evaded taxes, it didn't matter. It was a good thing anyway. Oh my God, so many livestock. Field was still directing the slaves to carry weapons and magic props. In another bunker, he found the fog lights that the bearded officer had been thinking about. There were 3 in total, and a large number of magic potions, most of which were for treating wounds. The total value was inestimable, but it would not be less than 200 gold coins anyway. With so much harvest, Field was still surprised when he saw the tax brought back by the mountain cat. Field himself did not expect that a small village could have so much tax. The tax rate must be frighteningly high. The mountain cat just plundered a village, and 20 people could not take it. There were even cattle and sheep. It seemed that he would not have to worry about not having meat in the short term in the cursed land. The only thing that made Field feel uncomfortable was that he actually plundered a village. Don't be a saint, live. Field knocked his head. China's advanced moral concepts did not work in the Middle Ages where the strong preyed on the weak. I was almost unable to survive, so why bother so much? Only by surviving can we make a difference. Besides, the Night Territory is located in front of the Bull Territory and has become a buffer zone. These supports are what I deserve. Feeding my own people is the first priority. Very good, everyone can get a silver coin. Field encouraged the mountain cat with a smile and decisively generously said, "As long as you collect a gold coin and give it to me, I will give you freedom and make you a free citizen of the Night Territory." The slaves cheered like a tsunami, and they really felt hope. "My lord, let's go collect taxes from other villages." After receiving Field's incentive money, the mountain cat's enthusiasm suddenly came up. His eyes sparkled, and he decisively stood on Field's side, throwing all his previous sympathy into the trash can. The villagers of the Bull Territory were plundered. Why should we, the people of the Night Territory, sympathize? Field waved his fist and said, "Of course, blast their gold coins hard. Try to collect them tomorrow morning. We are a little short of time. Go ahead and continue to pretend to be the guards of the Bull Territory to collect taxes, and I will reward you. But you have to be quick. Other cities in the Empire are not cowards like Richard. They will soon notice the crisis of the Bull Territory and send a large army to eliminate corruption. I can't be caught by them." "Ah, sir, there is this little girl." Lynx pulled over a little girl in a plain robe, about 12 years old. "I look like a weird uncle. You kidnapped a little girl for me. Field's brain crashed for a second and he wanted to curse, but seeing Lynx's timid expression, he immediately suppressed his anger and asked, "What's the situation? Why did you bring a child back?" It was presented by the villagers to the bull baron. "I don't think it's a good thing, and I didn't want to cause trouble. But in order not to be suspected by the villagers, I brought it back privately. Please punish me, sir." "There is no punishment. You are very smart, Lynx. You will lead the guard from now on." Field was glad that he had enough patience. The little girl was nothing special, just a little pretty. Field asked a few questions casually and took the little girl in. She already knew Field's background, so it was impossible to let her go, and if she was let go, it was estimated that the little girl would mother is not having a good time either. The next morning, the gentle sunshine fell, and Ashna listened to the calls of a large group of chickens, ducks, and cows outside. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she yawned lazily. The fatigue of yesterday's battle disappeared, and Ashna felt that she slept very sweetly. The cushion under her body was soft, and there was a faint fragrance of magnolia flowers, which could not be experienced in a damp and cold iron cage. "Hey, fortunately, the Lord chose me to be the chosen one. Lord Field is really a great person." The two slender legs rubbed against each other, making a tempting swish sound. She really wanted to sleep for another hour, but Ashna got up quickly because Field said that she would enter the gray fog this morning. "How was your rest last night?" Field saw this mature lady running towards him, and her rabbit bumped around mischievously, almost unable to hold back. "Don't run so fast, I'm still planning the route of action." "I rested well. You are busy, Lord." Ashna nodded, not quite understanding, and stood aside waiting obediently. The northern province is very large, including the Night Territory. It originally had rich cities and villages, but now it has been corrupted and filled with monsters. The core area of the Night Territory is a once prosperous manor, which belongs to a female baron, Sophia Starry Night, and her Starry Night city is within the site of the manor. With my current strength, it is completely a fantasy to want to build my own castle out of thin air. The best way is to bite off the manor, and then use the manor as a support to slowly recover Starry Night City. The map in Field's hand is still the version from 7 years ago. At the beginning, many pioneering knights dreamed of regaining the northern provinces and took their slaves and retainers with them to explore the land with great ambition. However, only a few of them escaped back, and those who stayed in the north forever undoubtedly became monsters. "Maybe it's a boss or something, it really causes me trouble," Field silently complained. "So, the strategic plan is beautiful, but the risks involved are absolutely terrifying. All the goods have been packed. Last night's support materials, including 7 cows, 20 sheep, a packhorse, and other miscellaneous things, have all been recorded in your account book and packed." Butler Karim was wearing a decent cloth shirt, but his expression was very depressed. No one would be happy to enter the north. They stood on the city wall and looked into the distance. There was only gray fog except for the gray fog connected to the sky. It's not that he didn't think about running away, but Field didn't give him any chance. Slave soldiers such as Bobcat, corrupted by money, have completely become Field's diehards. Cam dared to guarantee that as soon as he ran, he would be killed by those damn lackeys, and then Field would reward them with a silver coin. Damn lackeys, corrupting their souls for money, even their lives are gone, the butler cursed in his heart. Slaves are like this. As long as you give them a little hope and preferential treatment, they dare to sacrifice their lives. "Oh, my lord." Cow hesitated again and again, glanced at Ashna several times, and couldn't help asking, "That slave, I'm sorry, I mean Miss Ashna, you are really the chosen one, you are not lying to us, right? Can you show us a miracle?" In order to encourage people, Field gathered everyone last night and announced the news of the chosen one. "Do I need to prove it to you? How about you come to explore, and I will be your butler? I just don't know if you can survive the siege of the Empire." Field stopped Ashna from summoning the giant wolf, snorted coldly, and stared at the butler with a frown. This unfaithful butler was saying discouraging words the whole time. If it weren't for the fact that he was the only one who could read and write, Field would have wanted him to be a groom. It's time to knock him. Cal felt the pressure, and cold sweat immediately slid down his forehead. He said, and dared not speak. His master was completely different from before. Maybe the family put too much pressure on him. It should be so. After all, he didn't want to enter the cursed land, and the pampered nobles certainly didn't want to. Cal's mind was in a mess. "No objection, let's go." Field lit the fog lamp. The price of one lamp was 25 gold coins. Every minute of burning was throwing money into the fire. Gritting his teeth, Field stepped into the northern province. All the sounds or breath of living things around him suddenly disappeared. Instead, there was only terrifying silence. Looking up, Field saw the gray fog of death shrouding the surroundings. It was strange and silent, and even the sun could not be seen. If you stay for a long time, you will have the illusion of being in the deep sea. Even Field felt nervous and scared, let alone the slaves. If they hadn't been corrupted by leaving the fog lamp. And Field announced the news of the Chosen One to everyone. I'm afraid they would have lost their minds at this moment, crashed into the gray fog, and then been corrupted into monsters. The ground was full of red and black wriggling tentacles. These were corrupted plants. They had no attack power, but they would wrap around the wheels. It's really like Silent Hill. Field forced himself to stay calm, walked in front of the team, let them see him. Lead everyone forward and give them courage. After all, the nobles who cherished their lives were all there. What reason did they have to run away? Ga ga ga. Roar, all kinds of weird calls kept coming out of the gray fog. The fog lights illuminated the distance of more than 100 steps ahead, and the roar came from farther away, and everyone had no sense of security at all. There were ruins everywhere, and there were shriveled heads with corroded iron spears on the ground. Field even saw the faded griffin flag. The Empire had sent many pioneering corps, but unfortunately they all died and became locals very well. Gurgle Field swallowed his saliva. My lord, retreat behind me. Ashina's scarlet eyes looked vigilantly to the right front. A monster is approaching. Soon, a rotten corpse with half of its face missing staggered into Field's sight. Swoosh! Ashina drew her bow and shot an arrow, and a silver streak of light appeared in the air. The head of the rotten corpse exploded like a watermelon, and the corpse rolled on the ground twice and stopped moving. Be careful. More monsters are coming. A large number of skulls appeared on Field's small map. Since he was discovered, Field didn't bother to lower his voice. As before, surround the wooden wheel carts into a wall, and the crossbowmen shoot arrows. In Kashan Fortress, Field obtained 80 crossbows and 100 Imperial standard bows. Unfortunately, only 2 or 3 of the slaves could shoot arrows. Fortunately, the crossbows were very useful, so they armed 20 crossbowmen. The strange cries became more and more rampant, accompanied by dense footsteps, and the dark group of corpses crowded in, exposed to everyone's sight. With the help of the small map, Field knew the location of the nearby monsters, but the density was too high, so they were forced to engage the enemy. Damn it, shoot! Without Fieldo saying anything, the slaves had already shot out the trembling crossbows. Swoosh, the rotten corpses in the front row seemed to hit an invisible wall, and 7 or 8 of them fell down immediately. Asuna put away her bow and arrows, summoned a giant wolf, and crushed it. Although it was only the level of the first-level gods chosen, the fighting power of the gods chosen was originally above that of mortals. The long knife in her hand flew up and down like a butterfly, and the rotten corpses fell under her knife one by one. Either the long knife cut off the head, or the dragon wolf's claws slapped to death. Asuna rushed into the dense group of corpses, and immediately let the dragon wolf rotate and spit fire, like a hurricane of fire, and all the rotten corpses around were burned to ashes. Actually, it's really the gods chosen. Kao rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Asuna shared a lot of pressure, but the tense atmosphere did not ease at all. Affected by the vision of the gray fog, the rotten corpses that continued to pour out of the gray fog caused great psychological pressure on everyone. Kill! Lynx shouted and stabbed the rotten corpse with his halberd. 3 or 4 halberds smashed into the chest of the rotten corpse, and then the rotten corpse fell to the ground like a rag bag. More corpse monsters collided with the slave guards where Lynx was. The fists and claws of the rotten corpse rained down on the shields and armor of the guards, making a ding-dong-dong sound like iron hammering. Huh? What's flying over? Field noticed a fast-moving skull symbol on the map, which was already above him. Without hesitation, Field immediately turned over and dismounted. He was the only one standing on the high ground in the whole team. It was too dangerous. Just as he stood firm, Field felt a gust of wind before he had time to look up. Watch out for the top of your head. Field immediately lowered his body, drew out his long sword, and stabbed upwards. With just a quick glance, Field saw a Batgirl. It has no hair or eyebrows, an ugly face, and a body with female features, but its hands are bat wings and its legs are sharp claws. The wings flapped, and the 2 pieces of rotten flesh on Batgirl's chest swayed with it, which was not beautiful at all and even extremely disgusting. She just swooped down and brought up a female slave. The poor subhuman slave kept struggling and screaming, but it was impossible for everyone to save her. In just a moment, the slave was torn in half by Batgirl, and blood splattered, causing a cry of exclamation, and Batgirl laughed mockingly. "Shoot that ugly guy for me." Field was furious. Without Field saying much, the angry crossbowman immediately raised his crossbow, crackling with a burst of explosions, and crossbow arrows and feather arrows splashed over. Batgirl did not expect that humans had long-range means, and immediately suffered. She was hit by 3 or 4 arrows and fell to the ground like a rag. The ugly thing actually dared to attack my people. And every person was bought by me. Field was furious, took a long halberd from the carriage, and regardless of the noble demeanor, swung a full moon, smashing Batgirl's head to pieces. In order to kill the Batgirl, there was chaos on the flanks. A large number of rotten corpses rushed over immediately without the obstruction of bows and crossbows. "Everyone get out of the way." Ashina immediately urged her strength and saw the black scales on the neck of the dragon wolf began to smoke. The terrifying energy gathered, and even the space was distorted. Boom! The dark blue flames burst out from the wolf's mouth. The heat wave was like a bursting river. The blue flames covered a large area in front of Field, and the distorted figures were swallowed by the flames in a moment. Field even felt that the gray fog around him had dissipated a lot. "It's so hot." The guards were all wearing armor. Because they were close, they were roasted like iron plates, and they all grinned and screamed miserably. The dirty blood of the rotten corpses was also dried and stuck to the armor. Ashina stuck out her tongue. "Sorry." The continuous flames killed a large group of rotten corpses, and the rest were not to be feared. Everyone successfully resisted the first wave of corpses. 3 slaves died and 1 slave guard died, which was acceptable. "Rest here for half an hour. The women go pick up the arrows." Field took the kettle from the butler and took a few gulps. The cold water stimulated his throat, which made Field sober up and feel that he was still in reality. "Thanks to you, Ashina." Field reached out and rubbed Ashina's head, causing Ashina to blush. The wolf's tail swung like a propeller, and it felt like taking off on the spot. Ashina shook her head and said modestly, "This is what I should do." But her expression was, "Symbol 352, symbol 352, praise me quickly, don't stop. No wonder the northern province is called the cursed land. If the original owner came. No, if Ashina didn't help, I might not last long." Field felt scared, but quickly dispelled the negative emotions. He saw a new sign approaching his direction, which was a bunch of red exclamation marks. "This sign is it another monster?" "No, they are lined up in a very neat formation, and there are exactly 19 of them." Field frowned slightly, thought for a while, called Ashina, pointed to the front and said, "You go to the gray fog to ambush first, and be prepared to respond to the situation." Cavalry Captain Connor and his brothers also advanced in the gray fog. "This fog lamp looks like it's going to go out. Damn it, why is the lamp of that brain-dead Baron so big, but ours is so small? The second lady is too stingy. She wants the donkey to work, but she doesn't want to give the carrot." "Shut up, stupid donkey. Be careful that your loud voice will attract the rotten corpses." The person next to him scolded him nervously. "I feel something is running behind us." An alert cavalryman said, holding a lance, looking extremely uneasy, "We should find a chance to kill Baron Field before entering the northern province, not now." Connor said helplessly, "Do you think I don't want to? But killing a noble in broad daylight is enough to put us all on the gallows." This is also the reason why they said goodbye to Field before and circled back, just to find an alibi. Soon, Connor's cavalry found Field's traces. The fresh blood and corpses on the ground were the best guide routes. The traces of more than 200 people could not be hidden at all. "Brothers, wait and kill Field first. Then attack the slaves back and forth and snatch their fog lights. The gray fog will soon kill everyone." Connor's plan was perfect. After arranging the formation for the lance charge, everyone began to trot their horses. I can already imagine Field begging for mercy in fear. Connor licked the corner of his mouth and smiled unscrupulously. However, when he saw Field, his smile froze immediately. A 30-man armored guard, holding shields and halberds, formed a defensive formation, wielding long halberds. The blood and internal organs of the rotten corpses on the armor showed that they were not easy to mess with. Field stayed behind the chariot formation. The 2 rows of crossbowmen had already drawn their bows. As long as they were ordered, they would fire at Connor's cavalry. Even without professional training, a 3-year-old child could shoot a crossbow and easily penetrate an adult's body. "Damn it, we've been discovered." Connor was dumbfounded and felt like a clown. How is this possible? Isn't Field a coward without any foundation? Where did he get his guards? The cavalry was in a commotion. The surprise attack lost its suddenness and became a joke. Use war horses to attack the heavily armored halberd soldiers in formation, or hit the damn chariot formation. Let's retreat. Connor pulled the reins hard, and the war horse neighed and turned with jumping hooves. Roar, a black giant wolf, more than 2 meters tall and as strong as a bear, appeared behind the warhorse, scaring Connor's warhorse so much that it stumbled. Connor was thrown off the warhorse, and he was so scared that his heart and gallbladder broke. Damn it! Before he could pick up his weapon, Connor was held to the throat by a spear. The beautiful wolf man stared at him with a half-smile. Connor knew that as long as he moved, he would die. What's more, his fog lights were also taken away by her. This is the slave that Field bought. Connor immediately thought of the slave that Field insisted on buying. Without fog lights, he can come and go freely in the gray fog. Everyone was dumbfounded. Goddess. What bad luck did they have to run into the Chosen One? Who would have thought that Field would have the Chosen One? If they knew, they wouldn't dare to come even if they were given 10,000 gold coins. Hey, Captain Connor, why are you here? You really scared me. Field didn't directly order them to be killed. He rolled his eyes cunningly and then said casually as if he was meeting an old friend, "Are you worried that I won't be on time? Don't worry, it's the noble's duty to expand the territory for the family." Connor was speechless, and the life and death situation made him crash. Field showed a friendly expression like spring breeze and said, "Then you should escort us, right?" Just like the spirit of chivalry says, "Praise the Valkyrie." Connor was ecstatic, thinking that Field didn't know his purpose, and immediately took advantage of the situation and said, Right. That's great, get off the horse and have a glass of wheat beer. We are about to set off, and you have time to show your chivalry along the way." Field raised his hand to signal Ashna to step back, and then asked the cavalry to drink as if nothing had happened. The cavalry hesitated, feeling guilty and lucky at the same time. At this time, the Chosen One would most likely be wiped out, and it would be impossible to escape. Ashna snatched the fog lights while knocking Connor down. Without the fog lights, crashing into the death haze would be a death sentence. It seems that the Baron didn't find out our plan. That's right, Field has always been stupid. Seeing Field's sincere face, everyone thought of his previous kindness and weakness and began to have fantasies in their hearts. After being persuaded by Field to dismount, they nervously drank a few sips of wheat wine, and finally they were relieved. "My lord, I think we should go back and report." Connor made an excuse to run away. Field almost couldn't hold it in. This group of idiots really took him for a fool. "I have requisitioned your war horses to expand the market. We'll return them to you when night falls." Field refused perfunctorily and then pointed to the front of the team. "You just said that you would help us open the way. Let's go and open the way." Connor suddenly felt something was wrong and immediately became anxious. "I regret it and I'm sorry, but I have to go back and report quickly. I think the Earl is waiting anxiously." "Haha, I think you don't understand at all," Field sneered and gestured to Ashna. Puff! Ashna's giant wolf bit a cavalryman's head. The chewing sound that made people's teeth ache almost drowned out everyone's breathing. The soldier who lost his head bleeds like a fountain and falls to the ground. The sudden attack makes his body twitch wildly. Everyone, even Field subjects, subconsciously hold their breath and are terrified. This scene is too brutal. "I was wrong, Baron Field." Connor admitted his mistake decisively and fell to the ground. "It was your second sister, Liz, who ordered me to do it." "Do you want me to say it again, Captain Connor?" Field replied with a smile, "Explore the way ahead or die now." Cold, Connor just felt cold to the bone. What kind of gentleness in the bones? It's all bullshit. I used to hear other nobles gossiping about Field being as weak as a little lamb. Ugh, they are all liars. Connor cursed those liars fiercely. Under the threat of the guards' long halberds, 18 cavalrymen without war horses soon formed a small square and walked at the front of the team. Field's small map showed that there were large groups of rotten corpses approaching rapidly in front. With a long breath, Field gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." The Night Territory is located in the southeast of the northern province. With the help of the small map, Field bypassed most of the monsters and spent another 3 days to reach the manor. The rotten corpses in the Night Territory seemed to be impossible to kill completely, which could be seen from Connor's trembling hands. The blade was broken and his expression was numb, like a puppet. The continuous fighting had already made him collapse. He was the only cavalryman who opened the way. It must be said that he was still capable of being a captain, but he was also torn open by the rotten corpses for several times, and the granulation was wriggling. He was also partially corrupted and was not far from death. Give him a quick death. As Field finished speaking, Ashina released her bowstring and shot Connor to death with one arrow. And a slave came forward and skillfully looted his supplies. We have arrived at the Starry Night Manor. It was not easy. When Field saw the entrance to the manor, he breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone cheered in unison, thanks to Ashina and the small map. If there were no enemy positions marked on the small map, Field dared to say that it would be impossible to take a detour. The endless tide of corpses on the road would drown them. It's obvious that no living person has set foot here. For a long time, Asana stepped forward and pulled away the dense thorns on the gate of the manor. A harsh creaking sound was heard, and the already rusty gate collapsed. Asana jumped away like a cat. She squinted and said awkwardly, it seems that the gate needs to be repaired. The tall and imposing European-style iron gate, the exquisite stonework and statues, and the large garden of ornamental plants, although now corrupted by the gray fog and horrible and gloomy, can still glimpse the former elegance and luxury. 2 slave guards moved the fallen iron gate, and Field saw the corpses of humans, rotten corpses and other unknown monsters from the already corrupted plants. Starry Night Manor occupies the land is 30 hectares, about the size of 40 football fields, including swimming pools, gardens, farmhouses, woodlands, barns, wine cellars, stables, villas, etc., as well as the main building in the central area. It is simply luxurious and inhumane. After all, Baron Sophia is a powerful figure who owns a prosperous city, which is not comparable to an honorary title. After years of family accumulation, the fixed assets are definitely strong. This is just a baron's fiefdom. It is said that Her Majesty the Queen of the Griffin Empire owns a huge manor covering an area of 500 hectares. In Mary Sue's novels, the heroine wakes up from a bed as big as a football field. This kind of thing may really happen to the queen. The place is large, and the number of monsters in it is also indispensable. It has been corrupted for 10 years. Places like barns and stables have no value. Field took out the map of the manor and compared it with his own small map. Similarly, ornamental places like gardens have no value. Should we clean up the main building directly, or occupy a villa? In addition to the main building, the manor also has 3 small villas for the lord's relatives or guests to live in. Ashna seemed very excited. It was her first time to come into contact with such a high-end thing as a villa. The slaves were even more exaggerated. They whispered to each other, and the excitement on their faces was beyond words. For the lower class, working in a noble villa, even sweeping the floor, is enough for them to brag about for a lifetime and become a glorious deed to tell their sons before they die. Field stared at the main building in the distance for a while, and there were ghosts in the broken windows. Suddenly, he felt something watching him, as if his chest was suddenly pressed down by a heavy object, and even his breathing became a little faster. There may be a big horror in the main building, so it's better not to provoke it. Field quickly looked away, rubbing his brows, and glanced at the small map. There were a lot of skulls marked on it, but the most eye-catching one was a huge red dot located in the basement of the main building. The skull represents a corrupted monster, and what does the red dot represent? It's probably a monster too. My lord, why do you look embarrassed? Ashna came over with a bow and arrow, smiling. It was obviously the most difficult period before arriving here. Why do you look embarrassed now? Waving his hands, Field didn't want to spread anxiety and hit the people who were already lacking confidence. He showed a teasing expression and stretched out his hand to pinch Ashna's wolf ears. It's not embarrassing. I'm just struggling whether to give a massage to my great contributor who has worked hard and made great contributions. Hey. Ashna's pretty face immediately flushed. Red, his eyes trembled like an earthquake. He stuttered to answer, but when he saw Field's expression of teasing a child, he immediately realized that he was being teased, and immediately said angrily, Lord, you are too much. I still care about you, and I am not going to be friends with you anymore. Field patted his sore neck. Thank you for your concern, but it's time to find a place to stay. I don't want to sleep for a second in the carriage. The creaking noise is torturing my headache. We have to occupy a house. It will be much better to have a place to shelter from the wind and rain, even if the houses here are rot. After carefully studying the map, Field said, Let's occupy the big winery. Ashina, the main structure there is brick and stone. It is not easy to rot into a pile of ruins. The big winery is located in the southeast of the main building, with a large area of fertile farmland for growing black pearl grapes for winemaking. Of course, large tracts of grape fields are a thing of the past. Today, there are only large areas of wriggling black tentacles and rotten corpses in the farmland. Grapevines and grape racks can be vaguely seen in the farmland. In the past, the land here produced the most famous black pearl wine in the empire. Women, clean up the farmland and don't leave any dirt. These wriggling tentacles and pieces of meat look scary, but they are actually not threatening. Field kicked away a piece of rotten meat with 7 or 8 eyes. These disgusting things were cute little animals before the gray fog came. Okay, sir, the slaves hesitated. Finish it within 2 days, and I will pay you 10 copper coins as wages. These lands will be our source of food in the future. Field released a killer move and allowed slaves to have money. The slaves' eyes lit up, and they used farm tools to kill the rotten creatures with their hands and feet. The work efficiency immediately increased tenfold. Butler Perry saw the appearance of the slaves and rolled his eyes. Only the master is so kind and generous. If these mud legs don't work, it's more convenient to hang them directly. At this time, the free people kidnapped by Field came over. Sir, you are too fanciful. The land has been poisoned. Even if all the monsters are cleared, it can't be cultivated. The villagers questioned. Someone stomped his feet hard, and the soft and rotten land immediately sank, forming a footprint with a purple pool of water. Look, it's like a swamp full of toxins. Oh, this damn smell is worse than the crotch of a widow who hasn't washed it for 3 years. The slaves looked at him with doubts. My kindness seems to have made some people start to get too far. Field lowered his eyes and his tone was emotionless. This is my order, not a discussion with you. The villagers were still loyal to the bull baron in their minds, and they didn't turn around for a while. But it's meaningless for you to do this. Field frowned, his eyes unfriendly. The guards, such as Bobcat, immediately drew their swords. There was a swish sound of drawing swords. Even though Connor and other talents were the main force along the way, the slave guards were still tempered and had a hint of military aura. The people whose eyes were flashed by the knife light immediately reacted. They were actually questioning their new lord. They were so scared that they sweated profusely and fell to the ground. The scene was silent for half a minute. Field waved his hand. It was not that he was deliberately showing off his power or playing feudalism. It was that he had no foundation. In this place far away from order, if he could not control these guys, he would not be a lord and would just hang himself somewhere. You also go and clean up. All the land in the east will be given to you. In addition, the idiot who said I was whimsical will receive 5 whips. Field punished them slightly and warned them severely. They would be used for both development and farming. The villagers were already sweating profusely. When they heard Field's words, they were immediately pardoned. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone began to eradicate the corruption, which startled the corrupted creatures and caused them to burst into sharp screams. It's too Cthulhu. Field took a few deep breaths and felt nauseous. If he stayed in this cursed land for a long time, he might go crazy. We must ignite the fire of civilization quickly. Starting with the winery. 2 farmers holding torches opened the door of the winery, and a dark and rotten smell hit us. Field almost vomited yesterday's dinner, covered his mouth and nose, and glanced at on the side. Be careful, there are a lot of footsteps on the 2nd floor. Ashina had no abnormal reaction to the stench. She had lived in worse environments when she was a slave. We have to occupy this big house, and there may be flammable materials, so we can't use fire. Ashina nodded obediently. Leave it to me. Take a piece of ironclad shield to protect your chest. Field drew out the long sword. Set up the halberd. Prepare to meet the impact. There has been no systematic training, but in these days of fighting, the guards have always figured out some tricks, and the small square formation quickly took shape. Field took a deep breath and slammed the shield with the hilt of the sword. Hey, fellow villagers, our community is sending warmth. Roar! The darkness was full of ghosts and wolves howling. Dense footsteps like drums suddenly sounded, and the monsters with unrecognizable faces and twisted bodies rushed out of the inky darkness, and the collision of flesh and iron immediately sounded. Asuna and her wolf held off the main force of the zombies. The spear in her hand could easily harvest the rotten corpses. The giant wolf was even more like a tank. It was covered by the rotten corpses and turned into a corpse ball, but it still couldn't break the defense. If Field hadn't stopped the dragon wolf from breathing fire, the battle would have been resolved at this moment. Odd. Goddess, the guard standing in the front row, pierced a rotten corpse and was knocked off. Before he could stabilize his body, he was immediately pounced on by the rotten corpses that followed. He fell to the ground in armor and fell to the ground. With a low shout, Field took a half step forward and chopped the rotten corpse's head with the long sword in his hand. This is not an anime. The blackening is 3 points stronger. The rotten corpse is just a monster covered with human skin. There is no armor protection. The sharp blade cuts the bones and muscles, and the whole head is removed. Thank you. Thank you, sir. The guard stared with horror. His pants were wet and hot. He almost had a passionate kiss with the monster just now. From his expression that he wanted to kneel down and call him daddy, it is not difficult to see that he has never respected and thanked a noble so much. Thank you, sir. The guard was dizzy. Field reached out and pulled him up, punched the guard on the shoulder with his fist, and encouraged. It's not easy to train a suitable soldier. I'm still waiting for you to get rid of slavery and become a real warrior or even a knight. The guard's blood boiled. He had always regarded Field's promise as a pie in the sky or a joke of the nobles. But now he really felt that Field was a little different from other nobles. Charge for Lord Field. The people around were also infected by the blood, waving their halberds wildly to harvest the corpses. Soon, the corpses attracted by the sound were cleared out. Field roughly counted and found that there were more than 70 corpses. Field took a breath of cool air, but the fishy smell in the air immediately rushed into his trachea, forcing Field to close his mouth quickly, muttering in his heart. Does the winery need so many people? When the Empire decided to trigger the death fog, why didn't it notify the people in the north to evacuate? Forget it, it's none of my business. Not thinking about useless questions, Field continued to go deeper into the winery. After walking for a while, Field found the big room for brewing wine. He imagined that he could find raw materials such as rock, sugar, and wheat. But what responded to his unrealistic fantasy was a hideous Batgirl's corpse, with her eyes open, from the neck to the groin, violently torn apart, and the internal organs inside disappeared. This barley is wasted. It was originally used to make barley wine. Field noticed that something that could still be called barley was scattered on the ground. 10 years of time, coupled with corruption, have allowed the barley grains to slowly wriggle. Field marveled at the magic of corruption. Perhaps corruption is not the devil's curse, but a special radiation. Radiation. Ashina's brain crashed, and she was cutely thinking about the new words Field said. Suddenly her face changed. Be careful, something is approaching quickly. The speed was so fast that Field didn't notice the skull logo flashing on the small map. Ding! The guard standing in front of him changed his expression drastically and subconsciously looked at the ceiling. In an instant, the shield in his hand suddenly broke into many pieces, and the guard flew backwards with his hands and feet catching. A monster that looked like the licker in Resident Evil appeared in the guard's original position, with only a slender tail and nose, which made people know that it was a mutation of a rat. The rat monster screamed and waved its claws towards Field. Field only felt a strong wind coming, and the giant claws kept expanding in front of him. Don't even think about it. At the critical moment, Ashina controlled the dragon wolf to flash in front of Field. Curled up her body and blocked Field tightly. There was a burst of crackling noises, accompanied by large sparks, and the dragon wolf relied on its scales to resist the claw attack without even a hum. Looking at the giant wolf in front of him, the monster was also confused. He looked at his claws, which were always invincible, but today only brought down 2 bloody scales. The dragon wolf raised his hand and slapped the rat monster. The mountain cat and others immediately seized the opportunity and chopped with waste knives and halberds. But the rat monster relied on its thick skin and flesh, and only suffered some flesh injuries after being slashed so many times. It swung its slender limbs and swept 7 or 8 people away like sweeping dust. You have to know that the guards were wearing full armor. Even if the armor was not heavy. The people in armor weighed hundreds of pounds, but they were so easily beaten away. You guys retreat. This is beyond the scope of ordinary creatures. Field raised his shield and quickly found a corner to squat. He cursed, I forgot to bring the crossbow. For this kind of monster with thick skin and flesh, ordinary people can only use crossbow arrows to break through the defense. Let's leave it to Ashina. The rat monster stood up and tried to catch the guards as a snack. I can't let you succeed. Ashina poured strength into the spear in her hand, and her whole body burst out with momentum. The powerful impact made the spear break through the body of the rat monster like craft paper and then stuck between the bones. If it weren't for the terrain restrictions, Ashna couldn't ride the giant wolf to attack, otherwise this attack would have penetrated the rat monster. The rat monster screamed in pain and quickly grabbed with both claws. Boom! The giant wolf slammed into the rat monster's chest like a high-speed train, interrupting its attack and knocking it away, revealing its flaws. This is a third-level corrupted creature. In a narrow terrain, it requires a third-level human with fighting spirit or magic to kill it, or use a city defense crossbow or armor-piercing crossbow. Fortunately, the chosen one is much stronger than ordinary people. With the combat power of a first-level chosen one, Asuna is enough to crush it. Extreme Cold Killing Spear. Asuna used a divine skill for the first time. The starlight in her hand gathered, and a long spear condensed, like a tumbling dark blue dragon. Asuna poured a lot of divine power, and then used her legs to lead her waist, and her waist to lead her arms and fiercely throw it out. The magic skill bombarded the rat monster, and blood spurted out immediately and bones and tendons were broken. Large pieces of meat were crushed and stuck to the wall. Huff finally solved. Ashuna's face was pale, and she looked a little tired as she panted. The battle ended in a flash, but the risks involved was suffocating. Field also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you are here, and the last deer steak is for you. Long live the Lord. Hearing that there was deer steak to eat, Ashuna's tail swung back and forth. Her saliva flowed out uncontrollably. The arrogance during the battle disappeared, but she patted her chest and said generously, I only need half, the Lord has worked hard too. Field was relieved. The small map showed that there were only a few monsters left in the big winery, all of which was small skull logos dotted with stars. To be on the safe side, Field took the wounded out first, gave them medicine, and then took the rested team to clean up the big winery carefully. It was not until 9 o'clock in the evening that the cleanup work reached the final stage. The entire winery was in tatters, with landslides everywhere. The wind that came through the cracks in the rocks blew up gray dust. The only thing to be thankful for was that the overall structure of the winery was preserved. Everyone searched the first and second floors, but there was nothing valuable. Just some black and broken wood that could be used to build sheds or burn firewood. The wine cellar is below, sir, the guard said as he stepped forward, ignoring the thick dust on the cellar door. Used both hands to pull the heavy cellar door open, revealing a dark staircase in front of him. Field swallowed his saliva, rubbed his hands nervously, and kept muttering in his heart, God bless me, please let me find something useful. A large number of oak sherry barrels were piled up in the dark cellar, some of which had been crushed and damaged by landslides, and there were dried water stains everywhere, and there were traces of rats crawling. Field was desperate when he first saw the mess in the wine cellar. Fortunately, there is always a way out. Field only searched a few places and found the unopened wine barrel. Dong dong, gently knocking on the wooden barrel, a low muffled sound came from inside. Field's heart beat faster and his face immediately showed joy. However, he was worried that he was happy for nothing, so he pretended to be calm. Open this barrel, I hope it is full of fine wine, not tentacles. Gray fog will only corrupt plants and animals, and dead things generally will not turn into monsters, provided that the wine is properly sealed. The guard pried open the wine barrel with great effort, and with a bow sound, the mellow wine aroma spread wantonly. In a winery full of stench and monsters, but smelling the aroma of top-grade wine, this weird experience is comparable to finding shrimp in the toilet. That's it. Black pearl wine that is out of print in the Empire. Field was so excited that he waved his fist excitedly and ordered the guard beside him who was greedy for wine, call my butler Cow to count the number of barrels that can be drunk here. Seeing Field immersed in joy, Ashna carefully advised, Lord, even if it is fine wine, you should drink it in moderation. Many lords are ruined by alcoholism and stay in bars and fireworks all day long. Don't worry, Ashna, I don't want to drink these wines. Compared to wine, Field prefers iced black tea or cola. These fine wines that have been out of print for 10 years are all liquid gold. As long as they are transported to the capital of the empire, no, as long as they are sent to any nearby city, they can immediately bring us a huge amount of gold coin income. As for the specific value, it depends on how much wine there is here, but Field can be sure that those dignitaries will definitely fight for the famous wine. Oh, Ashna put her slender finger on her lips with a thoughtful look. Since black pearl wine is so precious, we can also make wine. Anyway, the Starry Night winery is in our hands. You are right, but that is something we will consider only when safety is guaranteed. After handing the wine cellar to Cow, Field finally had time to examine his territory. With the winery as the center, it is about the size of primary school playground. This circle is all the land occupied by Field. As long as there is no gray fog, people can carry out activities on it, which is considered a real territory. As for what is in the territory, it is not important now, because it is all corrupted plants and creatures, and they have to be eradicated before they can be considered. Now the challenge officially begins. Field walked around the outermost edge of the road. The corrupted creatures in the ridges were much less because of the cleaning by the people in the territory, and it finally looked a bit like the human world. The people in the territory pushed the deformed, corrupted creatures together. These monsters had no fighting ability, but their existence was pollution. The broken wood cleared from the big winery can be recycled and thrown into the monster pile and ignited. The screams of cats in spring continued, accompanied by the sizzling sound of roasting, and a large cloud of gray smoke poured out of the monster's body. Oh my God, Valkyrie! These devil's minions have finally been cleared. The maid patted her chest and shouted in an exaggerated tone. The working female slaves cast envious eyes. Being able to enter and exit the castle, eat the leftovers of the nobles, and have luxurious rest time at ordinary times is enough to make the slaves jealous. Sisters, I need you to do something. After Field toured the territory, he planned to meet his servants before issuing a new decree. My lord, you said. The maid Sister's smile immediately withdrew, like a frightened cat did. Even her loud voice stopped. Although Field had always been cowardly and stupid before, he was still an existence that the common people looked up to. Field has been busy with development these days and has neglected many things. He now realizes that there is a huge class gap in this world. Remember the funny thing that happened to Field's cheap father. The hostile nobles planned to attack the family's caravan, but the peasants happened to see the ambush location of the nobles, so the peasant immediately came to the castle and told the earl about the enemy's conspiracy. Then the earl used the enemy's trick and defeated the enemy. Logically, the peasant should be rewarded with money, but the earl hanged the peasant to show him after his victory. The reason is, the disgusting feces and dirt stained by the peasant's lowly shoes left lowly footprints on the earl's carpet. In the eyes of the nobles, the subjects are just a pile of shit, and slaves are even worse than shit. Field is not a saint. He will not overthrow himself, nor will he completely localize and become a thorough feudal aristocrat. Just let my subjects live a good life. Field thought, of course, they have to be obedient subjects. Sisters, gather all the people who serve me, I have something to say. Yes, sir. Sisters immediately picked up the apron and trotted. The butler arrived first. After all, he had the highest status among the servants, so Sisters naturally notified him first. Sir, the number of barrels has not been counted yet. It will take at least 2 days. Butler Cow came running over breathlessly. He looked very thin, with only a few pounds of flesh on his thighs. He seemed to be living a hard life, but his salary was the highest in the whole territory, 5 silver coins and 50 copper coins a month. At the same time, matters such as purchasing and accounting would be handed over to him. As long as he put some thought into it, his income could be multiplied several times. Generally speaking, 1 copper coin of the empire could buy a piece of black bread, that is, black rye bran bread, which even contains sawdust and bark. Unlike the bread imagined by modern people. Black bread was as hard as a stone, and biting it hard could break your teeth. The correct way to eat it was to soak it in hot soup until it was soft, and then eat it with coarse salt grains with a lot of impurities. The taste was neither weedy nor sweet, but only salty and bitter. But even so, the food was rubbish, and many people could not earn enough to buy 2 loaves of bread after working for a day, and finally they could only become slaves. Maids, butlers, and cooks were all paid 15 copper coins a day, which was 4 silver coins and 50 copper coins a month. Soon Field saw his servants, 2 maids, a butler and a cook. In modern society, having 2 or 3 servants is a very impressive thing, but in the Middle Ages, Field was only a poor nobleman. His sister, the woman who sent cavalry to try to kill him, had 20 servants alone who were responsible for cutting vegetables, chopping meat, leading horses, and even trimming nails. Field's eyes swept over everyone. They all lowered their heads to avoid eye contact with the lord, which was rude. "I don't know what my manservant's name is yet," Field asked the butler. "Sir, his name is Clay Pot. He is 16 years old and his parents are farmers. The chef is called Dinner Plate, and the maids are Scissors and Sparrow respectively. In this world, only those who have knowledge, nobles, or those who have extraordinary powers can have nice names. For example, Field's full name is Field Ross. Ross means rose, but as a name it is more appropriate to call him Ross directly. Just like President Bush Jr., whose full name is George Walker Bush, you can translate it as George Walker Bush, but it sounds too weird. Sir, do you have any instructions?" Clay Pot was called by name, and his voice trembled with fear. He was worried that he would be fired, and he was lazy for 10 minutes when mopping the floor yesterday. "The temporary bed you made for the carriage is very soft. If it weren't for you, I might have fallen apart all the way here," Field said in a relaxed tone, snapping his fingers. "Cow, reward Clay Pot with a silver coin." His others immediately cast jealous eyes. 1 silver coin is equivalent to more than 6 days of salary. Clay Pot was stunned for a moment, then showed an ecstatic expression, fell at Field's feet, and kissed Field's boots. "Goddess, thank you for your generosity." "Lucky boy." Scissors pouted, very unhappy. "What's so great about making the bed? She can also warm the bed." Clay Pot silently swore in his heart, "I will never be lazy again, even for a minute. Every month everyone can get a silver coin reward. As long as they perform well, everyone has a chance. The chef makes delicious dishes, the maid cleans the room, and so on. I see it all." Everyone breathes quickly and looks at each other. They can see the fierce competition in each other's eyes. Field's mouth corners slightly raised. In the future, their work efficiency will be ignited by silver coins. The most important thing is that there will be situations such as reporting and snitching. Field needs them to do this. It may not be a good thing for the subordinates to stick together. There will be a phenomenon of colluding to deceive the Lord. "Okay, you go and get busy." Field smiled at everyone and waved his hand to indicate that they could leave. Everyone left quickly, but the butler took 2 steps and walked back hesitantly. Field asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "My lord, although it's not good to say this as your butler, I have to give you some suggestions. Since entering the night territory alive, Cow has changed his previous complaints and started to work seriously." Field raised his eyebrows. "Speak freely." "It's about the issue of race. You seem to have given the subhumans a channel to rise, and promised them the possibility of becoming free people, but the subhumans are different from us. They are stupid. Sorry, except for Lord Ashna, it seems unnecessary for others to give them freedom." Field pondered for a moment. "We are now in the cursed land, surrounded by death. The proverb says, when you are in Assyria, you must be an Assyrian. We should have our own rules in the night territory. I will announce a unified decree tomorrow, and you will know then." At night, Field took out a pen and paper and drafted a farming plan for the night territory. He wrote in Chinese characters that only he could understand: plunder and exploration. "My territory has no hair. If I want to develop rapidly and accumulate means of production, I can't do it with just 200 people. Even the land is full of toxins." Dong dong dong, the door was knocked. "My lord, it's me." Ashina's voice came from outside the door. "Field's plan needs Ashina's support. Please come in, I'm waiting for you." "Good evening, sir." Ashina was wearing a short maid outfit. The girl's slender legs were in a shy posture, but her face was slightly shy. After being freed from the hard life of a slave, her jade-like skin was able to see the light of day again. In fact, even her feet were very cold, with slender and white toes which were extremely beautiful. "What can I do for you?" I don't know if it was an illusion, but the atmosphere immediately became ambiguous. Field slapped his head. No wonder Ashna looked shy. Anyone would have wild thoughts when calling a girl to his room in the middle of the night. It's about the development of the territory." "Oh." Ashina's little hands, which had nowhere to go, immediately dropped. She breathed a sigh of relief, but she was a little disappointed in her heart. "Sir, I have no management experience and may not be able to help you. Before becoming a slave, Ashina was just a free man, the daughter of a wolf hunter. Can't read, write, or manage." "It's okay, you can learn. I'll teach you step by step. Besides, you are the chosen one, so you have a natural advantage. The biggest class transition in this world is to become for the chosen one of God. You may face the death penalty in the previous second, but become the chosen one of God in the next second. The local nobles will directly declare you innocent and treat you as a guest of honor. After all, God will not choose the wrong person. This is also the reason why the lower class is unwilling to rebel against the Lord, because everyone has the opportunity to leap into class. As long as the daughter or daughter-in-law becomes the chosen one of God, they will naturally have no worries about food and clothing. I decided to rob my brother. Field opened his mouth and bombed. Ashina was stunned. Is this something I can listen to? Okay, I support you unconditionally. After making sure that Field was not joking, Ashna thought for a moment, you are not a cruel and evil person, I can feel this. When she was a slave, Field never abused her or did something worse than a beast while he was asleep. On the contrary, Field was the most unique person she had ever met. Treating subhumans equally, even a little fond of them. This may be an illusion, but there is no doubt that Field is a gentleman. Thank you. Field poured a cup of black tea for Ashina. It's a long story. He still remembered that his brother's fierce and perverted eyes really made him sleepless. His brother clamored to kill the people he cared about. Field was not the soft person that the original owner was, who could be manipulated by others. Fight back fiercely, and we must start preparing from now. I will tell you the reasons slowly. I need you to help me train a light cavalry team, the kind that is born for looting. Field's dear second sister aided him with 20 war horses, which are now just in use. After agreeing on the plan, Field convened a meeting of all the people on the second day, and even every slave had to participate. Everyone who came to participate would be attracted by the wooden box next to Field, which was full of silver and copper coins. Field did not start with a long speech but took out a list. Members of the guard, come here to collect the bounty according to the name I reported. Kill a rotten corpse for 1 silver coin. I will do what I say. Then, Field personally distributed bounties to the guards. The slaves were so excited that they burst into tears. How could they not be excited? The slave who got the most, Hammer, got 17 silver coins, which was a fortune that many people had never accumulated in their lives. Even Field's maid was jealous. The others looked at the money in their hands with envy. If I had known that the guards were formed, I would have joined. Damn, it's a pity that I was not chosen. The timid people were now stamping their feet in anger. Listen, people, I am now announcing the development plan of Night Territory, which is related to the future of all of you. With the temptation of money, the slave's ears almost stood up, more seriously than listening to the priest's prayer. First, if you want to escape from slavery, just earn me a gold coin. Don't despair. I dare say that it would be impossible for other lords to achieve this, but it is very simple in the Night Territory. Look at the brave Hammer. One day, 17 silver coins. Hammer heard Field's praise, proudly straightened his chest, and even stood on tiptoe. This was the first time since he was born that he was praised by others, instead of being called a fool or a fool. What made him unbelievable was that it was still the praise from the Lord. Goddess, I'm really crazy. Today must be my lucky day. Hammer felt everyone's jealous or envious eyes, and he was very proud. Field raised his lips. It's still the same as before. Kill a rotten corpse and you will be rewarded with a silver coin. In addition, I will issue a series of tasks that do not require fighting, such as farming, building walls, repairs, or other things. I will give you a bounty. Slaves are not motivated. Field urgently needs free people. Free people not only do not need to worry about their food, clothing, housing, and transportation, but also can collect taxes, and free people have the motivation to learn technology. The crowd broke out into a heated discussion, and Field directly announced the second point. Second, I don't want to care about racial issues. Just don't violate the basic law. Although I am not a subhuman, my dear chosen one is a subhuman, so put away your prejudices, look up at the surrounding fog of death, and don't kill everyone for inexplicable reasons. Field paused. I personally like subhumans. As long as they are hardworking and simple and don't cause trouble for me, they are my good subjects. After these days of contact, Field felt that subhumans are not like some races who are lazy and want to destroy everywhere, so he is happy to accept them. In addition, the beast-eared girl is really cute. Asana's eyes were red, and he felt a sense of respect and equality. Third, when you pray in the future, bring Asana's name. This point made Field entangled for a long time. He wanted to build a more scientific territory, but the book said that the power of the chosen one comes from faith and city prosperity. Now Asana is a first-level chosen one. If she wants to advance to the second level, she needs a lot of faith. Field is skeptical about this, because according to the belief to enhance power, the papal states with believers all over the continent will be the most powerful existence, but this is not the case. Today's Holy Griffin Empire has surpassed the Papal States in terms of high-end combat power, not to mention other powerful countries on the continent. It's a pity that there is no control group. There is no confidence to try and make mistakes casually. Let's try it according to the experience of our predecessors. Afterwards, Field recruited slave soldiers again. There was no salary, but 3 meals were provided, and the only source of income was killing enemies. It was completely different from the situation last time when no one was willing. A large number of people were crowded to sign up. Field did not accept all the orders, pointing to the edge of the territory. If you want to be a soldier, run 5 laps around my territory. I will select the best according to your performance. In addition, I am very democratic. You can give up at any time. With a light sentence, 6 people gave up at once. These guys were lazy, and they were satisfied with a piece of black bread every day. They can't even do basic obedience. It's obvious that they just want to eat. Field shook his head. He didn't need such soldiers. The rest of them gritted their teeth and started running. The quality of the newly joined slaves was much worse than the first batch. Most of them were weak and thin, like skeleton soldiers. It was not until noon that the last person finished running. Looking at the last stumbling figure, Field was not angry but happy. Physical fitness can be improved, but tenacious perseverance is difficult to obtain. Excluding 2 guys who were clever and ran fewer laps, Field obtained 23 soldiers. Field took out all the wolf-like people from the original 30-man guard, mixed them with new soldiers, formed a 20-man plundering cavalry team. The rest formed a 33-man guards. If there were nobles or knights here, they would be shocked by Field's behavior. Training civilians as an army was crazy, not to mention slaves. They were stupid, ignorant, timid, and cowardly. They were not even qualified to be cannon fodder. They could barely fill the enemy's moat. Field actually organized them seriously and provided them with armor and equipment. The butler looked at the recruited skeleton soldiers with mouths so full that they could swallow ostrich eggs. He was shocked by the Lord's behavior. He found Field and said bluntly, "My lord, the previous 30-man guard was already outrageous. Why did they expand the scale again and give the precious war horses to the lowly slaves? They will eat the precious war horses in a moment. Don't get excited, cow. Look at the performance of Mountain Cat and Hammer. They are very good. We can get here and clear the foothold thanks to them. This is just helplessness in a hurry. When faced with a real test, they will definitely scatter." Cow pointed his finger to the sky and vowed, "A real soldier is born in a military family, masters various military qualities and weapon skills, and has a noble character." Field rubbed his eyebrows. This guy must have been brainwashed by bards and novelists. What should we use? We are surrounded by monsters. Of course, we should hire mercenaries and adventurers. Cow answered as a matter of course. Mercenaries, these unreliable guys. Field was worried that they would betray him. History has proved countless times that only warriors from the people can form a potential army. Thank you for your advice, but I want to give them a chance. Field rolled his eyes and said in an unquestionable tone, "Cow, give the soldiers extra meals, 1 extra egg per person, and I will take them out to clean up the monsters in the afternoon. They will show their value." The territory was short of manpower, and Field did not dare to take everyone away, otherwise it would be bad if the base was blown up. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Field led the slave guards into the gray fog. In fact, it is difficult to have a concept of time in the gray fog, because it is always gray and only at night will it become pitch black. Ashina rode a giant wolf and cleared the way at the front of the team. The eyes of the chosen one seemed to have been transformed and could observe the world more clearly. Then it was Field and his newly formed slave guards, maintaining a slower speed and advancing with difficulty in the woods full of thorns and flesh tentacles. According to the map, we will soon reach Rum Village, a village that once provided rich vegetables for the city. It's a pity that I can only see corruption now. Ashina put her hand above her eyes and tried her best to look far away. Well, be careful of our right front. There are 7 rotten corpses approaching. I think they are the villagers of Rum Village. Practice for the newcomers. Seeing Ashina's relaxed face, Field knew that the rotten corpses that came were all small garbage, just right for the new recruits to see blood. After hearing this, several recruits swallowed their saliva in unison. Instinct told them that they should run away at this time, but the Lord was right behind them, so they dared not move rashly. Thinking of the smooth and delicious eggs, the guards seemed to have their souls sublimated. Most slaves have never eaten eggs until now. When eating eggs at noon, many people didn't even have time to chew them, and they hurriedly swallowed the eggs into their stomachs. Several people were stuck by the eggs, but even so they all felt happy. In order to enjoy this happiness, the slaves were willing to bear the risk of death. Roared a woman who looked like the ancient corpse of Lulan rushed out of the gray fog. She was without a piece of clothing, her shriveled and disgusting chest drooped to her lower abdomen, and her whole body was filled with mucus. The experienced slave guards stood up with long spears and stabbed from all directions to hold the rotten corpse firmly. Come on, poke her head or stab her chest a few more times. Keep your hands steady and don't swing your body too much. Lynx generously shared his experience, then dragged the recruit with soft legs and feet to the corpse. The recruit raised his halberd several times, but didn't dare to stab, and was even scared to pee his pants by the roaring corpse. This is a demon. A devil. Some recruits trembled. Field had seen many zombie movies in his previous life, but the slaves hadn't. They believed that the corpse was inhabited by demons, and if they were not careful, they would be cursed by the demons. Go, don't be a cowardly quail. Field scolded. He couldn't let the soldiers feel fear because fear is contagious. At that time, more people will regard the corpse as a devil, not a creature that can be killed. Even if it is a devil, I and the chosen one are here. You are afraid of nothing. I will kill the devil for you to see. Puff, after being scolded by Field, the soldier finally handed out the halberd. Although he closed his eyes and almost stabbed it into the arms of the corpse, he finally took the first step. After the recruit did all this, his legs softened and he collapsed to the ground. Look, it's not difficult, and there is no curse. Field pointed to the corpse on the ground and snapped his fingers lightly. As long as you keep a good distance, they are easier to deal with than stupid roe deer. Other corpses gathered around. With the first person's demonstration, the other recruits also plucked up the courage to attack. After easily dealing with this group of monsters, Field led everyone to move forward and soon arrived outside the village of Rum. What's wrong with these corpses? Field looked at the trembling skull logo on the small map and scratched his head in confusion. Are they dancing? Jinns are so beautiful. Well, Lord, I can clean up the corpses in Rum village by myself. It's too dangerous ahead. I can go. Asana's eyes dodged back and forth and her fair face was flushed at some point. This strange look immediately aroused Field's curiosity. What did Asana see? Let's go and see together. Field rubbed his chin. Well, okay. Asana hesitated. When Field saw the scene that exploded in front of him, he immediately regretted his stubbornness. A pile of deformed corpses, playing artificial people in the farmland outside the village. The scene was extremely chaotic. Even the kumba was rotten, but they seemed to be doing exercise instinctively. Field was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He covered his face and thought to himself, I actually traveled to the world of H-games, right? No wonder the female corpse didn't even have clothes before. The soldiers were also amused and shouted loudly, and the originally oppressive atmosphere was swept away. Boom! Ashna couldn't hold it anymore and immediately ordered the dragon wolf to purify with fire. The space twisted, and the hot blue flames engulfed most of the twisted. The figure of the rotten corpse was bent, and the crackling sound of bones bursting was endless, and finally all turned into ashes. Several rotten corpses with only human outlines screamed and rushed from the back. Taichui reacted immediately. His tall body leaned back slightly, like a bow with power, and when the rotten corpses got close, he knocked them over with a shield strike, and then ruthlessly trampled them, crushing the fragile chest cavity, and the rotten corpses immediately stopped moving. The guards were unwilling to lag behind, after all. These staggering rotten corpses were all walking silver coins. Under the random stabbing of the long spear, the rotten corpses without armor could only leave a series of corpses. Let's kill into the village together. And be careful not to leave the range of the fog lights. Field's hands itched, but it was a pity that he was holding the important fog lights. Otherwise, he would also like to chop two to satisfy his pleasure. Puff puff, the rotten corpses fell in a pool of blood. The guards advanced steadily. Field clearly heard that the footsteps of the crowd began to converge into a rhythmic roar. This was a natural drumbeat. As long as the rhythm was mastered, everyone could feel the power of the collective. The recruits were hesitant at first, but they were infected by the crowd and soon joined in the strangulation. Soon most of the corpses in Rum village were killed, and there were rotting corpses everywhere with a terrible stench. Field walked to the center of the village, where there was a dilapidated well that had now collapsed. Field placed the fog lights here. Just 5 minutes after announcing the order to rest, he noticed a large number of red skulls suddenly appearing on the small map. Be careful. There are still monsters here. No, there are a lot of them. Field announced the retreat without saying a word, but the enemy was extremely fast, even faster than trotting on horseback. My lord, run away, I see. The guard in charge of the sentry ran over in a hurry and was interrupted by Field as soon as he uttered a few words. If we leave Rum Village now, we will run into the enemy. The most urgent thing is to find a place to defend. Sir, don't be too far away from me for a while. Asuna grabbed Field's arm and said in a low voice, I am confident that I can break out. Field understood what she meant and nodded. I will, but I still don't want to escape until the end. Abandon the cart here first and take out the crossbow and string it. Field learned from the last lesson and brought a crossbow with him. Roar, a dwarf-like monster, used its slender arms to climb over the broken wall, jumped on a guard, opened its huge mouth and began to bite. Squeak, squeak. The armor was even bitten with a sharp sound. The guard was shocked and swung it a few times, but he didn't throw the monster down. Fortunately, Asuna reacted quickly and drew out a long knife to split the monster in two. Is this a corrupted monkey? With long arms and legs and a tail, it should be a monkey without a doubt. As if receiving some kind of signal, the whole Rum Village was boiling, with dwarf monsters jumping around randomly everywhere, black and dense, like a rushing muddy stream. Field forced himself to calm down, quickly scanned the small map, and tried to calculate that if he took a wrong step, he might put everyone in a dead end. Run, go to the southeast, there is a big yard. 1, 2, 10, more and more dwarf corpse monsters turned over the ruins of Rum Village and jumped into Field's sight. Shoot! Field gave an order, and the guards had been waiting for this moment. They immediately fired crossbows, and the monkey monsters that jumped over immediately burst into blood flowers, as if they had hit an invisible wall, and their bodies fell to the ground. Open the way. Asuna waved her hand, and the dragon wolf stepped forward quickly, spewing deadly flames while advancing quickly. Asuna herself decisively guarded the rear, and 5 monkey monsters attacked at the same time. When the monsters were in a straight line at the same time, Asuna flashed out, and the slender cavalry sword slashed across. After the cold light, the 5 monsters were cut in half at the same time and fell down with blood. From the corner of his eye, he saw a monster crawling on the ground at a fast speed, trying to suddenly jump up and attack. Asuna raised her white and soft long legs and stomped on the monster's head. The monster's head was stomped open, and the eyeballs bounced open. Taking advantage of the time that Asuna bought, Field led people to rush into the large yard quickly. The guards next to him had moved stones and rotten furniture to block the gate. It's not safe here. Go back and rely on the house for defense. Field looked at the small map again. The trend of red signs could not see the edge. The only comforting thing was that the monsters were not targeting him, but running in another direction, just happened to touch the Rum Village. Block the gate and take turns to rest. They are just passing by and will leave soon. Field encouraged everyone. With the dragon wolf, Asuna, and the army, it is not difficult to block the gate. Soon, the corrupted monkeys launched a violent attack. Unfortunately, Field's army formation was a tenacious levy, allowing the guards to hold the gate. The guards in full armor even had to be equipped with heavy shields, and the monkeys could not break through at all. Asuna's giant wolf was more like a flamethrower tank. Even if it was wrapped like a dumpling by the corrupted creatures, it could not break even a single scale. The only drawback was that Asuna was forced to leave her mount and become an infantryman. Field was panting, and his heart was beating very fast. The reputation of the cursed land is not groundless. Luck also accounts for a large part of his ability to live now. We have to build a tall wall quickly. Rubbing his eyebrows, Field was glad that the monster was not heading towards the winery. Everyone covered each other and persisted for half an hour before the monster tide slowly disappeared. So tired. Asuna pulled out her long sword and shook off the dirty blood on it. Although she was the chosen one, her strength was limited. This was the biggest zombie tide she encountered since coming to the night territory. Fortunately, the last corrupted monkey was killed, and the monsters around were cleared out. Thank you for your hard work. Field looked at Asuna's sweaty appearance and felt distressed. Asuna not only had to hold the line but also had to output and from time to time reduce the defense pressure of others. Thanks to Asuna's presence, no guards died. It can be said that everyone was holding Asuna back, but training guards was necessary. Asuna winked playfully. No meal of meat is eaten in vain. Thank you, Lord Asana. The guards also thanked Asana embarrassedly, and there was no hostility and vigilance in their eyes, but pure awe. The humans in this world are not like those people on Earth who have strange tendencies. They have always been resistant to demi-humans, believing that demi-humans are monsters that are a cross between beasts and humans and are unclean beings. Take a half-hour break when the time comes, everyone will. Act again, Field poked the monster's corpse with a long sword. Curious about their structure and the purpose of migration, Rum Village has experienced 10 years of corruption. Most of the houses have collapsed and the windows are broken. It is called a village, but it is actually a large garbage dump. Field doesn't even have much hope. After resting, groups of 5 go to search for loot. As long as it is useful, you can take it away. The night territory lacks everything. Pots and pans, even wood chips, are very useful, putting the fog lights in the center of the village. Field looked at Rum Village and considered whether it could become a base after walking around the village. Ashina came back to report, "My lord, I just noticed a strange plant in a farmyard, glowing green, and I felt the power of magic." "Oh, let's go and see." Field stood up. The word magic was particularly attractive. Could it be the treasures of heaven and earth in the novel? When we arrived at the house on the west side of the village, the main structure had collapsed, but the outer wall of the yard was made of stones, not a simple fence, so it was well preserved. Field saw a small patch of green plants at a glance, shining with stars, as if it was the instinct of life. Field immediately went over and studied it curiously. It looks a bit like a small green vegetable that has just broken through the soil. Field stretched out his finger and poked it. A strange smell rushed into his nose. Achoo! Field sneezed violently. Seeing Field was choked, Ashina chuckled. "My lord, don't touch strange things casually." "Wait, are you okay?" Seeing Field become confused and his eyes blurred, Ashina was shocked and hurried forward to check. The blood vessels on Field's forehead were beating violently, a lot of sweat oozed out of his skin, and a certain part of his body immediately reacted. He smelled the pleasant smell on Ashina's body. As if unable to control himself, Field immediately reached out and grabbed Ashina's wrist. Hey, Asana hadn't reacted yet. Field threw himself on Asana and buried his face in her neck. The unique fragrance of the chosen one permeated her heart. Then Field pressed hard against her. Her waist was soft and slender and she could hold it tightly. "My lord, don't do this." Asana felt the hot and wet breath on her neck and looked around in panic. She said so, but she didn't push it away. She even needed to control the powerful divine power in her body, otherwise the violent divine power might hurt her lord. Feeling Field's delicate and hot tongue, gently rubbing and picking, Asana immediately felt a tingling in her back and her legs went weak. The next moment, Field put his other hand to a strange place. How did things turn out like this? Asana didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She needed to resist the pleasure coming from her body, and she had to control the divine power to prevent it from going out of control. Doing two things at the same time made her more sensitive. It was about to be opened and eaten. Fortunately, Ashina bit the tip of her tongue lightly, which made her brain clear, and she quickly retreated. Well, it feels very comfortable, but it's not right. It's too weird. After all, no one likes to read too much content. There's something wrong with that plant. There are only devilish things in the gray fog. Ashina regretted it very much. She should have burned the suspicious thing earlier. "Lord Field, where are you?" The guards found that Field was not in the center of the village, and they had already come to find him anxiously. "Oh my God!" Panic immediately appeared on Ashina's shy face. In panic, she lost all her pleasure. Ashina immediately pulled out her hand and urged her divine power to point at Field's forehead. Pure divine power immediately dispelled the medicinal properties of the magic plant. I feel dizzy." Field held his head and gradually woke up. The beastly desire in his heart was suppressed by reason. When he opened his eyes, he saw Ashina holding her legs together. Her face was red as if water was about to drip out, but she still pretended to look at the scenery. "I'm fine." The guard came over, and Field waved his hand, signaling him to go out and wait. "I don't think I have studied that little green vegetable yet." Frowning, Field felt that he had done this before, shook his sore arms, immediately bent down and stretched out his hand to pick one as a sample. "So, is this a magical plant?" "Don't, goddess of winter." Ashina was almost stupid. If it happened again, she might not be able to control herself. She might even have to change her skirt when she went back. How could she let Field do this again? "You just studied it. This plant is very dangerous." Ashina had no choice but to whisper everything that had just happened to Field. What a perverted plant. Field was shocked but then sighed. What a pity, I have no memory at all. What do you mean by pity? I am scared by you. If this plant can devour souls, what should we do with the territory? Ashna waved her fingers angrily. Even if you want to get me, you don't have to rely on this, cough. Aware that she had said the wrong thing, Ashna immediately fell silent. Yes, burn it. As long as it is burned, the devil's plan will fail. Ashna gritted her teeth. Her red pupils seemed to be burning, like a fanatical villager participating in a witch hunt. Field looked at Ashna, who was in a panic, and laughed. Don't worry, you must be patient and tolerant when dealing with new things. Think about it, what will happen if you give this thing to horses and cows? Ashna's beautiful eyes widened and she crossed her hands. So perverted, you can't crossbreed. I mean cows and horses are impossible, but humans and subhumans can. Puff. Field laughed loudly. It was obvious that Ashna's IQ was not online because of his actions. It's a problem of livestock breeding. With this herb, livestock breeding will be much easier in the future. As long as the number of cattle and sheep increases, we will have endless meat. Field snapped his fingers happily. The magic resistance of the chosen ones is very strong. Some royal scholars have done experiments. Ordinary chosen ones can be immune to 35%, 70% of magic damage. The chosen ones who specialize in defense can even be completely immune to magic and even rebound magic. Field handed over the jar and asked Ashna to collect 3 samples with soil. The money harvest was very bleak. The guards searched the entire rum village and found a total of 21 silver coins and 87 copper coins. The village is too poor, and we are not the first to visit. Field picked up an old silver coin and gently brushed off the dirt on it. The beautiful lines of the silver coin appeared again in front of him. When the war broke out between the Empire and the Orcs, both sides came to Rum Village to rob, and the small amount of coins was expected. As for the rest of the spoils, a barely usable chair, a box, a dozen broken pottery pots, and a large pile of firewood removed from the furniture in the house. Fortunately, the return journey was smooth, and there was no obstruction from monsters. As soon as he stepped into the territory, Field's eyes lit up. There were no wriggling tentacles and pieces of meat in the farmland. It was refreshing, just like a hearty back rub, cleaning all the dirt. Only the soil full of toxins and the ashes of the burned, corrupted creatures were left in the farmland. My lord, we have cleaned up all the corruption in the territory and burned them to ashes. The slave showed a flattering expression and hunched over. Field rode on the horse, looked around and nodded. Well done, each of you will get a reward. The slaves smiled happily. The next task is to repair my big winery, remove the decayed remains, replace the rotten wood, and repair the landslides and holes. Field had already made plans. Living in a place with leaks everywhere and filled with the smell of monsters' urine is a torture to the body, even though Field's residence is the best place in Night Territory. But sir, I don't know how to do carpentry. Field was stunned for a moment, as if he had forgotten this point, and immediately shouted loudly, Is there anyone who can do carpentry, stonemasonry, or blacksmithing? There was a complete silence on the field, and the butler cow said bluntly, Sir, those who can master the technology are all free people, and slaves are trash. Then go recruit some. It just so happens that I plan to go to a city outside the Grey Fog. Where is the nearest city? By the way, Maple Leaf City in the High Castle province must have what we need there. The butler looked regretful. Each city's craftsmen will have their own craftsmen's guild, which is directly governed by the Lord and cannot be recruited with money. Moreover, I don't think there will be any craftsmen willing to come to the Night Territory. I will go there myself. Field shrugged. The butler cow would only raise objections instead of thinking about solving problems. He was used to it. Just right, I can bring some wine to sell. I will label them as rare treasures, although they are rare treasures. With the bizarre story, they will definitely sell well. Like the treasure of a dragon, Asana seemed to understand. Field snapped his fingers. Yes, Asana, even if it is a boot guarded by a dragon if it is picked up in a dragon cave. And we are not lying. Those fine wines are indeed guarded by powerful corrupt creatures, although corrupt creatures have no interest in wine. Asana covered her mouth and laughed. The carpenter's work is not urgent. First, clean up all the garbage in the winery, transport all the rotten equipment and stones produced by landslides out, and then clean it up. I expect it will take 3 days. After doing this, I will reward each of you with 20 copper coins. My lord, you are so generous. Field's generosity is already a consensus among all the people in the territory. Outside the Knight territory, even if a freeman works for a month, he may not get 20 copper coins. For Field, the coins he spent would soon return to his pocket, which was nothing at all. He even hoped that the slaves would quickly become freemen, because only freemen were eligible to marry and have children. Similarly, freemen needed to fulfill many important duties, such as paying taxes. Just thinking about it, Field felt an invisible force surge into his body. There was no increase in strength, but he immediately noticed the difference. He advanced to a first-level lord. In fact, if you sign a contract with the Chosen One, you may become a lord. Field originally had the talent of a lord, and all this was a natural thing. In this world, there are not only extraordinary knights, magicians, or chosen ones, but lords can also have levels, but they don't have much killing power. The lord can see the general situation of his territory. Name, Field profession, Lord territory, Starry Night Winery and nearby farmland contracted Chosen One. Ashina population, 217 people development, 1 nothing happiness, -32 disappointed and depressed environmental value, -89 full of corruption unsuitable for living, odds of appearance of Chosen One. 1 in 100 billion Lord's talent. Small map can detect surrounding creatures, exclusive talent, panel, concrete biological attributes, exclusive talent, prosperous domain, dispel the death fog in the territory. Speed up the melting of the influence of corruption, additional talent of Chosen One. Taming of fierce beasts. It is easier to cultivate fierce beasts for war in the territory. Provided by Ashina, ennoblement, advancing 50 wolf cavalry to the first level, provided by Ashina. Field's eyes lit up, and he laughed happily with difficulty suppressing the corners of his mouth. My lord, what are you laughing at? Ashina scratched her head with a curious look on her face. Nothing, I just thought of something funny. Field asked people to turn off the fog lights in the territory, which scared everyone, thinking that Field had gone crazy. Okay, I won't scare you anymore. Field smiled and spread his hands. I have mastered the Lord's talent. I can ensure that the territory will not be corrupted without the fog lights. Everyone was skeptical, but they didn't dare to refute it until Field turned off the fog lights and the fog didn't penetrate at all, and everyone relaxed. Then there was ecstasy, and almost everyone fell into a happy celebration. After all, the fog lights can only last for about a month. As long as the Lord has no money to buy them from the church, they will die at any time. But with the Lord's fog-removing ability, they can really put a nail in the Knight territory. Tonight there will be an extra meal, and everyone can get broth and 2 loaves of bread. Field announced in a high-pitched tone. Saving a fog light is 25 gold coins, and this wave of blood profit is 250,000 black bread. Long live! Everyone cheered. The maid Sisters shouted with her loud voice. This is great news. No wonder I dreamed that my grandma smiled at me last night. Lord Field, you are really a natural noble, and the blood of the Lord flows in your veins. Field was embarrassed by the praise, and immediately said to Cow, give my maid, manservant, and cook an extra portion of honey cake. Oh my God, sir. We don't have much honey cake. Cow still maintained his style of offending people, exclaimed, the maids can just eat the leftovers of you and Lady Ashina. That is already the best food in the whole territory. There is no need to add extra food. Squeaky, Sisser's teeth were almost broken, and she wanted to pounce on Cow's face immediately. The maid Sparrow has never been talkative, but she was also very angry. Okay, it's rare that everyone is happy, Sissers. Why are you still standing there stupidly? Go to the storage. I will go to the room to share the cake with everyone. Field never skimps on these small profits. Long live the Lord. The 2 sweet, loving maids cheered loudly, as happy as 2 birds. Jumping and running to the storage room, Cow sighed and silently calculated the supplies of the territory. To the southeast of the northern province is the Morning Wind province, where Field's cheap father is located. To the southwest is the High Castle province. To the north of the northern province is the home of the orcs. Field decided to go to the High Castle province, a province with 5 earls and mostly mountainous areas. Sitting at the wooden table, the creaking broken window made him frown slightly. Field tried his best to keep his heart calm. He carefully opened a book called Grey Mist and Death. This book is worth up to 10 silver coins and was written by Lucas, a famous scholar and explorer in the Empire. Gemini calendar. September 1, 147. Day should have been the day of awakening celebrated by the whole country, but for the future of the Empire, I, Lucas, I resolutely entered the abandoned and cursed land, the northern province. Fortunately, I was not the only one who entered it. There were 2 royal chosen ones, as well as the fallen noble Darren and his daughter. Field leisurely picked up a piece of cut apple from the plate in front of him and put it into his mouth to chew. The sweet juice stimulated the taste buds, and Field was refreshed and continued to read. With a company of 3 peerless beauties. This trip will definitely be full of fun. Although the royal chosen ones are all terrifying level 5, it does not prevent me from feasting my eyes. The 3 outer baronies in the north, Cloud Curtain, Night Curtain, and Morning Curtain, were all good places full of fine wine and beauties when I was young. Now it is full of corruption. Among them, there is a kind of ugly Batgirl who frequently attacks us. I think they are all corrupted from prostitutes, because there are still exclusive tattoos and jewelry on their limbs. My guard steel fork caught the Batgirl and tried the depth. What a brave and fearless guy with an exploratory spirit. May the goddess bless him. Puffy. Field spit out the half-chewed apple chunks and laughed. It was outrageous that someone dared to attack an ugly female monster. Just like modern people's orientation, as long as it is female, someone will like it. Wiping away the tears squeezed out of the corners of his eyes due to wild laughter, Field became curious. Will corruption cause reproductive isolation between people? Poor steel fork, he died of lower body ulceration in the end, and his big tits turned into a disgusting tumor. He was in great pain when he died. Corruption is the devil's curse, and steel fork may not be able to go to heaven. Except for those chosen by God, I think no creature can resist the curse. Field closed the book. The sensory vocabulary throughout the book made Field not want to read for the time being. Lucas can only be regarded as an adventurer or explorer. As a scholar, he lacks rigor. Not all creatures cannot resist corruption, at least plants can. Field thought of the green plants collected in Rum Village. They were not pieces of meat or tentacles. Ah! A scream came from outside the window. Field's hand shook and he almost knocked over the teacup he raised to his mouth. The steaming tea in it spilled down, scalding himself. It was difficult to dry wet clothes in the night. Field glanced at the small map and there was no skull logo. It seems that it is another idiot who needs to be dealt with and can't control his lower body. Field rubbed his temple. The slaves were mixed together. There would always be violence and forced incidents. Even the whip could not change their nature. Slaves did not have the right to mate, but most of them could not even eat enough and had no intention of passing on their family line. My lord, hearing a trot outside the corridor, the butler Wagwin knocked on the door hurriedly. Come in, what's the matter? Field came to the window and glanced. It was still dark outside. The torches downstairs were erected, but Field could only see some panicked faces appearing next to the torches. It seemed that things were going to be more serious. The clay pot prostrated on the ground, trembling, and said, My lord, our territory is in big trouble. Field was anxious for a while but still remained calm. Don't worry, tell me what the trouble is. Robbers, armed robbers attacked our territory. After all, the clay pot was still young. He was so frightened that he couldn't help himself. His hands supporting the ground shook like Parkinson. Several slaves went to the farmland to defecate and was suddenly attacked by robbers rushing out of the gray fog. They killed 2 people with spears and took away a female slave. Field hurriedly stepped forward and asked in surprise, did they choose to retreat instead of continuing to attack? Yes, they left immediately. Field cursed. If you can retreat, you must have a certain amount of wisdom. In this broken place full of toxins, you can still encounter robbers. Is there anything more outrageous than this? Maybe it's your cute stepmother and brothers and sisters. It is possible. If they get the information of the chosen, it will be dangerous. Field looked at the small map again, and there was nothing unusual. This reminded Field of Connor's cavalry. They only showed the exclamation mark when they were close to a certain distance. It seems that the warning range of the small map is limited. It can only broadcast the chosen and the corrupted creatures at a longer distance. You notify others to hide on the first floor of the winery. I will go to chase them. Field took the long sword from the shelf and walked downstairs quickly. Asuna was already checking the bodies downstairs. When she saw Field coming downstairs, she immediately apologized aggrievedly. I disturbed your rest and let the enemy enter the territory. It is my fault. It's not your fault. The territory has not even built a wall. It is not impossible for the enemy to infiltrate. It is normal that Asuna did not notice the enemy because of fatigue after a bloody day of fighting. Field half knelt down, stretched out his hand to tear off the tattered and smelly linen clothes on the corpse, and immediately tilted his head in confusion. The wound on the abdomen is actually irritating at an upward angle. Are those robbers dwarves? It's really strange. Ashina rubbed her smooth chin and shook her legs rhythmically. The white thigh flesh trembled slightly. The slight movement allowed her to stay focused. Maybe it's not human, maybe it's a nasty dwarf. Field's worried feeling subsided a little. Things might not be too bad, at least not fatal. Ashina, can your wolf smell the enemy's traces? It sounds weird to use a dragon-type giant wolf as a dog. Ashina slapped her head. Why didn't I think of this method? Take me with you. I have to see what kind of dog dares to attack my territory. Field gritted his teeth. He can unlike the original owner. He was kind. I will chop off their dog heads. Ashina was already familiar with Field's character and smiled. Of course, I will be your sword. The giant wolf sniffed the corpse a few times, and its blue eyes were aimed at the northeast of the night territory. The enemy fled there. Fortunately, it did not run to the south. The enemy might not really be human. Dingling-dang-dang, a dozen slave guards ran out in disheveled clothes. Many of them were still wearing armor, with sleepy eyes. Field pulled the corner of his mouth and wanted to scold, but stopped. Don't expect the soldiers of this era to be as disciplined as the Chinese army. There's no doubt that the guards slept very soundly, so that when Field was ready to set off, most of them were still in their dreams. You guard the territory and don't let the enemy kill back. Field did not intend to take them with him. The pursuit was mainly based on speed. By the time the troops were assembled, the enemy might have run away. However, disciplined training should be put on the agenda. A lazy army has no combat effectiveness. It can't even protect the basic territory. Ashina pulled Field onto the giant wolf. With Field's small map, the possibility of being ambushed can be greatly reduced. More stable than horseback, Field's first feeling after riding the giant wolf was that it was very comfortable. Riding a horse is not difficult. The horseback is very wide. As long as you stabilize your body and get used to it, you will be amazed that riding a horse is easier than riding a bicycle. After all, bicycles have no IQ, and many equestrian masters can even sleep while riding. Ashina's dragon wolf is more stable. The rugged scales on its back will not pierce people. They will automatically shrink and close, tightly fitting like modern crafts. Let's go. Driving the giant wolf, the two rushed into the gray fog quickly. I only felt that the surrounding vision was rapidly blurred. The strong wind was whistling in my ears, and the speed of the wolf rider was so fast that it was amazing. It was just like a subway. In just 4 minutes, Ashina found the enemy in the dense, corrupted forest. I saw them. Ashina's red pupils shone with magic in the gray fog. The enemy was repairing in an open space, playing with the body of the female slave. I really envy you for being able to see through the gray fog. I can't see anything right now. After signing the contract, the Lord can also be immune to the toxins of the death fog, but cannot see through the gray fog, so Field's eyes are all white. What are the things that attack the territory? A group of short people, dwarves, but not that fat. Can you beat them? If not, attack with the guards. No problem, they are just ordinary life forms. Asuna felt the warmth on Field's chest and pressed against her back. Her throat unconsciously made a comfortable snoring sound, but her tone was still nonchalant. Just crush them, they didn't notice our existence. Field carefully drew out his long sword, trying not to make any sound, and then lowered his voice and said, "Then kill them." Woo, the murderous wolf howl sounded, immediately breaking the silence of the gray fog. In response to the wolf howl, there was a rapid and panicked scream. Field's small map only popped up a lot of red exclamation marks at this time. Sure enough, non-corrupted creatures need to be hostile to me before they will pop up a reminder. Swoosh, 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 a series of javelins pierced the gray fog and attacked the two. The giant wolf dodged quickly and turned into a blurry figure and easily flashed past. The enemy can see us, so hiding in the gray fog is meaningless. Field turned on the fog lights and his vision immediately became clear. There were shadowy tentacles and vines all around, and all kinds of rotten corpses on the ground, but the most eye-catching was the group of dwarves. To be precise, it was a group of goblins with big noses and sharp teeth. Like ordinary goblins, these little monsters had white turbid pupils of the dead and khaki skin. And the captured female slave had been killed by the death haze because she was walking in the gray fog, but she was still stripped naked and tortured. Because of the corruption on the left abdomen, a bunch of fine tumors were produced. Field, a patient with trypophobia, just took a quick glance and almost died on the spot. Seeing humans, the gray goblin danced and challenged. They are immune to the gray fog, which is not good news. Seeing the goblin's appearance, Field immediately understood that the gray goblin was a species that could survive after the death fog selection. Let one go and don't kill it, kill the rest. Ashna did not hide her murderous intention, understood. Puff, the figure of the giant wolf, suddenly appeared above. The goblin at the front of the team. Asuna looked at the dead slaves, and a trace of anger surged on her pretty face. The speed of the spear in her hand increased again. With the sound of iron entering the flesh, the unfortunate goblin was stabbed in the chest, and blood spurted out immediately. He was immediately picked up by the impact of the giant wolf and fell in the distance like a rag, with his bones broken. There were a lot of goblins, more than 30 in total, wearing ill-fitting armor and rushing forward, like a khaki wave. Goblins held rusty spears and stabbed from all directions. Some crazy ones even rushed forward in a big shape, trying to pull people off their mounts. Looking for death. The popular defeatling is just a product of the imperial novelists to please the public. In front of the terrifying combat power of the Chosen One, goblins, at least ordinary goblins, have no chance at all. Even without breathing fire, the giant wolf rushed through the goblin wave, and Ashna frequently stabbed out the lance, and each time she stabbed out, she would take the life of one or even several goblins. The blood spread and then seeped into the soil of the north, gathering into small pools of blood in the low-lying areas. The wailing and screaming came one after another, and with the unique Cthulhu terrain of the North Province, it was like hell. Wow! The goblins who suffered heavy casualties began to flee. But exposing their defenseless backs to the highly mobile wolf cavalry was extremely stupid. Ashna did not kill them all immediately. In fact, she only needed to let the dragon wolf breathe fire to kill these rat-like creatures in seconds. Drawing out her long knife, Ashna slowly chased after the goblins. Field could always find the right moment, swinging her long sword over the fleeing goblins and chopping them into pieces. Soon, there was only one goblin left, and Ashna followed it from a distance. Creatures full of fear often cannot think, and they prefer to return to the safest place. After walking into a forest, Field could identify from the small map that there was originally a stone road here. 10 years ago, a large number of travelers and merchants would walk here, which was safe and efficient. Then after so many years of corruption, Fay Ald couldn't even see any traces of the past. But a series of skeletons on the roadside made Field feel that he had found the right direction. A camp in the dense forest, full of corrupted thorn bushes, like thorns that wriggle like earthworms, is the best place for this group of goblins to live. This group of goblins is called the Black Forest Tribe. The goblin leader likes this name very much. They are descendants of the noble orc expeditionary army. In order to attack the gateway of mankind, the Holy Griffin Empire, the Emperor of the Orcs launched a vigorous expedition. It would be better if there was no failure. The despicable humans seem to have communicated with the power of the devil, causing death haze and killing all creatures in the entire northern border. Otherwise, he would have been in the warm and comfortable human city, grabbing the princess to play the kun word movement. Fortunately, the tenacious goblins adapted to the corruption and evolved into gray fog goblins. There is still a chance to break through the damn walls of humans and capture some humans for reproduction in the future, the goblin leader fantasized. The sound of hurried footsteps interrupted his thoughts, and a khaki goblin stumbled in. "Boss, we found the human camp," the goblin said in a language that only they could understand. The goblin leader was delighted. "Bless the beast god, where are they? I want." Before he finished speaking, the goblin leader's smile froze because a giant wolf more than 2 meters tall was already standing proudly in his sight. "Damn, shit, you led the enemy here." There were more than 100 goblins in the camp, and their combat power was not as good as the previous 30. Field glanced back and forth and knew what was going on. What do they eat, rotten plants? Field was puzzled, but now was not the time to study nature. With a wave of his hand, Field said angrily, "Burn them all to ashes. They dared to attack my people. They are really tired of living. This is no longer an ordinary goblin, and he should hit hard." The scales on the wolf's throat immediately blew out a lot of steam, and then the heat was like a dam opening. The space around it became distorted. The scorching temperature instantly blasted into the goblin camp, and the surrounding rotten plants immediately dehydrated and died. The goblins were even worse, being caught in the flames and twisted into a ball in pain, and the rest of the goblins collapsed and ran around. Field remembered the scene when he was a child, pouring hot water on ants. The fire column swept back and forth in the camp, and the goblins ignited by the flames wailed in pain. More were directly hit and then burned into a pool of black ashes. The rest of the guys were unwilling to wait for death in despair and fought back with javelins and stones. The goblin leader led 7 or 8 diehards, holding spears, and charged at Field. Swoosh, the goblin in the front fell to the ground without a sound, his intestines and broken organs flowing out of the huge wound in his abdomen, and the arrow that shot him dead sank into the boulder behind him, the tail of the arrow still trembling slightly. Ashina was too lazy to command the giant wolf to attack. She drew her arrow and shot at the goblin quickly. The charging goblin didn't even have time to consider whether to escape, and they were all shot to death by silver streams of light. Soon, all the goblins in the camp were killed, the ground was roasted and cracked, and the ground was full of gray ashes. These goblins have armor. They definitely didn't make it themselves. I think there are things around that are worth exploring. Field remained focused. Unfortunately, the small map did not mark the supplies. He picked up a piece of rusty iron. This seems to be something from the royal family, but it's so rotten that no one wants it even if it's scrap metal. The exquisite and gorgeous chrysanthemum pattern on it vaguely shows that it is a shoulder armor produced by the royal family, which was worn on the goblin's head as a helmet. Field flicked his fingers on it, and the rust fell all over the ground. Well, what am I expecting? These armors have rusted into slag and have no value. Throwing away the garbage with disdain, Field continued to search in the goblin camp. There is no such thing as antiques in this era. My lord, I guess there are still their nests nearby. There are no cubs in the territory. This is very strange. Search carefully. Whether there are treasures is secondary. This group of goblins must be wiped out. Field looked serious. He didn't want to leave a group of monsters that hated him. If you don't remove the roots, they will grow again in the spring breeze. Asina tilted her head. She felt that Field was particularly wary of the goblins, who were obviously weak creatures. However, the Lord gave the order, and Asina searched carefully around. As they predicted, after a careful search, they found that the goblin cubs were hidden in a cave not far from the territory. Pulling aside the thorns covering the cave entrance, Field bent down and went in. The entrance was small, but after getting in, she found that the space was very spacious and full of debris, especially a large pile of armor and weapons, but they were all rotten. The smell of rust and feces and urine filled the space with a pungent smell, but Field could ignore it. Anyway, the smell of decay was not much better. Wow, a bunch of weasel-sized goblins. Huddled together all over the ground, at least 100 of them if they were not found. They might be able to recover in a month. There are 2 deformed does imprisoned beside the goblin. Unsurprisingly, these 2 does are the goblin's biological mothers. Goblins have no females, so they can only reproduce with other creatures, and they reproduce very quickly. Hey, is it a species that is immune to the death haze? Field's eyes lit up and he went forward to check the doe, but after seeing a mouth and eyes on the doe's back, he was disappointed. It turned out to be a corrupted creature, just a non-aggressive type. Ashina covered her mouth and laughed. This kind of strange goblin is very rare. The death haze is not immune to it casually. This is true, otherwise the Empire would have recovered the vast northern province long ago. Something is wrong. These goblins can already reproduce with corrupted creatures. Field suddenly thought of this and took a breath of cold air. Corrupted creatures are everywhere. If the goblins catch a large number of female corrupted creatures, it will pose a great threat to the Night Territory. That's a problem. We have to be careful of the goblins in the future. Ashina drew a long knife from her waist. The dragon wolf was too big to squeeze in, so they had to do it themselves. Let's do it together faster. Field picked up a rusty nail hammer from the ground, and like whack-a-mole, he smashed all the little goblins into 2-dimensional, and then hammered the 2 corrupted deer, sending them all to hell. After counting the spoils in the cave, Field got a cave full of tattered armor. It was time-consuming and laborious to move them, and they were useless, so they didn't want them. There was a locked iron. The wooden box attracted attention. Did you see the key? Field searched around. Ashina winked mischievously. Of course, my lord. She casually stretched out her slender hand and pulled off the iron lock on the box, along with the corrupt moss attached to it. Well, you are awesome. Field took a deep breath and opened the box slowly and cautiously, praying that there was no trigger bomb or treasure chest monster inside. Fortunately, the boring fantasy did not happen. The first thing that came into view was 2 flags. an old and faded griffin flag, and another one that Field did not recognize, a strange pattern composed of eyes and hexagrams, like the family flag of a noble. Just like the flag of the Ross family. It is a rose composed of abstract symbols and lines. Field did not want to use that flag because it looked like a gay. Under the flag, there were vertical sealed thin round wooden cylinders. Carefully prying open the lid with a knife, Field could see that there was a rolled parchment inside. Asana's eyes lit up and her wolf ears stood up. I feel like I found something interesting. Is it a royal secret that has been sealed for many years, or is it a treasure hidden by a noble? Field was also very curious. From the old griffin flag and royal armor, it was not difficult to see that this was equipment left over from the royal army. The paper in it must have recorded something interesting. Carefully pouring out the parchment scroll, Field saw the flame pattern on the scroll and suddenly felt very familiar. Asana just took a look and narrowed her eyes in frustration. I feel the magic flowing. I think this is not a treasure map. Sure enough, after opening it, I found that it was full of incomprehensible symbols. This is a magic scroll. No wonder I feel very familiar. My sister went to the Mage Academy. The magic scroll she brought home to show off was this style. As he said, Field, who had been itching to do it for a long time, aimed at the corpse of the corrupted deer and tore open the scroll. A large ball of flames surged out of the scroll, setting the two corpses on fire. The flames made the corpse of the rotten deer sizzle. But that was it. The used scroll lost its magical luster and completely became a toilet paper. There were no cool special effects, let alone the dark flames of the dragon wolf that destroyed the world. Field felt like he was watching a fire-breathing acrobatic performance, which was not even as exciting as the explosion of a gas tank. I seem to have wasted 10 gold coins. Field realized it later and was sweating all over. Although the damage of the magic scroll is very low, the market price of a first-level magic scroll is about 15 gold coins, and an antique magic scroll is worth about 10 gold coins, which is not cheap at all. Asana stuck out her small and exquisite tongue and said with a smile, "How can it be a waste? We have learned the power of magic scrolls. Just like you said, practice makes perfect. Besides, this is the first time I have seen magic scrolls. It is very interesting. This little girl is very sensible and can actually give herself a way out. I just mentioned it, and you remembered it." Field was infected by her positive attitude and patted Asana's head with a smile. There are 24 magic scrolls in the box. Excluding the ones Field used, it is expected to sell for 230 gold coins, which is a very rich harvest. Picking up garbage is also quite interesting. Field thought to himself that he could make a lot of money by taking a walk. Due to the special environment of the North, there are very few adventurers who dare to go deep into here, so there are many good things left. Back to the territory, everyone was relieved to see Field come back safely. After all, the leader was in trouble, and they would be killed by the death haze that day. Besides, Lord Field is a very good person. The slaves thought that they hoped that Field would be there, Lord forever, and let them eat half full, which would be like a god's life. Ugh, it's the head of a goblin. The more experienced Freeman Dogclaw exclaimed, "I have seen these dirty little things in big cities. They can even mate with sows and give birth to a bunch of little goblins. Yes, it is these monsters that attack the territory." Field threw the goblin's head on the ground and wiped his hands with a handkerchief. "We have avenged the dead, and hope they can return to the arms of the goddess. Long live the Lord." "Thank you, Lord." The slaves were grateful. It felt so good to have the right to life respected. They didn't have to worry about being killed by hateful monsters at night. Although Field was not motivated by human rights, he just wanted to eliminate threats so that the slaves could work well. But it did not prevent the slaves from being grateful. Generally, the lords would not care about the life or death of the slaves. They would only consider whether to eat apple soup or cherry soup at night. "Let's go back and rest." Field was also tired. After solving the problem of the goblins, Field clapped his hands and thought of another important thing. That was the poor performance of the guards when the goblins attacked. The guards in charge of patrolling hid somewhere to sleep, and the rest of the guards who were resting were not concerned. If it weren't for the male servant Wagwan who woke up a few guards, the entire territory would have been slaughtered, and these guards would not have appeared. If you don't strengthen the military strength of the territory, you can't even sleep in peace. It would definitely not be possible to take care of the entire territory by relying on Ashna alone. After Field finished planning, he wrote it down in words that only he knew, and then lay down on the bed. The dilapidated floors and windows of the winery immediately made a creaking sound, and from time to time there was an unpleasant wind blowing in from the cracks in the bricks. We have to repair the house as soon as possible. Field covered his ears in despair and buried his head in the quilt. Only the quilt retained the fragrance of civilized society. The next day, after the tortured Field ate bread with blueberry jam, he assembled all the soldiers, including the subhuman cavalry who could not ride horses. "Stand up straight," Field scolded in a stern voice. The guards knew that they had performed badly last night, and they shrank their necks in fear. Some of them were even scared to death, thinking that they would face hanging, but they dared not say a word and kept glancing at Field's face from time to time, hoping to see some clues. Field originally planned to drag out the derelict idiots and whip them 30 times in front of everyone. But seeing that many people were pale and thin, with neat ribs visible, and even wearing armor, they were staggering and about to fall, Field gave up his unrealistic idea. "Don't want 30 whips, just 10 whips, which can whip them back to the womb. Even if they don't die, they will be paralyzed for several months. To save them, you have to spend precious potions, and the loss is still yourself. The most important thing is that if you kill them, there will be fewer suitable soldiers among the remaining slaves." Field need rubbing his brows, he comforted himself. The guards had 2 fist-sized pieces of black bran bread a day, no salary, no freedom, and no wives. Asking himself from their perspective, Field himself was unwilling to work hard. The patrolling guards ran 6 laps around the territory last night, and those who did not come out to assemble ran 3 laps. "This is a punishment, don't try to cheat." The guards breathed a sigh of relief, and many of them even laughed. "Although I don't understand why the Lord is keen on running. Running is much more comfortable than the whip that can plow a bloody wound. I love running." A guard smiled and dropped his weapon and untied his armor. "Wait, put on leather armor before running, and everyone must carry a weapon." Field emphasized, and before they showed a desperate look, Field added in a devilish and bewitching tone, "If it can be completed before noon, everyone can get a piece of bacon. It is right to supplement nutrition." "Bacon, Mom, what did I hear? Is it a festival today, our beloved Lord?" The complaints in their stomachs turned into farts. The guards quickly changed into leather armor, picked up their weapons, and started running like crazy. The scene was very lively, attracting the attention of the slaves who were dealing with the corrupted farmland. The remaining 10 people looked at each other. Thinking of the bacon, they were drooling. Finally, it was the mountain cat who mustered up the courage and asked carefully, "What about us? Sir, we can also run." Field glanced around. Those who stayed were the elites among the guards. Many of them killed more than 10 rotten corpses. Field raised his eyebrows. "You don't have to run. You were the few people who came out to assemble last night. The bacon is what you deserve. I have a new training project for you, called Standing at Attention. If you do well, you will be rewarded with an extra egg." Gyudong, when the egg was heard. There was another swallowing sound. Last time Field gave them eggs. Many people swallowed them greedily, without chewing them twice, and rolled their eyes because of choking. The lack of food made them eager for protein, and many people dreamed about the taste of eggs. They thought that the benefit would not be repeated, and they really didn't expect that the eggs they dreamed of would come so soon. "It's very simple, follow me." Field showed the standing posture used by Chinese students during military training, and then patiently corrected them one by one. These are the best guards, and Field has great expectations for them. If nothing unexpected happens, they will be used to build the framework of the army in the future. After doing all this, Field asked the butler to bring a chair and took out an hourglass to count. "Hold on for half an hour, and the eggs will be yours." Field showed a devilish smile. Tai Chui awkwardly stuck out his butt, trying his best to stand straight, with his hands clinging to the outside of his hips and his feet spread at a certain angle. This may be a farce performance that the nobles like. Tai Chui heard that the nobles like to watch clown performances. He had never seen a clown, but he guessed that he should look like this. Tai Chui muttered to himself, "But for the eggs, this is all worth it. Is there any job more tiring than moving bricks or mining?" Soon, Tai Chui saw the horror of standing at attention. The farmland of Night Territory, after being purified by the purification potion and Field's Lord ability, has not yet fully recovered. It is soft and rotten as if it has just rained. Taichi just feels that he can't stand. In the eyes of bystanders, it is not the problem of the land, but the people standing are trembling. Their legs are shaking like soft noodles. Feeling the heaviness all over their bodies, the guards realize that standing is not easy. The numbness and soreness are as painful as moving heavy objects for a day. Taichi sweated profusely and gritted his teeth to cheer himself up silently. For eggs, several guards was silently reciting, even if their bodies were shaking. They still gritted their teeth and persisted. Field's mouth corners unconsciously rose and he glanced at the hourglass. Sure enough, the incentives brought by material are very powerful. After leisurely drinking a cup of black tea, Field announced a break, and everyone was relieved and collapsed like mud. My lord, it's a genius move, and this is how they should be treated. After counting the wine cellar, the butler cow came to report with a paper with wet ink. Seeing Field torturing the guards, he thought Field had realized the key to nobility, not treating people as human beings. Cow was immediately relieved. Hey, you also understand the power of discipline. Field was shocked, and even his sitting posture became serious. The meaning behind standing at attention is not something that medieval people can understand casually. I didn't expect that my butler would have such a forward-looking vision. Cow touched his nose in confusion. Discipline? I mean, to deal with slaves, you should change the way you torture them so that they will be obedient. Oh, that's fine. Field was disappointed and lazily lay on the back of the chair again, showing a wicked smile. This is not torture, it's training. They performed very well. I decided to give them eggs at noon. Eggs? Give them to slaves again. Cow was struck by lightning, and the whole person was stunned in place, opening and closing his mouth again and again, almost suffocating. Lord, this is the second time you have done such a ridiculous thing. Slaves should eat whips, not eggs. Putting the shiny gold coins into the treasure cave of the old and ugly old witch, Cow could barely praise it as creative, but the treatment of feeding slaves with eggs made Cow feel distressed. Cow dared to swear that Field's move was absolutely weird and explosive in the entire empire. Even the most naughty dandy in the capital of the empire would not do such a creative way to squander money. Seeing the butler pulling his collar to breathe in anger, Field felt amused and comforted him. This is a cursed land. Of course, we can't follow the rules like ordinary areas. All the rules here will be brand new. I believe you will get used to it. By the way, how is the wine statistics done? That's what I came for. When talking about business, the butler handed the results to Field and reported excitedly. According to the standard sherry barrels, there are 3 barrels of barley wine, 7 barrels of mead, 7 barrels of olive wine, 24 barrels of black pearl wine, and we also found precious carbonated wine, that is, champagne, only 1 barrel. The first 3 are civilian drinks, and the valuable one is still wine. It's much better than I expected, great. Field stood up and paced back and forth. His excited heart made him unable to sit still. He laughed heartily. The most important thing now is to turn them all into cash. Only when they are turned into glittering gold coins I will feel relieved. What if there is a monster? If the creatures sneak in to cause damage, the gold coins will be gone. Cow, you mobilize some slaves and let them load the rations for 40 people for 10 days. Oh, and the horse feed. You are responsible for checking for omissions. I will personally go to Maple Leaf City to visit the local nobles and find a market for the wine. Is this too risky? The death haze is no joke. It is difficult for us to have the luck we had last time. If we encounter a large wave of zombies, accidents are likely to occur. My lord, let the chosen one lead the team, right? Cow questioned. He looked around quietly and was relieved to make sure that Ashna was not there. He did not like the terrible subhuman at all. Besides, we have only been in the night curtain for a few days. Everyone needs your leadership. Field sighed helplessly. It would be dangerous if he did not go. If Ashna fell, Field would not be able to defend the winery at all. Without a small map, Ashna would definitely run into a large number of zombies, not just 1 or 2 batches. Field knew how dangerous the northern province was. They were like playing in a sea of rotten corpses. If they were not careful, they would be doomed. This is an order. Just execute it seriously. Field waved his hand and turned his face away, too lazy to explain. Cow was the only one who could read in the territory, but that didn't mean he was a talent for internal affairs. Letting the chosen one go to trade, wouldn't it tell everyone in the empire that Field, an unpopular, helpless, isolated little baron, had a precious chosen one? In any case, Field couldn't lose Asuna, nor could he expose Asuna to outsiders. "Hey, what are they doing?" Field noticed that the two female slaves were whispering and walked to the outskirts of the territory. Maybe it's a woman's little secret, or gossip, or a conspiracy. The possibility of a conspiracy is not high. There is no fog lamp, and you can only run out if you awaken directly as a chosen one. It is estimated that they are going to fish, and Field is very experienced in fishing. They are of different races. Demihumans and humans can be friends. Field nodded with relief, wondering if he could use them as typical propaganda, so he followed them calmly. Then the next moment, Field regretted doing something stupid. The two women squatted together, their legs forming an M shape, revealing their dirty buttocks covered with mud, and began to defend unscrupulously. Field's pupils trembled and he couldn't believe what he saw and exclaimed, "Fuck my eyes. They actually urinated and defecated on the road at will. Is there any law for this? Is this strange?" Cal touched his nose and didn't even frown. He had long been accustomed to it. The lower-class untouchables are so dirty. The housekeeper was not surprised. In the Holy Griffin Empire, and even the entire continent, this situation was everywhere. The roads, streets, and even the corridors were full of excrement, flies were buzzing, and rats were swimming in them. Even the maid who served Field would secretly urinate and defecate in the corner of the house because it was dark and scary outside the house. Cal secretly speculated, maybe the Lord likes to peek, but he is embarrassed to say it in front of him. And the first thing Field did before going to the night territory was to buy a toy. Although that toy became the chosen one, Cal firmly believed that it was just luck. After all, which noble is not abnormal. I was busy dealing with the affairs of the territory before, and forgot about it. Field pressed his temples, trying to lower his blood pressure. He suddenly remembered that the Middle Ages was an era of chaotic sanitary conditions, and even caused a large-scale Black Death. He has always relied on horses to travel, and the tall horses made him not notice the feces in the territory. Field wiped the sweat from his forehead. As a modern man, he would never allow the chaos of the Middle Ages to appear in his territory. Dirty sanitary conditions will breed viruses and cause diseases such as the Black Death. The housekeeper couldn't understand. What are feces and, viruses? "Cow, I'm going to promulgate an important law now. From now on, no one is allowed to urinate or defecate in public places at will. The excrement must be pushed into a pit." Field shook his index finger, then turned his hand behind his back and said, "First, let everyone remember this decree. If someone violates it in the future, they will be warned for the first 3 times, and then they will be fined. 1 copper coin for slaves and 3 for free people." "Fine." Cow's eyes immediately the clock was lit up. "You are really an economic genius." Field frowned. "It's just a fine, what does it have to do with the economy? Many lords have already levied breathing tax and linking tax, but the excretion tax, I mean the excretion fine, is the first of yours. It's really a genius idea. If it can be implemented, there will be a lot of income every day." The butler was very happy. He couldn't let go of Field's waste of eggs before, but seeing that Field's talent for extortion was as good as his talent for spending money, Cow immediately put his mind at ease. It seems that the finances of the Night Territory can last for a long time. This is what a noble should do. Cow saluted respectfully. "You are a model of a noble." Field waved his hand speechlessly. "Go and execute." Then Field continued to train the guards. It was not until noon, when Ashina returned to the territory, that Field let go of the guards who were wailing for mercy and let the guards go to eat. Field summoned Ashina, who had just returned. "How was it? Did the trip to the barn go smoothly this time?" Field opened the small map, and the skull logo at the location of the barn was completely erased, which looked extremely refreshing. Ashina playfully stuck out her small tongue, stretched out her lazy waist in a charming way, blinked, and said playfully, "Thanks to you, the clearance of the rotten corpses was very smooth. The only pity is that there is nothing valuable in the barn. The piled-up wheat has been completely rotten, and even the barn has collapsed for the most part." Asuna took out a pocket with a sample of wheat from the barn. "This is expected. You go and rest first." After several battles, Field realized that letting ordinary soldiers act with Asuna was purely to increase the difficulty for Asuna. Therefore, Field planned to divide the troops into 2 groups. With her extremely strong combat power and mobility, Asuna frequently attacked and cleared the zombies gathered around. The guards were mainly trained for the time being, and the rest of the time they cleared the remaining small waves of zombies. Field himself was responsible for supervising the training of soldiers and rubbing Ashna's legs, tail, and ears when he had nothing to do. Everyone had a clear division of labor, and everyone had a bright future. In this way, Field spent a week in the Night Territory. The territory extended to the woods in the east for 5,000 square meters, less than the size of a football field. But it is a good result. It is difficult to expand the actual control range. It is necessary to use fog lights to dispel the local fog first, then let the guards eliminate the corpses, and then the slaves remove all traces of corruption, such as vegetation and small animals. After doing all this, Field's Lord ability can permanently protect the land, and it must be ensured that no new corrupt creatures will invade. Field has summed up the rules. Hey idiot, be careful when lifting the wine barrel. If you are so impatient again, I will kiss your ass with my boots. Then put your head into the sow's feces. The butler's angry roar came from downstairs. It's time to go to the High Castle province. Field put down the feather pen in his hand and stretched his waist. The maid scissors beside him immediately handed over the coat obediently. There is no food source in the Night Territory. The food in the territory is consumed very quickly. If you want to get food from the farmland, it is estimated that you have to wait a long time, so food needs to be imported through trade. Coming downstairs, Field met the guard leader, the mountain cat. He and the guards stood straight. Although they still looked crooked and the formation was bad, Field was very satisfied with it. The extra food every day was not wasted. At least the guards were not so thin. "Sir, we want to be your shield," Mountain Cat said loudly. He was full of respect for Field, the kind lord. "Take us with you." "Ha ha, you have always been my shield, but now I need you to protect the territory." Field patted his shoulder. He only brought 3 people including Iron Hammer as guards on this trip. However, Field will bring all of Ashna and her looting cavalry. 1 God's chosen and 20 cavalry are already a very good guard force. After carefully explaining the defense matters, Field turned and left. "Sir is a true noble, a kind lord with a brave spirit." Mountain Cat sighed. Ordinary lords would not go to the death haze to take risks many times. "Yes, I am proud of myself for being able to protect the lord and his property." The guards beside him nodded in agreement, but the butler Cow was worried and prayed silently. The male servant Wagwin comforted him. "Don't worry, Lord Ashna is powerful, and the goddess of winter will protect the lord." Cow rolled his eyes unhappily. "What do you know? I am worried about what will happen to the lord after he arrives in Maple Leaf City. You should know that Maple Leaf City also has the chosen one." "Ah, but we are not going to war but to trade. We shouldn't fight, right?" Wagwin was frightened by Cow and his voice became much lower, "and I believe that the Lord's personality charm will be fine. Field's performance for many days has made the servants obedient." "So you are just a male servant, Wagwin. You have a lot to learn." The butler showed off with a proud smile. The official belief of Maple Leaf City is the god of love and harmony. Their god's chosen one, the beautiful dancer, was promoted from the land of prostitution. Countless nobles were fascinated by her and were willing to offer all their wealth and body fluids. "Ah, there is such a thing." Wagwin was confused. He blushed just thinking about it. "Otherwise, do you think that Maple Leaf City, a remote border city, can be so rich? With several magic potion formulas and irreplaceable business status, can it be based on the personal ability of Baron Maple Leaf? Let me tell you, last time our lord went to watch a female slave go to the toilet. It was too perverted. If the local lord let the dancer use his divine power on Lord Field, with the lord's self-control, it would definitely." Cough cough, no more words. In Cow's opinion, Field was completely hunting for beauties, and he might even play the drama of enjoying himself here and not thinking of his homeland. The clay pot was silent, and could only pray silently, hoping that the beloved lord would not be corrupted by evil. "Wait, am I talking too much again?" Cow suddenly felt something was wrong. If the lord or Asana knew what he said, he would be immediately changed from a butler to a groom. No, it might be even worse. Looking at the harmless expression of the clay pot, Cow was sweating profusely, and began to worry that the clay pot would tell on him. Field didn't want to go to the farther Maple Leaf territory for trade, but the stupid son of the Bull Baron was probably still closing the fortress gate, and he also robbed the Bull territory, so Field didn't want to take a gamble. The Baron of Maple Leaf City was a wealthy man, who made a lot of money by making potions from the magic plants in the territory. Field believed that the Black Pearl wine would sell at a very good price. "Sir, do you have to go in person?" Asuna saw Field preparing and wiping the shining sword again and again, and sighed helplessly. This was a lord who had to do everything himself, and he had to go to the high castle province in person. In fact, just leave it to me. The road is too dangerous, and I will protect your property with my life to ensure that there will be no accidents. That's what I'm worried about. Who asked you to protect the gold coins with your life? Gold coins can't buy the chosen ones. Field patted Asuna's head, causing a peach-colored blush on the latter's face. Field patiently explained, in addition, I need to visit Maple Leaf Barren in person. In the future, the products of the Night Territory need to be digested by that wealthy noble. There is a reason that Field didn't say, that is, he can detect the monsters around him. Without Field, the caravan will encounter corpses again and again. Field lit the fog lights and hung them on the carriage, and the caravan set off. The horses' hooves kicked and stomped on the road. They were accompanied by Asuna, the looting cavalry, 3 guards, 20 slaves responsible for carrying goods, and the maid Sisters, who was responsible for taking care of Field's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. After leaving the Starry Night winery, everyone seemed to have entered hell immediately. There were twisted plants everywhere, ghosts were everywhere, and it seemed that a demon would fly out at any time. The slaves looked around in fear. Although they were responsible for carrying goods, Field still equipped them with spears for self-defense. This road is really broken. Field was very resistant to the corrupted road surface with small tentacles, which would slow down the movement of the carriage. We have to repair the road when we have the chance. It would be best to open up a trade route and build a cement road that connects Night Territory directly to Maple Leaf Territory. Before he could sigh twice, a large number of Red Skull signs began to approach quickly. Be careful, they are coming. Field took a deep breath. Asuna's giant wolf roared, rushed forward quickly, and swung the spear down fiercely, immediately bringing a bloody rain and strange screams. The rotten corpses crawled down like wheat being cut, and red and white human body fragments splattered all over the ground. Then the dragon wolf shook its head, and a dark blue flame swept out, evaporating a large area of rotten corpses. The rest of the cavalry quickly drew their swords and guns, trying their best to raise their weapons and rush towards the group of corpses. Launch and attack. Although they had only been trained for a short time, the subhumans were natural cavalrymen and quickly mastered the essence of riding horses. For Lord Field. Charge, the cavalrymen crushed on. On Field's small map, the red mark disappeared rapidly, and at the same time more red dots began to gather around. Come on, come on. Field was full of fighting spirit and drew out his long sword. Maple Leaf Fortress was also one of the border fortresses of the Empire. Its defense force was extremely strong. Not only had crossbows and catapults, but also equipped with a large number of wizard towers. From a distance, there were floating magic crystals everywhere. When everyone crossed the gate of the border fortress of barren Maple Leaf, the view in front of them suddenly became clear. It was no longer the endless gray fog, but a bright world. Oh my God! Those knights actually came from the gray fog. The soldier with a local accent pointed at the cavalrymen in black robes. Even the horses were wrapped in black robes, which looked extremely terrifying. This is too rare. They must be adventurers or the Empire's Survey Corps. Look at them. They are all covered with the dirty blood of corrupted creatures. Close the door in time. Don't let the monsters in the gray fog follow you in. The commander cleared his throat. Welcome to Maple Leaf Territory. I wish you happy shopping. Thank you. Field didn't expect to get in so smoothly. Prepared a bag of gold coins as a bribe, but it didn't work. Field breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I would be troubled. The goods pulled by Numa were 10 barrels of black pearl wine, plus a box of magic scrolls. These scrolls were old, and Field was worried that if he didn't sell them, they would only be used to wipe his butt after a while. If the trade route could be opened, I wouldn't have to go there myself. Along the way, Field avoided countless large-scale zombie waves and annihilated several small zombie waves. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach the High Castle province smoothly. Almost no price was paid. Only half of the food cart turned over in the pit. Of course, thanks to Asuna's bloody battle. She was exhausted at the moment, wrapped in a black robe and curled up in the carriage to sleep. The dragon wolf was also taken back. Now she only served as a maid. The subhumans were too conspicuous. In the Holy Griffin Empire, all the subhumans that could be seen were slaves. In order not to attract attention, Field decisively asked them to wear robes to hide their identities. One day west from Maple Leaf Fortress is Maple Leaf City, a beautiful city built on the mountain. Here, it is also a flower on the decaying branches of the empire. Before entering Maple Leaf City, Field felt the luxury of Maple Leaf City. The ridiculous city wall was only 3 meters high, but it was covered with flowers and silk banners, and there was almost no guard on the city wall. A few guards gathered together, gulped down wine, and scanned the pedestrians with greedy and playful eyes. However, the Mage Tower and Adventure Association in the distance were particularly eye-catching. There were caravans and travelers everywhere. Before entering the city, there were vendors carrying packages, selling wine, tobacco, and snacks. Maple Leaf City did not have much defense, but it was a top-notch gold-spending den. The whole empire knew that Maple Leaf City was a cun woman waiting to be fucked. No matter you use sweet words, academics, or magic, glittering gold coins, merchants or nobles, or direct attacks were means, there was not much defense anyway, so you could do whatever you wanted. There were red light districts, gambling competitions, and delicious food and wine. The only thing that was not welcome was the guy with an empty pocket. The large number of homeless people squatting at the gate of the city was a good illustration of this. Many of the homeless people were even down and out. Landless nobles who lost everything here and were thrown out. Too prosperous. After holding it in for a long time, Taichi barely found one from his dry vocabulary. Indeed, but the night territory in the future will be more prosperous than here. Field was full of confidence. After all, he had seen the big city in his previous life. Maple Leaf City was at most a bold scenic spot for him. After handing over his ID and the entrance fee, Field entered the city easily. "Hi, sweethearts, you have had a hard journey. I am considerate and gentle. For only 10 silver coins I will be your dessert today. I knock." The soldiers were stunned, drooling, and blushing. It's outrageous. No wonder Maple Leaf City is so famous. Not to mention his men, Field had never seen such a scene in his 2 lives. This is the city gate. Obviously, the person in front of him is an excellent software hardening engineer with excellent professional skills. Field was also made hot all over. He had heard that Maple Leaf City was corrupt, but he didn't expect that he would play so big as soon as he entered the city gate. It is worthy of being a place favored by the god of love. No need. Field shook his hand after seeing it for a while. "My lord, this place is full of demons. I would rather face disgusting corrupt creatures." The maid Giansy blushed, and her hands were nowhere to be put. Ashna also got out of the carriage, glanced at Field with a disdainful look, and said resentfully, "My lord, do you want to have fun first? We can wait for you to finish." "Don't doubt me so much, I'm not a casual person." Patting Taichui's shoulder, this guy was already eager to move, drooling and looking around. Field joked, "Iron Hammer, your name is wrong, maybe you should change it to Iron Rod." Taichi scratched his head embarrassedly. "My lord, I want to spend some money, I want to polish my spear." "How much money have you saved?" In the Night Territory, slaves can have private property, which is a special permission from Field. But they can only save money, not spend money, and there is no place to spend it. The Night Territory does not even have a tavern. Among them, the guards saved money especially fast. Killing a rotten corpse could earn them a silver coin. Outside the northern border, this treatment would make people fight for it. 47 silver coins. Taichi answered proudly. "Save it first. This won't be the last time you come to Maple Leaf City. When you become free citizens, come here to enjoy yourself." Field would rather hang them with a goal so that they will work harder to create value rather than wasting money on software hardening. "Ashna, you and the cavalry buy some delicious food to fill your stomach, and then go to the post station outside to rest. I'm going to visit the nobles here." Maple Leaf Manor is one of the few noble manors built in the downtown area of the city in the Empire. Maple Leaf Baron is Simon Maple Leaf, a person who likes to be lively. He is not afraid of people shouting loudly or assassinating. After handing over the name card, Field waited at the door of the manor for a while. "Handsome Baron Field, I am the maid of Maple Leaf Manor. Have been ordered to take you into the manor. Please go through the side door for your caravan." A charming woman who was almost wearing a silk swimsuit said to Field, to bow deeply, showing almost all the beauty that could be shown. "Only the noble blood can go through the main gate, please understand." Field rubbed his temples and kept inhaling cold air to comfort himself. This Baron Simon really did not shy away from showing his hobbies. "Please lead the way." Entering the manor, the maid twisted her waist and took Field to a building decorated like a palace. Ahem. As soon as he entered, Field was choked twice. The pervasive water vapor and smoke made Field almost think he was back in the northern province, and he almost took out the fog lights. Hee, don't touch there. Come chase me if you catch me, I'll let you ha. 7 or 8 women were laughing and playing in the hot spring pool. Field glanced at them and his blood pressure rose. It's not that he had evil thoughts, but it would be bad if he ran into Baron Maple Leaf's wife. Field turned his head and wanted to go out, and heard a heavy but slightly funny voice. Hey, Baron Field, you don't have to be shy. These are to entertain your maids. Enjoy them as you like. Fuck, this guy can get along. But Field was calm. If he really messed with the maid and had a child, Baron Simon would send someone to assassinate him. According to the imperial law, the inheritance right would belong to the child in the maid's belly. The property of Knight territory and Field was jointly ruled by Maple Leaf territory. The maid leading the way smiled wickedly, squatted down and untied Field's clothes directly. After Field awkwardly broke free, he adjusted his robe, straightened his collar, and said seriously, "Thank you for your kindness, Baron Simon, but I came here to visit you and discuss another business." Field certainly knew the name of the stunning dancer, and he didn't want to be fascinated by her, and finally squeezed out all his value and ended up on the streets. Even though the maids were still posing coquettishly. Field was used to seeing the stunningly beautiful chosen ones and had no interest in mediocre women. Your father is a brave and fearless nobleman, the bloody rose chosen by the Ross family, and he left a legendary story in the empire. Simon said some polite words. In fact, the two had no intersection at all, and the old earl's first chosen by the old earl had died in the war with the elves. Simon said loudly, "I admire his bravery very much and hope to meet him one day." Simon was a short and fat man with extremely white skin. His face was covered with freckles and tumors. He lay in the arms of 2 naked maids. After he finished speaking, he sucked the cherries from the maid's hands with his pouting mouth, chewed them leisurely, then spit the cores on the maid's snow-white skin with saliva. The maids were not unhappy at all but kept laughing. It was really corrupt, and Field was not surprised. Many nobles were like this. After all, from childhood to adulthood, you can get whatever you want, and the threshold of pleasure is raised very high. If you want to be happy, you must be more stimulating to get it. As long as you don't provoke yourself, Field doesn't care. At Simon's gesture, Field sat down on the chair and said politely, "You are the noble who is best at managing the territory I have ever seen. The prosperity of Maple Leaf City is unprecedented in my life." "Haha, I like your honesty." The two of them upheld the noble spirit and exchanged politeness for a long time. "To be honest, Field, you have inherited the bravery and wisdom of your family. There are not many people who can break into the cursed land and come out safely." Simon sat up with difficulty and waved his hand to signal the maids to go away, which meant that the chat was over. He stood up and said, "Let's go to the reception room to talk. Since you don't like these vulgar women, forget it. Maybe you will like elves or mermaids. Hee, it's a pity that I don't have them for the time being." The previous batch was made into dishes and bought by other nobles. Field felt sick but still said expressionlessly, "Even mermaids. Of course, I will take you to an interesting underground banquet next time, and guarantee to satisfy all your fetishes." Simon raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly. "Haha, then I have hope. You are worthy of being the Maple Leaf Baron." Field laughed heartily. He had no interest in the underground banquet, but as a seller, he naturally had to flatter. Then Field sighed with a grateful tone. "I was able to walk out of the Knight territory thanks to my soldiers and the goddess's blessing. I was also surprised that I could come out alive. It seems that luck is on my side for the time being." Simon clapped his hands and praised, "I like to deal with people with good luck." Coming to the luxuriously decorated reception room, Field's goods have been inspected and sent to the manor. In the reception room, you can see the sherry barrels outside the door. "What are these?" "Iron hammer. Take out the monster and show it to Baron Simon." Field did not rush to sell the goods, but asked the guards to send a skull. This is the skull of a mutant rat in the big winery. The head alone is as big as a young man's body, with horns and sharp teeth, as if it is a demon in the area, showing a hideous sneer. "This is the first extraordinary monster I encountered in Knight territory, a giant corrupted rat demon. Its hair is burning with purple demonic flames, its claws can easily break through thick scales, and when it opens its mouth, it will cause the screams of evil spirits. My vanguard troops were burned by its demonic flames in just one encounter. Damn, they were all knights carefully trained by the Ross family, but in the end they turned into a pile of charcoal. Hiss, taking a breath of cold air. Simon rubbed his chin. Maple Leaf Fortress has never encountered attacks from rat demons. They look really dangerous. The nobles don't care about facts, but they care more about appearance and style. Field raised the skull, showing a lingering fear, and made up a fairy tale, saying, "This monster has been in and out of my team 7 times, and no one can resist it with its claws. There is no way to counter it." Can you understand the despair? I can only pray for a miracle. Simon nodded. It's like the despair of eating all the honey but having no stock. At the critical moment of life and death, it was the goddess who responded to me. A lightning with divine power struck the head of this damn beast, and my knights found an opportunity to kill it. Thank the goddess. Simon was stunned. He made a prayer gesture to the god of love on his chest, and said with lingering fear, "The northern province is synonymous with hell. The church and the royal family have conquered it many times, but to no avail. The fact that you can come back alive from there is a miracle in itself. Yes, but for the peace of the empire and the precious treasures, I am willing to take the risk." Field shrugged and pulled his collar to cool down. "Especially precious treasures, such as the out-of-print wine. Black pearl wine, which has been extinct for 10 years. This greedy rat demon is also a smart demon who knows the goods." Oh my God, what did I hear? Black pearl wine, the wine used for royal banquets 10 years ago. Simon's eyes lit up. Let me see those rare wines, I can't wait. The nobles have no resistance to precious things. Although it is not difficult for Field to obtain wine, the price of wine has increased after the difficulty has increased verbally, and the style has become much higher. Prying open the lid of the barrel, the mellow smell of wine filled the house. Simon couldn't wait to taste it, and then showed an intoxicated look. "This is the taste, you know. My father collected a bottle and let me drink a glass on my birthday last year. Velvety smooth taste. I bet my father will be jealous of me." Field smiled and said, "Of course, noble beauties need to rely on noble nobles, and noble wines need noble people to taste them. Even modern people prefer to buy a product with a story when shopping, such as the simplest one. Family, I'm giving you a benefit. The goods originally cost 900 million yuan, but I forced the boss to give me a discount with a knife. Now it only costs 9 yuan. Why don't you rush to buy it? I feel like I have found a confidant. I bought these precious wines." Simon admitted bluntly, and then called the servant to whisper a few words. "Wait a minute, Baron Field. I want to discuss the price with the consultant. This is not a small business. Please." After discussing for a while, Simon offered a price of 500 gold coins per barrel. Happened to be the startup capital that Field went tonight to get. A standard sherry barrel is about 500 liters. 1 liter is equal to 2.1134 pints, and a glass of wine is 1 pint. The wine that nobles drink is generally priced at 25 copper coins per glass. Therefore, the price of a barrel of ordinary wine is about 26 gold coins and 41 silver coins. If it is auctioned, the out-of-print black pearl wine can be increased by 20 times, generally fluctuating around 550 gold coins. However, the auction house will charge 10% and pay part of the commodity tax to the nobles, so the maximum amount of gold coins obtained through the auction house is 400. Field sells in packages, and he does not need to pay any taxes when selling directly to the nobles. The price of 500 gold coins is already very generous. "Friend, can I buy the skull of the rat monster? 20 gold coins. I hope to hang this heroic trophy in my collection room." "Of course." Field pretended to be in pain and forced a smile. His story obviously touched him. In fact, this broken rat monster lasted less than 3 minutes in front of Ashina, and it was of no value to him. Field gave a thumbs up. The noble status needs excellent collections to set off. I think it also carries the power of the miracle. After a trip on the trade route, he obtained 5,020 gold coins, which can be described as horrible. But Field did not stupidly take all the gold coins away. Instead, he paid 30 gold coins and deposited 3,000 gold coins in the treasury opened by the royal family of Maple Leaf City. First, it showed his sincerity in cooperating with Maple Leaf City, and second, it prevented him from being robbed by robbers when he went out. Field knew it well. Although Simon looked generous now, he might be distressed behind his back and might have been planning to take the money back. Maple Leaf City makes money and spends it. Once it is parted, he wants to take it home. "Baron Field, I am very happy to trade with you. The maid has made the bed, and prepared hot water with a suitable temperature. It's time to release the man's nature. Of course, not those low-class maids. As Field expected, Simon, who spent a large sum of gold coins, could no longer hold back. He shook the fat on his belly and affectionately took Field's hand. "I bet you have never touched the high and mighty chosen one." Field muttered in his heart, "My chosen one. I can rub it casually, it's so cute." I really haven't touched it. The chosen one is a precious treasure, and there are too few of them." Field pretended to cooperate. Simon said generously, Maple Leaf territory has a rare treasure. Come here, I'll invite you to play with it. You have never seen such a beautiful treasure. The rare treasure of the Kingdom of Women is the king of the Kingdom of Women." Damn it, the rare treasure of Maple Leaf City can't be your dancer who can be written positive by the groom and the horse. Field's mouth twitched. Sure enough, after spending 5,000 gold coins, Simon was eager to get the gold coins back. Maybe next time." Field wiped the sweat off his forehead awkwardly and changed the subject. "Baron Simon, are there any giant wolves for sale in Maple Leaf City? I need to buy a large number of giant wolves." Simon dragged Field upstairs while answering, "Giant wolves. Those rare creatures only appear in the nomadic Khanate, and they are hard to find." Field's physical fitness was much better than Simon's. The sickly noble in front of him had been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. Field pulled a few times and broke free. He stepped back a few steps and coughed twice to ease the embarrassment. The northern province is full of rotten plants. As well as the wriggling tentacles and pieces of meat, horses' hooves can easily get stuck. I need a batch of mounts that are more adaptable to complex terrain. Moreover, giant wolves are very cool, and they will become a symbol of my bravery." Knowing that Field could not be retained, Simon had to shake the fat on his belly. "I will let the caravan pay attention to the giant wolves. No one will refuse gold coins. Even cubs are acceptable. I promise to pay a price that satisfies you. When Simon really buys it back, who else will buy it in large quantities besides me?" Field thought, and then bargain as usual. Field's Lord skill can enfeef 51st level wolf cavalrymen at once, but it requires giant wolves. They will be a powerful helper for Field. In addition, the genes of Dragon Wolf must also be preserved, which is supreme wealth. Just like the royal griffin, it also comes from the sacred griffin of the founding emperor. The treasures that the chosen ones can leave behind are not only artifacts, but also animals, technology, or magic fighting spirit, which can all be used. I'm going back to the north to explore. I feel that treasure and glory are beckoning to me." Field said goodbye briefly and turned away. Soon after Field left, Simon showed a painful expression, groaning in pain as he walked towards the guest room. "Oh, my lovely gold coins, small, pitiful, tempting gold coins. Oh my God, they are all gone from me. Is there anything worse than this? Except that my baguette broke." Arriving at the guest room, Simon opened the door casually, and a figure with charm into the bones, wearing a light gauze dress, crossed her legs and posed in a beautiful posture. I've been waiting for a long time. I thought it would be the handsome Baron of Night." The woman said coldly. Although she was wearing hot clothes, her eyes were unusually calm. "Besides, your thing is not a long bread, it's just a small maggot at most." Failed. "Baron Field is not interested in women. He prefers to take risks and deprive me of the gold coins that should belong to me." Simon was ridiculed but didn't get angry. Instead, he said regretfully, "I should have known not to let those low-class maids seduce her. He might think I'm not good. I should have let you go directly. Who knew that a business order of 5,000 gold coins would be reached? Damn, there are still treasures left in the north. Aren't there all rotten corpses and tentacles? Maybe I should send someone to assassinate him." You are stingy again. Long-term business can make more money. People save money to show their sincerity. It's not the time to kill him, and we can't do it in Maple Leaf City." Simon said aggrievedly, like a 200-pound child. "Okay, you are right. Your utilitarianism scared him. What a cute little boy, I really want him." The woman licked her lips seductively, leaned on the cushion, fixed her right hand with shackles and slyly glanced over, adding, "Or he has a unique hobby. The nobles always have all kinds of strange hobbies. Some like handsome men, some like young children, and even some nobles like to watch killing. So, Simon, you ask the servant to tell him that on the 15th of 3 months later, Maple Leaf City will hold an underground masked ball. He must attend it, and it will ensure that all his preferences can be satisfied." "I did mention it." Simon spread his hands. The woman said as a matter of course, "Then send out a formal invitation. Maple Leaf City Ball welcomes anyone who is worthy to attend. Well, in fact, I don't think he will live that long. Luck won't always be on his side. The corrupted monsters in the northern province are no joke. Many of the chosen ones have fallen among them. The woman swung her delicate arms lazily. That would be the best. Didn't he save some of the gold coins with us? The dead are not protected by royal laws. When the time comes, there will be no evidence. Just swallow them at will. However, I really don't want this smart and sensible little boy to die. At least I have to let him taste it. After saying that, the woman handcuffed her feet with a strange blush on her face. Inject the orcs in the basement with manic potion and then bring them here. I have tied myself up and promised not to let the runaway divine power crush them. Simon wiped the cold sweat and said worriedly, "Take it easy, don't squeeze all the orcs to death. These strong things are not easy to find now. Since the northern province was destroyed by the gray fog, the price of orc slaves has soared. Do you know how much I spent on buying orcs? This is the price you paid for making me wait in vain." "It's just a small price, Simon." Field walked out of Maple Leaf Manor, and the sunlight soothed his nerves. The money problem is solved. Now it's time to purchase supplies. This time buy more food and livestock. Due to the special environment of Night Territory, even if the land is decontaminated, it is not fertile enough and agricultural output will be very small. Field plans to build a ranch, mainly raising chickens, ducks, pigs, and cattle, and their feces can also effectively promote the increase of soil fertility. It is worth mentioning that the prices in each city of the empire are different. 1 copper coin can buy a piece of bread in Golden Eagle City, but if you go to the impoverished Western Mountain area, you can only buy the fragrance of bread. The store owner will let you smell it. As a place with developed service industry, Maple Leaf City is not interested in war. The number of slaves is very small, and only human slaves can be bought, and most of them are women and children. The price of strong labor has exceeded 3 times the price of women. Food and fodder are also the big purchases. Night Territory has no output and can only rely on Field to feed the entire territory. At present, it is not Field who exploits the people, but the people who exploit Field. Only Field has the vision of modern people. If it were other nobles, they would not do such a loss-making business. Before buying anything, I have to recruit some management and internal affairs talents. Field rubbed his eyebrows. There are only 2 people who can read and write in the whole territory, and Cow's management ability is average. In addition, there is a shortage of craftsmen, and the big winery needs to be repaired. After sorting out his thoughts, Field said to the guard Taichi, "Send the gold coins back to the post station first, and go to the tavern with me later." The tavern was a talent market in the Middle Ages and one of the most well-informed places. After finishing everything, he came to the tavern in Maple Leaf City and pushed the door in. There was a booming noise everywhere. Tall and short, fat and thin gathered together, boasting about their glorious deeds, and some people were playing cards or finger-guessing games. Everyone seemed to be laughing happily, but those smiles were just masks on their faces. Who knows how depressed they will be after they sober up? Field, wearing a black noble robe, with a fine steel sword on his waist and 3 guards behind him, came in and startled everyone. They all fell silent and looked at Field with strange faces, thinking that he was here to catch a fugitive. 3 cups of barley wine. Field threw out silver coins one by one like a magic trick. "The rest of the money is for you." Hearing that Field was not here to catch anyone, the tavern instantly returned to its noisy state. "My lord, thank you for your generosity." The bartender respectfully put down the wooden wine glass, smiling as brightly as a chrysanthemum, and reached out to take away the silver coins. 3 cups of barley wine were only 15 copper coins, and Field gave too much. "Don't worry, I want to ask you for some news. First tell me about the recent major events in the Empire." Field rewarded the wine to Taichi and others. He himself was not interested in the rough and sour barley wine. "Have you heard about the theft of the weapons led by the bull? The Count of Nibelung has already started the investigation. Of course, the unfortunate Baron of the Bull will be severely punished, but I am very curious who can quietly move more than 2,000 sets of armor. I am afraid that only the devil can do it." 2,000 sets, Field frowned. He only found 500 sets right. It is estimated that the old man in Nibelung falsely reported the number and took the opportunity to settle the account. But this is a good thing. If the Count reported the truth, It means that he is determined to find the murderer. But falsely reporting the number means that the Count also wants to make a profit. It is estimated that he will catch some robbers and kill them to pay off the debt in the end. The tricks of the nobles are nothing more than revolving around their own interests. Field smiled slightly. Very good. Is there anything else? There is another big thing. The imperial family has stolen a 5th-level artifact, which is the spoils of the hateful pagans, the Eye of Long-Cherished Wishes. It is said that it can bewitch people and turn normal people into their puppets. The pagans are so rampant, and it's related to our large-scale westward expedition, the gateway and barrier of the rich inland sea. The capital of the Purple Gold Empire has been besieged for a month, as for other cities in the Purple Gold Empire. They have all fallen. Anything else? Field was not interested in this news because it was worthless. He stayed in the Night Territory, and it had nothing to do with him whether it was stolen or not. Anyway, it was not stolen by me, and I had no ability to get my hands on the 5th-level artifact. The bartender wiped the wine glass in his hand. No more. If you are not satisfied, I can give you a glass of barley wine. I want to find some people to help me do things. Do you have a channel? Field didn't want to drink. The bartender had an expression of instant understanding and whispered, "Pockmarked face, a real desperado, he can even assassinate his parents for only 20 silver coins." Or the Mad Dog Mercenaries, a group of complete lunatics who are proud of eating the hearts and livers of their enemies. The price is extremely high. Without 30 gold coins, they will not take action, but they have rumors of murdering their employers, so you have to be careful. I don't want assassins or mercenaries. Knowing that the other party had misunderstood, Field waved his hands. I don't want to assassinate others, but I need capable people. Field said, to be specific, I need people with practical skills, such as management, architecture, herbalism, or craftsmen. Ah, this is a rare thing. Don't you look for other nobles' children? Nobles usually look for knights or squires to take on management work. Don't think that squires are lowly professions. In fact, this is an exclusive channel for nobles to win at the starting line. Squires are usually the second sons of the family. They go to other lords to learn martial arts and knowledge and help the nobles by the way. Get familiar with them. Let me think about it. There is one person who can manage, the Warden Tate, who can read and write, but he is a conservative idiot who refused money bribes and wanted to uphold justice. Haha, he is hopelessly stupid. In the end, he was framed by his subordinates. Now he has lost his job and is drinking alone. That sounds okay, Field nodded. There's also a horse hunter named Dumb. That bastard sneaked into the Lord's backyard in the middle of the night, killed the stallion, and escaped the hanging by sophistry. He is a very courageous pervert. Maybe you can let him be a diplomatic advisor. Field almost flipped the table over. What a special horse hunter. The Night Lord lacks talents for work, and as for diplomacy, it can't play vertical and horizontal alliances with the corpses. Don't sneak into the stable in the middle of the night and kill your beloved warhorse. Let's talk about Tate. Field wiped the cold sweat. After learning the information, Field came to the Warden Tate and sat down without any hesitation. My name is Field, the Lord of Night Territory. Field crossed his fingers and said sincerely, I need someone who knows how to manage and can read and write, especially someone who can control slaves and detect any disturbances. I don't know if your professional ability is up to the task. Tate is a middle-aged man with a beard who looks very determined. I can read and write. I learned it from an old monk when I was a child, but the problem is that I can only manage prisoners. At least we have something in common. I will give you a salary far higher than the market price, three times your original salary. That has to be a lifelong pursuit. I have a wife, a daughter, and a mother. The northern province is not a place for people to go. It is an absolute place of death. Nightfall territory is dangerous, there's no doubt about that, but if you are content with the status quo, it may be more dangerous. Field spread his hands. I heard that you are upright and have offended many people during law enforcement, and your colleagues don't like you. I think his local gangs have been ready for revenge, especially against your family. They dare. Tate's eyes were red, and he smashed the wooden wine glass angrily, spilling beer all over the floor. From your reaction, I know I guessed right. And you know it yourself. Field knew that this hit his sore spot. Let's go to the Night Territory. It may be a hell full of corruption, but it may be better than a hell full of corruption. In addition, I want to add that the northern province is not an absolute death place. At least I am still alive. You persuaded me. Tate sat down decadently. He He was worried that the mob would attack his wife and daughter. I just want to escape now. Maybe the remote, cursed land is my destination. Then Field verified Tate's knowledge. About a quarter of an hour later, Field laughed and put a gold coin on the table. This is the resettlement fee. Come to the post station outside the city before noon tomorrow to find me. Tate was almost blinded by the gold coin. Didn't expect that the noble in front of him was willing to take out a gold coin after just a short chat. This is too much. Now that Field is rich and powerful, he immediately said firmly, "This is my sincerity, don't let me down." Okay. Tate stopped talking nonsense and left quickly. "Sir, I heard that you are looking for talents." A woman in revealing clothes bent over and approached. Field glanced at it, and his sight was led into the ditch. This ditch is really bottomless. Yes, do you have any recommendations? Field subconsciously continued. The woman bumped into Field with the ball and then pointed to her chest. "Put a silver coin in my treasure cave, I guarantee it's worth it." Field was dizzy from being hit by the cotton and quickly stood up, kept a distance, and then reached out to hand the silver coin to the woman. "Miss, I only come for valuable information, not for fun, please be serious." He is a man who rejected the stunning dancer, of course he can't fall into her hands. The woman twisted uncomfortably. It was the first time she felt the feeling of seriousness. "And gentlemen," she said, "Okay, sir, I have a carpenter client who's also an old friend. His name is Greyhound. He is very good at handwork. He is very good at carpentry. In order to make more money, I want to try my luck in other places. Maybe you can recruit him." "Where is he?" Field stood up excitedly. "He went to the Chamber of Commerce to find a job." Just like what happened in the Night Territory, the streets of Maple Leaf City are filled with domestic garbage and excrement. The mixed rotten smell makes people dizzy. Field rubbed his nose. Since coming to this world, his nose has not been comfortable for a day. "Hello, I'm here to find Greyhound. I heard that he is looking for a job. I think there will be a place for him in my territory." Field found the front desk of the Merchants Guild. "Oh, you're a little late. He has been recruited by Kuchai, a businessman and economic advisor. Is about to go to Fulan City to build a stable for Lord Adrian Ross. Adrian Ross, Field's younger brother, is also a perverted noble who killed the original owner's sweetheart." The front desk answered respectfully, and then he was stunned for a moment, pointed behind Field and said, "My lord, Kuchai is here. Maybe you can buy the carpenter with enough gold coins." Field turned his head and saw Kuchai's horrified eyes. Kuchai was a sophisticated businessman wearing a long-sleeved linen shirt and leather boots. The woolen cloak he was wearing alone could feed an ordinary person for 2 or 3 months. You. Kuchai thought he saw a ghost and trembled to pull his son beside him. "Valkyrie, can you see him?" Damn, didn't Field go to the night? He turned into a ghost and came back. His son was also confused, rubbing his eyes, stretching his neck, and his face was full of disbelief. "Don't be so surprised." Field took the initiative to step forward and raised his eyebrows at the businessman, who was over 50 years old. "I'm not dead yet. Are you surprised or surprised?" Kuchai was confused. In his impression, few people who entered the northern province could come out alive, at least those who were not protected by the army, and the chosen ones could not do it at all. Therefore, after the Bull Territory proved that Field had entered the northern province, the Ross family had already acquiesced to Field's death. Even the room was vacated and used as a temporary guest room. Even relatives and friends were invited to hold a morning party for Field, and everyone sang and danced until late. "Damn it, I have to tell Lord Adrian," Kuchai exclaimed in a low voice, but as a mature businessman. He could still keep a hypocritical smile on his face. "Oh, thanks to the blessing of the goddess, I am very happy to see you safe and sound, respected Baron Field." The words sounded nice, but the old man didn't even have a basic greeting, which was extremely perfunctory. "I am also very happy to meet you, my brother's economic advisor." Field's mouth corners raised, not blaming Kuchai for being rude. Kuchai patted his chest and said, "You are still as kind as ever. I don't know what you are doing at the Merchants Association. If I can help, I will definitely do my best. I think Lord Adrian will also be happy to help. He misses you a lot." Automatically ignoring the polite words, Field nodded and answered without hesitation, "I need a carpenter. I heard that Greyhound was recruited by you. Since you are willing to help, you can give Greyhound to me. Or I can buy it. My territory needs someone to do carpentry work." Kuchai's mouth twitched. "I was just being polite, but you took it seriously." I'm afraid it can't be done." Fulan City needs carpenters to build stables. The situation is urgent. Without stables, the livestock industry in the territory may suffer heavy losses. I don't think you want to see your brother's territory suffer losses, right? Okay then. Field's mouth shrank, and he made a very disappointed expression. He was wronged like a 200-pound child, but he sneered in his heart. Kuchai was almost amused by Field's expression. He is still that cowardly and incompetent waste, and he has not changed at all. He really tarnished the noble bloodline of the Ross family. Kuchai sullenly consoled him. Humility is a noble virtue. You have always been a noble. Then you have priority. After all, I love my brother the most. Field shrugged, looked deeply at Kuchai, and turned away. Haha, what a coward, father. Did you see his aggrieved expression? He is just like a sick dog. Kuchai's son Lance couldn't hold it anymore. As soon as Field left, he laughed out loud. He doesn't even dare to fight for Carpenter. Keep your voice down. After all, he is a noble. We still have to maintain basic humility when we see it. Kuchai didn't take Field seriously. He twisted his fat belly twice, and then analyzed. Field may not have entered the northern province. I guess he sneaked here to have fun. This matter must be notified to the Baron as soon as possible. The living Field can take away a lot of the family property. The old Earl was almost squeezed dry by Field's stepmother. It seems that the time to divide the inheritance is just around the corner. As Adrian's economic advisor, the more wealth Adrian has, the more wealth he will have. As long as he simply operates the account book, he will have enough money to enjoy for several lifetimes. What if he really enters the northern province and comes out safe and sound? After all, luck is something that no one can predict. Kuchai nodded and said, then he may be out to purchase supplies. Lance, send someone to find out his whereabouts. I will load the goods as soon as possible and leave here tomorrow morning. Yes, father. Lance smiled cunningly. On the other side, Field took out parchment from his arms with a shopping list written on it. We have to buy some slaves. The night territory is far from enough. There are also magic props, cloth, and food. Alas, everything is missing. The money in hand was not even warmed up before it was thrown into the fire. Seeing Field pondering the list as if nothing had happened, Tai Chui stood up for the Lord and asked with courage, Sir, what should we do with the carpenter? Otherwise, I will beat up that old beast and take him back. I know what I am doing. Let the bullets fly for a while. Field smiled slightly and didn't want to say more. Let's go buy fog lights first. Okay, I'll listen to you. Tai Chui scratched his head stupidly, not understanding what bullets are. Field came to the church. Those who can collect royal and noble taxes are naturally rich. The walls of the church are all expensive colored glass, and the patterns depict the story of the god of light. Under the reflection of the sun, these glasses are shining with golden light and colorful. I found the old priest of the church, who was staring at the nun's curves in a daze. I need fog lights and purification potions. How much do they cost? Field cleared his throat. The old priest was startled. Ahem, oh, you are the lamb who came to get the blessing of God, welcome. I declare in advance that the fog lights are not about money, it is called dedication and atonement. The fog lights need to be dedicated 25 gold coins, and the purification potion is dedicated 1 gold coin. May the goddess of light bless you. Huge profits, definitely huge profits. Field has calculated that if you want to quickly eliminate the corruption of an acre of farmland, you need 3 purification potions. And the fog lights can only last for about 25 days. Field will burn more than 20 gold coins every day just to stay in the territory to purify the farmland. Purifying the well is even more terrifying. It is estimated that 80 purification potions are needed before it can be safely drunk. This is the result of Field not fully cultivating the land. Okay, I want them all. Field didn't want to deal with the charlatans. But these special products were only available in the church, and even the royal family didn't know the secret recipe. The old priest's eyes lit up, and the unhappiness of being disturbed disappeared. His smile brought wrinkles on his face, like the bark of an old locust tree. Wait, I'm willing to give more. A big-nosed man walked in and took out a gold coin voucher. I'm willing to give 10 more gold coins to the god of light. Please give me all the gifts from God. The priest paused. His face was brighter than a chrysanthemum. Okay, I can feel that you are more pious. 20 coins. Field continued expressionlessly. The big-nosed man said meanly, 21 gold coins. 30, 31. Okay, it's yours. Field gave in decisively, frowning, and his mind was working quickly. Could this guy be a shill for the church? I didn't check the almanac before going out today. How could I be so unlucky? In any case, Field was unwilling to suffer a loss. The price of 30 gold coins was already very high. He couldn't guarantee that he would be lucky enough to find black pearl wine next time. However, can you take away what I want? Whether you are a member of the church or not, if you take my things, you must be prepared to pay the price. Staring at the big-nosed man taking the goods, Field handed a small bag of gold coins to the guard, whispered a few words, and then went on shopping as if nothing had happened. As soon as Field reached the corner, he heard the big-nosed man's wild laughter behind him. Did you see his expression? It's funnier than a circus clown. Cooch's son Lance ran out of the alley beaming with joy. Is it fun to tease a noble? It's a great experience. I'm going to write this on my tombstone. My children will be proud of me. The big-nosed man put his hands on his hips and smiled triumphantly for a while, but then he felt a little scared again. Lance, but he is a noble after all. Is he really okay? Of course I'm okay. With Baron Adrian's protection, there's nothing to be afraid of. Field is famous for his cowardice. Baron Adrian played with his sweetheart to death, but he was still fine, wasn't he? Haha, that's really funny. The two joked badly for a while. Lance smiled and poked the bearded man's back with his elbow and said with a smile, "Let's continue to tease him, but we have to return the goods later. If my father finds out that I embezzled so many gold coins, he will definitely kill me, haha." After going to the Magician Association, Field planned to sell the magic scrolls. These scrolls were a bit old, and Field was worried that if they were kept, they would become a pile of waste paper. Well, this old magic rune should be the product of 8 years ago. It is efficient and powerful, but it is a pity that time has consumed a lot of magic power. The magician dressed like Gandalf took the scroll and studied it carefully, put down the crystal in his hand, and said kindly, "A total of 100 gold coins. I will take them all." Only 100. Field had a lot of money in his hand, so he naturally looked down on such a shabby income. It costs 15 gold coins to buy a magic scroll. There are 23 here. No deal for less than 200 gold coins. The magician stroked his beard. Don't worry, these scrolls are too old. The newer the magic, the better. As a kind of energy, time will only consume the magic energy. Moreover, these runes can't keep up with the times. The current magic scrolls are more efficient. It's quite scientific. I thought magic would be like in fantasy novels. The older, the more powerful. As the science of this world, the replacement of magic will only eliminate the old magic. Just like after having a computer, no one wants to use an abacus. 150, this is the bottom line. Field's face turned green. After the magician stroked the scroll, "Deal, just consider it as making friends. Is this a magic book? It's too expensive." Field curiously took a gorgeous book, Flame Vestments, from the cabinet, priced at 320 gold coins. This is a very rare quick spell, and it is a one-time consumable. The magician patiently explained after gently tapping the book with the staff, "Drop blood in this groove, and you will automatically master this new magic. The runes in the book are all magic patterns, and you don't need to understand them." Field was surprised, so simple. What else? Spells are to understand the mysteries of nature and communicate with the rules. Of course, the simpler the better. Magicians are also human beings. No one likes to see a lot of old things. But it's useless to master it. You still need magic power to drive it. The magician kindly reminded. Field had no magic power at all. In the entire Night territory, the only person with extraordinary power was Ashina, who used divine power. It seemed that even if he bought the magic book, it would be useless. "Give me this book, feathered beast vision." Field glanced at the figure approaching, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Interesting choice. This spell needs to be cast on a flying bird. Then you can get the bird's vision and experience the joy of flying in the sky. It only costs 200 gold coins. I'll buy it. I'm very interested in flying." Field was determined to pay. "I'll pay 201 gold coins." The mean big nose came over again. This time the magician ignored him, just glanced at the big nose and said lightly, "This gentleman came first." Field silently gave the magician a thumbs up in his heart. He is a conscientious merchant. "Add another 10 gold coins and I want this book." The big nose was anxious. The magician was too lazy to pay attention to this idiot, but turned his head and saw that Field was winking at him frantically. Okay, but you need to pay now." Magician was confused for a while, but he was smart and immediately cooperated with Field. Field immediately acted anxious and said angrily, I don't believe you can pay. The bearded man immediately took out the certificate of the Merchants Association and slapped it on the table. There is a deposit guarantee from Baron Adrian. Then give me illuminating aurora. Field's face was gloomy. I'd better pay one more gold coin. The two sang in unison, and soon the bearded man deducted 1,300 gold coins from Adrian's deposit. This time it was the bearded man's turn to sweat. At this time, the guard who had gone to work earlier came back. Okay, you win. Field snorted and smiled, walked out 2 steps, turned his head and said, Congratulations, enjoy this fun. Field just went out. Refund them all, magic books are too expensive. The bearded man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and he almost couldn't bear the quota of 2,000 gold coins. If the Baron knew, he would not dare to think about the consequences. The magician's face darkened. Are you kidding me? I am the chief magician of Maple Leaf City. You snatched the order from a noble guest and want a refund. I think someone wants to be turned into a so by magic and then sent to the table of ordinary people. Then can I just return the original price? Master Magician, the premium is given. The big nose immediately became timid, and the magician is not easy to mess with. The magician snorted coldly. Since you bought it in the name of Baron Adrian, he needs to refund it personally. Okay. The big nose shrank his neck and walked out with the guard holding a thick stack of quick magic, staggering and cursed in a low voice as soon as he went out. Damn old-fashioned, if Adrian Dirian knew that I would definitely be skinned alive, so he decided to consult Lance. You bastard, you dare to play with my wife. Brothers, chop him up. The crowd erupted in hysterical roars, which immediately caused screams. Big Nose was loading magic books into the car, and he immediately became interested when he heard this. It would be wonderful if someone was worse off than him. However, he saw several angry and twisted faces rushing towards him. Lance walked out of the bakery nearby, carrying a delicate cream cake. Field should have been tortured to the point of mental breakdown, right? How could a stupid and cowardly guy be a match for me, the son of the economic advisor of Fulan City? However, he soon saw a horrible scene. Chop this bastard up. 12 or 13 homeless people wearing ragged linen clothes, holding rusty sharp knives, threw the bearded man to the ground. One of them, with pockmarks all over his face and a mouth full of broken teeth, stabbed the bearded man's neck with a sharp knife. With a weird cry, blood gushed out like a fountain, and the surroundings was splattered with blood. The bearded man wanted to scream, but his trachea was brutally cut off, and he could only make a ho-ho sound of leaking air. Regret, the bearded man only had endless regret in his mind. At this time, he had already understood that Field had asked the guards to hire these crazy killers immediately. After he bought the church's supplies, a typical sinister aristocrat. Originally, his family was happy, but because of that son of a bitch Lance, he made him seek excitement and provoke the nobles. This time he is really finished. Sure enough, it is too easy for the nobles to kill the commoners. Even those thugs may not be severely punished. As long as they use gold coins to bribe, they can be released from prison soon. After all, the dead will not provide gold coins, but the living will. Lance, I will test your mother. Twitching twice. The bearded man died with his eyes open. The groom, the guard, and the 2 helpers suffered. They were surrounded by the thugs who were red-eyed with murder, stabbed with tetanus blades, and soon fell in a pool of blood. The women screamed. Those who wanted to see the excitement squeezed in, while the timid ones ran out. The streets, which were already full of debris and garbage, suddenly became a mess. Field raised the corner of his mouth and nodded to Tai Chui. Tai Chui and others relied on the armor on their bodies to squeeze into the crowd and led away the horse loaded with goods by the bearded man. And Lance stared with bloodshot eyes, looking at all this in disbelief. Everything was clearly in his plan. How could it suddenly become like this? That stupid Baron, damn it. Oh no, those money and goods. Lance realized Field's purpose, and cold sweat immediately ran down his back. The end was that he had embezzled a lot of money, and now it was all taken away by Field. Baron Adrian would definitely skin him alive when he knew about it. Lance said to himself, I was just teasing him. No, it's not even teasing. It's just reasonable business competition. How can he use such despicable means? In the chaotic crowd, Lance saw Field standing on the steps. Is it fun? Field lip-synced, then made a knife gesture with his hand and gestured twice on his neck. Under Lance's stunned expression, he turned and left gracefully. Let's go, let's not buy supplies first. Let's go outside the city. Also let people pay attention to Kuchai's movements. Stretching comfortably, Field was ecstatic in his heart. Today was a good day. He made nearly 2,000 gold coins. Sure enough, after throwing away the shackles of secular morality, gold coins will come like a tide. Little guy, you dare to disgust me. It's time to give him a little business war shock. Imaginary business war. Business elites rely on wisdom and strategy to play wonderful games. Real business war. Use a little money to solve problems directly from the physical level. Sir, the one just now was the pockmarked face. It cost a total of 8 gold coins. I swear by the goddess that I did everything you told me to do. I never mentioned your name during the whole process. The guard handed over the remaining coins with a flattering smile. You did a great job. Field rewarded him with 2 silver coins. The other guards were jealous. They could earn 2 silver coins just by delivering a message. It must show up in front of the Baron more often in the future. The next day, at the border of Maple Leaf City, Kuchai's caravan moved forward quickly, with valuable goods on the car. The horseshoes made a nice crisp sound on the bluestone road, and the extraordinary Knight Gareth sat on a beautiful black northern competitive horse. There are so many potions. Baron Adrian is so rich. Gareth stared at the carriage with envy, and seemed to hear the clinking sound of the crystal bottles of potions colliding with each other. If I could have a box of potions, I would be able to easily advance to a 3rd-level knight. He has been stuck at the peak of the 2nd level for 2 years, but because of the scarcity of wars in recent years, he has no chance to make a lot of money, so he has to be a guard in the caravan out of boredom. Asshole! A curse suddenly came from the carriage. Gareth was startled and stared at the carriage for a long time. He was relieved to make sure that Kuchai did not run out, thinking that his muttering was heard. Kuchai's face turned blue and he cursed angrily. Why did you provoke the Baron? Then why should we leave Maple Leaf City immediately? Lance did not answer directly, but was full of dissatisfaction. Because this is Baron Simon's territory. What else do you want? Are you going to tease Baron Simon? Sorry, father, but we should report it to Baron Simon and then arrest Field. Lance was indignant, and he killed Big Nose. I saw it with my own eyes. If necessary, I can come out to testify. Don't mention Big Nose for the nobles. What's the difference between the death of a civilian and the death of a mouse? Also, idiot. Do you know what the consequences of falsely accusing a noble are? The entire continent will not tolerate us. Even if it is not a false accusation, the nobles will automatically think you are falsely accusing. Kuchai took a breath, covered his head, and his head was buzzing with pain. I didn't expect you to be so stupid. It seems that a long-term life of luxury has made you arrogant and even dare to regard yourself as a noble class. The nobles are best at sticking together. Although they fight to the death in normal times, they will be surprisingly united in the face of attacks from the lower class. After using war horses and lances to beat the lower class, they will greedily participate in the internal struggle to divide the benefits. This is determined by class. If Field could be overthrown by the lower class, the authority of other nobles would be immediately damaged, and the 2nd and 3rd nobles would be overthrown by the lower class. Unlike the loose lower class, the nobles really help each other when there is something going on. This was also when Field had nothing, and there were no slaves or servants to mock him, and at most the butler dared to complain. Kuchai seemed to have aged 30 years. Don't look at me, I am so powerful in front of the servants that other merchants respect me. As long as Baron Adrian says a word, I will be hanged on the same day, even without waiting for the next day. You are no different. If you really expose Field's words, Baron Simon will kill you first, and then find Adrian and Field to discuss the issue of interests. Lance was cold all over and said in fear, What should I do then? Go back to Fulan City first and tell the Baron that Field is not dead. Baron Adrian will deal with him. As for the whole of 2,000 gold coins, is it tampering with the account book, or is it that Field sent people to rob us? I have to think about this carefully. Robbery? Field is not capable of robbing us at all, and Knight Gareth will not help us to perjure ourselves. Lance was still unconvinced. Field is just a sinister villain. If you hadn't sworn to the goddess, I always thought Field was a coward, but I didn't expect him to kill people. Even Kuchai thought this reason was too outrageous. It was well known that Field had no foundation. You are too stupid to tease him. Boom, 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 what sound? Before the two of them leaned out of the carriage, they heard the extraordinary Knight Gareth say, There are bandits trying to rob our Fulan City caravan. They are really ignorant of life and death. Don't they know I am here? Kuchai walked out of the carriage and saw at a glance that there were 20 medium-armored cavalrymen wrapped in black robes and carrying assault lances on the right wing of the caravan. The wind was whistling, and from time to time, the shiny scales and armor were revealed from the black robes, just like the ringwraiths in The Lord of the Rings. Evil, cold, full of murderous breath. You call this a bandit? Kuchai subconsciously wanted to curse, but seeing Gareth's indifferent expression, he immediately relaxed his heartstrings. I was panicking. There is a second-level fighting knight here, so there is no need to worry. To the extraordinary power, ordinary cavalrymen are really like bandits, and they will die if they are touched. A first-level knight can fight 5 ordinary heavy cavalrymen alone, and a second-level knight should have no problem fighting 20 people. To mention that they also have knight squires and caravan guards. After the workers are equipped with crossbows, they can also resist for a while. Kuchai was calm and ordered majestically, "Stop moving forward, protect the goods, and prepare for battle." The other people in the caravan had no fighting spirit. They were already scared by the scene. After hearing this, they immediately took out their weapons in a hurry. The guards mainly used short spears and swords. "I haven't fought for a long time. I can't stand it." Gareth couldn't wait to embrace the glory of the battle. He rushed up with a squeeze of the horse's belly. "Come on, I hope you can hold on for a while." The squires around him followed immediately. Just as they were about to meet the enemy, after a terrifying wolf howl, Gareth felt that the warhorse under him trembled violently, and the momentum immediately slowed down. Gareth had to reach out and soothe his mane to make his mount no longer nervous. "This is..." Gareth felt a strong and cold breath. In 3 breaths, a giant wolf climbed up the slope and looked down at the people below with the attitude of a king. It was covered with thick black scales, and its ferocious body seemed to eat people every meal. Its tyrannical eyes made everyone in the caravan shudder. Ashina was also wrapped in a black robe and sat on the giant wolf. Now was not the time to reveal her identity, but her appearance immediately made Gareth panic, because his fighting spirit was trembling. It didn't matter what level the Chosen One in front of him was, because a first-level Chosen One, as long as he was a combat-oriented one, could definitely kill a third-level fighting spirit knight. "It's the Chosen One, damn it, what the hell is going on?" Although every cell in his body was urging him to escape, and the pressure was like a flood. Gareth's chivalry did not allow him to escape. Besides, he was still counting on escorting the caravan to make money. If he ran away once, his value would be discounted. He immediately shouted, "Kuchai, you idiot, let the caravan run, I can only delay time. For glory." Gareth gritted his teeth, raised his gun, and jumped on his horse. For glory, the 5 followers beside him gritted their teeth and followed. A dignified Chosen One actually wants to participate in looting. Gareth's roar contained a strong fighting spirit, and just speaking made people's eardrums hurt. "As long as you are loyal to Baron Adrian. Whether it is money, servants, or resources, you can get them at your fingertips." Gareth hoped to make the Chosen One leave in shame, because it was rare for a dignified Chosen One to go out to loot. No matter where the Chosen One was in the Empire, it was just a matter of a word to enter the castle of the nobles. However, Asna was not even interested in replying, and the dragon wolf pressed down slightly, like a bowstring ready to be released. Gareth shouted, knowing that the other party did not want to negotiate, and immediately jumped on his horse with his gun to seize the initiative. Roar, the dragon wolf suddenly spewed out a hot column of fire. The devastating flames immediately burned the surrounding land into a piece of cracked soil. With alarm bells ringing in his heart, Gareth immediately held the spear, and strands of white fighting spirit flowed out from his palm, spreading to the entire spear, wrapping the spear in it, and the spear immediately showed a terrifying deterrent power. Boom! Gareth danced wildly with the spear in his hand and smashed it hard on the column of fire. The flames scattered immediately, but Gareth's face was also pale, and his internal organs were trembling. Is this the fighting power of the fighting knight? Very strong. Ashina's wolf ears trembled. It was her first time to fight with the fighting knight, and she felt very novel. Suddenly, her red pupils shrank suddenly, and a sense of crisis came over her. Asina casually urged the giant wolf to dodge. Although the dragon wolf looked huge and bulky, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. The moment of disappearance, Gareth, like a high-speed train, was wrapped in white fighting spirit and rushed fiercely. He was covered in heavy armor and a heavy horse armor. The power of 1,000 pounds gathered at one point of the lance and suddenly hit Asina's original position, blasting a military pit and stirring up countless gravel. Damn, I actually dodged it. Gareth was angry. The high-end combat forces of both sides have already fought. The captain of the looting cavalry, Silver Claw, subconsciously glanced at Field, who was watching the battle in the distance, and then raised his spear. Charge, don't spare any rebels. Kill, kill. These cavalrymen have been trained for a short time, and their skills are not strong, but they have defeated many zombies and have no fear of the enemy. After all, no matter how scary it is not as scary as twisted corpses. They charged towards the caravan with courage, and the 20 riders galloped with the momentum of 200 people, unstoppable. Kuchai had been doing business for the Ross family for many years, and had seen countless bandits and robbers, and even private soldiers of rogue nobles who robbed people. But this damn God's chosen one personally led the troops to the scene, and it was the first time he had seen elite, fully armored cavalry participating in a robbery. Kuchai was startled by the cavalry's charge, and he said anxiously, "Could it be that Baron Maple Leaf led his troops to rob us? I've heard that he is greedy by nature. This is too beastly. Shoot." The young and strong men who were temporarily organized through a sparse array of arrows. It was different from the film and television works, where light armor was as brittle as paper and heavy armor was folded in half. The fully armored soldiers' defense against arrows was so strong that after hearing the ding-ding-dang-dang sound, most of them acted as if nothing had happened, and their speed did not even decrease at all. Only one unlucky guy was hit by a crossbow arrow in his calf and fell off his horse. There was no time to wait for the second crossbow arrow to be loaded. The distance of 100 meters was reached in the blink of an eye. The cavalrymen charged forward and smashed into the convoy. A young man holding a crossbow arrow was hit on the shoulder by a lance, and his entire right arm was shattered into pieces. The cavalrymen behind rushed in and trampled him into a pulp. Run! The young men realized that they were badly cheated by Kuchai. They were just helping to transport goods and earning a few bread money for a trip, but they became meat shields inexplicably. Kuchai originally planned to use cannon fodder to block the strongest charge of the cavalry, but he soon regretted it. The morale collapsed in an instant. The young men collapsed at the touch of a button, threw away their weapons, and fled in all directions. This escape disrupted Kuchai's own guards, and even the guards had no intention of fighting. The wolf-like people were born cavalrymen. When they saw the enemy in a mess, they immediately drew out their long swords and chopped them or stabbed them with their long spears. They were already in a high position, so they could attack from a high position and cause casualties with a simple wave of their hands. Those who unfortunately fell down did not need to be stabbed again. They were immediately trampled into the ground by feet and horse hooves, turning into a bloody corpse. Help, I want to go home, die, kill them. Slashing, crying, screaming. Everyone is releasing the nature of creatures. After a brief fight with Ashna, Gareth heard the screams of his companions behind him, and then saw the black-robed, masked man in front of him with a nonchalant attitude, and he was immediately furious, mustered up his momentum and attacked Ashna wildly, and the followers also launched attacks from all directions. It's boring, I'll send you back to the arms of the goddess. Ashna felt bored. Although the second-level fighting knight can master special skills, it is still too weak. The wind was fierce, and Ashna did not retreat but advanced, quickly drawing her spear and stabbing the long spear with a terrifying density. Suddenly, the spear was as vast as a galaxy. Usually Ashna always let the dragon wolf attack, because the dragon wolf is good at group injuries and cleans up the rotten corpses very quickly. As the chosen one of God, her personal combat power is the strongest. Oops! Gareth only felt countless stars flashing in front of him bizarre. When he realized that it was a spear, he saw clusters of blood splattering, like a red curtain hanging in the air, which was slow to fall. So fast. This is the power of God. The followers couldn't believe it and fell off their horses and died, with blood splattered all over the ground. Gareth was shot more than 10 times with a dead heart, and his whole body was cold. He fell off his horse lightly. Before he landed, he was bitten by the dragon wolf, who tore off his armor and gnawed it. Humans with fighting spirit were a tonic for it. The greyhound curled up in the overturned carriage. He tried to dig up the cabbages and covered them on his body. Dear goddess, this is really too scary. Please don't let them find me. I am willing to give everything. Puff, the last caravan guard, fell in a pool of blood. There were few survivors in the entire caravan. Only workers wearing rough clothes and a few maids were left. Stop! Field rode over and stopped the cavalrymen who were bloodthirsty. The cavalrymen had lost their image. Their shiny armor had been stained red with blood. They exuded a murderous aura like demons. The soldiers who had seen blood were in two completely different states from those who had not seen blood. After counting the losses, 3 cavalrymen were injured. 2 of them fell off their horses because of poor riding skills. They were seriously injured and had to stay in bed for a short time. No one died in the battle. After all, they were all well armored, and it was difficult for ordinary weapons to penetrate their armor. No wonder in ancient times, hiding armor was a capital crime. Field thought to himself and then nodded to everyone. 1 head for 1 silver coin, you did a good job. The wounded will have a good rest next. Don't worry about medicine and food, I'll take care of it. When we robbed the Cashin fortress before, we got a lot of potions. Long live the Lord. Everyone was very moved. Next is the time to count the harvest. I am the economic advisor of the Baron of Fulan City. Don't kill me. Shut up. Silverclaw glared at Kuchai fiercely, grabbed 1 with each hand, and Kuchai and his son were dragged like 2 dead dogs to Field. Field was also wearing a black robe. The reputation of a noble was more important than anything else. If someone saw him robbing, it would be difficult to do business in the future. We meet again. With a dangerous smile, Field said in a calm tone. It's you, Field. When the 2 saw Field's face, their expressions froze on their faces, their mouths opened and closed, and they didn't know what to say to express their shock. Tell me about my brother, such as military strength, defense deployment, and the chosen one. Kuchai heard the bad tone in Field's voice and shrank back in fear. What do you want to do? Didn't he say he wanted to kill me and my beloved? Field clasped his fingers together and said horrible words in a leisurely tone. And I am a person who likes to repay an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. You bastard, he is your brother. You all have the blood of the Ross family flowing in your veins, Kuchai shouted. Papa Silverclaw slapped him twice, knocking out 3 front teeth. Be more respectful. Funny, he is only allowed to kill me but not me, right? Before you become my enemy, you must be prepared to be killed. Field waved his hand indifferently. It's okay to be tough now. I have plenty of ways to pry your mouths open. I say, Lance shouted. Adrian has 1 4th level knight, 12 3rd level knights. A total of 500 other forces. In wartime, he can recruit 3,000 militiamen, which is very powerful. Most importantly, Adrian has 1 2nd level god chosen, Allison, who is called Flame Spirit Butterfly and is also a fast caster. He controls an extraordinary magician team with amazing combat power. Of course, Adrian can only control 1/10 of the power in a short period of time. After all, the knights are Adrian, as a new lord and a young man who was loyal to the old earl, could not control them at all. The 2 of them broke the jar and told all the secrets directly. Field nodded. His younger brother was very strong. Now he could not think of defeating him. He had to go back to the Knight territory to farm. I forgive you. Field turned his warhorse and then made a gesture of wiping his neck to Silverclaw. The father and son of Kuchai stood up quickly. Before they could run, they were kicked down and chopped down by several steel knives. I curse you to hell, the 2 screamed. Field shrugged. I forgive you, but I didn't say that my men forgive you. By the way, don't forget to chop off your head as a finishing blow. This scene stunned Greyhound and others. The high and mighty Kuchai was dragged out by the ferocious soldiers, and his clothes was snatched away and stabbed more than 10 times. Damn it, what on earth was wrong with me that I thought of leaving Maple Leaf City? Greyhound peed his pants in despair and wanted to go back to a day ago and slap himself twice. However, the imagined butcher knife did not fall. Field rode on the horse and said, You have been recruited. Those with skills stand on the right. In addition, who is Greyhound? Almost everyone rushed to stand on the right, even if they didn't know anything. Recruit. Skills. Greyhound was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. Does this mean that he doesn't have to die? I am Greyhound. I am willing to do anything, sir. Greyhound jumped out quickly, regardless of the large area of wetness on his pants, and knelt in front of Field. I am the Lord of Night Territory. I heard that your carpentry is very good. As long as your work performance satisfies me, your life will be much better than in Maple Leaf City. In addition, the same goes for you. Field pointed to the remaining 7 people, 3 of whom were Kuchai's maids. This old dang actually had more maids than himself, and his death was not unjust. The cavalrymen have already started sorting out the spoils. Silverclaw opened a large, exquisite wooden box. The neatly arranged crystal bottles in the box almost blinded his eyes. He said excitedly, My lord, you should really take a look at this. There are so many potions. Field stepped forward quickly. Even though he had seen the world, he couldn't hold back and laughed. This is not a potion, but a magic potion, a special fighting potion from Maple Leaf City. Magic potion? Seeing that the Lord was happy, Asuna also smiled. She picked up a bottle of magic potion and shook it in front of her eyes. The brown-red liquid in the bottle swayed back and forth. Asuna suddenly showed a suspicious expression. Isn't this a strange thing? The Lord can't be exposed to strange things. Just like the evil plant last time, it will turn people into big perverts. If you want to practice fighting spirit, you need to take this thing. Just like Gareth just now, if you want to become an extraordinary knight, you must first take the awakening potion and then practice with magic potions. The price of potions is very high, and the value of a bottle of potions is often more than 50 gold coins. Even knights can hardly afford it. This leads to the fact that the stronger the level, the richer they become. The rich can buy more potions to eat and then become stronger. The gap between extraordinary people can be quickly widened. However, potions are of no use to the chosen ones. At most, they can be used as supplements or drinks for fun. It is useless to Field personally, as he has missed the age of awakening Dukai. Go and see the other goods. Field rubbed his hands in anticipation, which was as exciting as opening a blind box. After half an hour of cleaning the battlefield, Field obtained 2 boxes of potions, a total of 60 bottles, 327 gold coins in cash, armor and equipment of the second-level Dukai Knight, a cart of silk, a box of healing potions, 12 pack horses and other various things. The total value is expected to be 5,000 gold coins. We are all family, what's his is mine. Field robbed the entire caravan without hesitation. It's true that a man can't get rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse can't get fat without night grass. Just taking out the newly trained cavalry to rob is worth the rare wine that was transported at great risk. As for his brother's reaction, he didn't care at all. After sorting out, everyone returned to the post station outside the city, where Tate was already waiting. I thought you regretted it. Tate let out a long breath. Although the guards left by Field at the post station kept persuading him to be patient, he had sold all the houses. He couldn't calm down before seeing the Baron. Tate, with his old-fashioned face, was rarely humorous. I thought I could embezzle a gold coin. Field laughed. Then you will miss 10,000. His family got off the donkey cart and saluted Field. An old woman with a headscarf and rabbit teeth was obviously Tate's mother. Tate's wife was ordinary, even ugly, with dark skin and wide eyes. The left eye didn't recognize the right eye. But Tate's daughter was very beautiful, with white skin and wearing a blue dress. After nodding and smiling at them one by one, Field said, "Let's go buy supplies. The slaves we buy later will be handed over to you for management. I believe you won't let me down." Tate was unsure, but thinking that he had no way out, he shouted, "Please leave it to me, Lord." Thanks to his brother's funding, Field saved the money to buy fog lights and purification potions. Therefore, he directly bought 300 slaves, including 200 men. Maple Leaf City was unwilling to go to war, resulting in a shortage of slaves, and most of the slaves bought were old and weak. The rest of the goods were mainly the most important food and feed, which could ensure that the territory could eat for 3 months. In addition, there were 5 cattle, 20 sheep, 2 war horses, 25 camels, and some furniture and clothing for the nobility. A total of 1,970 gold coins was spent, most of which was spent on livestock. This was an era when livestock was more expensive than people. In addition, Field also bought 3 carrier pigeons, the kind that would coo. Fortunately, Tate showed a certain management ability. He divided the slaves into 2 groups, strong men and women, children and the elderly, to carry different goods, greatly improving the team's cargo capacity and making the team less bloated. It seems that this salary was not wasted. Field thought to himself. The group set out that day and rested for a night after arriving at the border of the High Castle province. The next morning, Field came out of the tent. To his surprise, people from the church were there. A group of 30 knights of the holy armor, everyone exuded fighting spirit fluctuations. In addition, there were 20 nuns, wearing strict and simple nun robes, not the modern nun robes with slits to the arms. At least Field could only see their faces, and even the ears can't even be seen. The slaves knelt down to them, and the nuns kept preaching. Unlike the Chinese impression of a religion that persuades people to be good and then collects incense money, the church in this world can not only collect taxes from the king, but also excommunicate the king, launch a divine punishment army against pagans, and own a rich country consisting of 3 provinces in the rich southern inland sea area. Name including the Holy Griffin Empire, there are more than 100 countries, big and small, and the official belief is the Church's holy light goddess, who is also called the Mother of Gods. But no one knows whether she is a mother, because no one has really seen God. The only miracle is the chosen one, and the rest can be fabricated. Anyway, Field can speak freely and without any psychological pressure. Sorry, we don't want to disturb your rest. The nun did not say that she forgot, but explained with great emotional intelligence. Okay, I can accept this explanation. Field shrugged. Wait, are you Sir Field Ross? A nun in a white robe looked at Field in shock. Oh my God, did you really survive in night territory? Thank the goddess of holy light, this must be a miracle. Field showed a confused look. Do you know me? Everything is a miracle. A gentle and pleasant voice came from behind the nun, and the nun immediately stepped aside and stood respectfully beside her. The speaker was also a nun in a white robe, but the bright angel symbol on her forehead indicated that she was a God's chosen, and a holy light God's chosen. I am Alyssa, a 3rd-level God's chosen from the Church. When we passed by Rose territory, I heard that you were going to open up night territory. I prayed for you. The 3rd-level God's chosen, the combat power is already extremely terrifying, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a one-man army. Field subconsciously worried that she would expose Ashna, but Alyssa didn't even look at Ashna. The chosen seemed to be able to shield each other. Field had noticed before that the minimap would not show the chosen ones who had been contracted. Even if Ashna did not hide her aura, Field could not find her symbol on the minimap. If she was not contracted, her position would be marked on the minimap, but after the contract, it would disappear. No wonder I have good luck. It turns out that a beautiful nun prayed for me. Field closed his eyes and talked nonsense. He had never received any help from the Church from beginning to end. Ashna was not the chosen one of holy light, but the chosen one of winter of the subhumans. Field walked forward slowly and smiled decently. You found my pioneer group specifically for preaching. Not only that, respected Barren Field. We hope to cooperate with you. Eliza clasped her hands together, and the huge soft cotton ball was squeezed back and forth by her clasped arms, which was both charming and holy. Field was dazzled and squinted his eyes and said, Please tell me in detail. Our purpose has always been redemption and purification, Barren Field. You are isolated and helpless in the night territory. You are always threatened by the dead, and your people are also lost lambs. However, the Church can build a church in your night territory and a camp for church warriors. I believe this is a good proposal and can help you share the defense pressure. Although Eliza used an extremely inflammatory tone, Field felt more and more strange. If he didn't have good expression management skills, Field would have frowned into a knot. Isn't this just a garrison? It is said that it is easy to invite gods, but difficult to send them away. You are so fierce. Such a big 3rd-level god chosen squatting in my territory. I am afraid that this territory will be yours in an instant. Besides, when Field first went to the night territory, he didn't get any support from the Church. Now that a corner of the land has been occupied, the Church smells the smell and comes here. How shameless. Sorry, I refuse. In fact, we have not established a firm foothold at all. If you want to help, just give us gold coins and fog lights. My people and I will pray and praise the grace of the goddess every night. In that case, let's talk about it later. Eliza looked aggrieved. Okay, it's not impossible to talk about it later. Field patted his head and drove away the distracting thoughts. By the way, Sister Eliza, where are you going? Maybe we can walk a distance and take a carriage. Field shamelessly suggested that if they were willing, he could take them to the pile of corpses crazily, get the combat power of the chosen one for free, and clear all the corpse monsters gathered in the night territory. Of course, if they want to go to their own camp, this is out of the question. Eliza's toes wrapped in white silk knew Field's thoughts, and she refused immediately. No need to do it on the way. Purifying monsters is the goddess's test and hard work for us. Thank you for your kindness. Field pouted. What a pity. So, are you going to the northern province just to destroy monsters? There is a part of the reason, but the main purpose is to find the lost artifact. Eliza gestured a strange pattern on her chest, with sadness in her eyes. In order to resist the invasion of orcs and save the corrupted creatures, the Church has sent troops in God's chosen many times, and many sisters died in the northern province. As messengers of God, we need to take back their artifacts and not fall into filth. After the death of the chosen, the soul and divine power will remain in the weapon, forming an artifact, but the artifact will also degrade over time and finally turn into a handful of yellow sand. Our destination will not pass through the night territory, so we appreciate your kindness. How many artifacts are there in the northern province? Does the night territory have any? Field's eyes sparkled. Noticing Eliza's ugly expression, Field said in a compassionate tone, "Oh, I mean maybe I can help you find them together. If you find them, you can exchange them for more fog lights and purification potions." "Thank you for your kindness, but we can't meet both of your requests. The artifacts belong to the God of Light, and the fog lights and purification potions are not mass-produced. They use the ones selected by the God of Light. Anyway, the production is very small." Field did not give up. "So, do you have the coordinates of the Imperial artifacts? Does the Night Territory have any?" "I don't know, Baron Field. I still hope to build a church in the Night Territory." Eliza felt that Field was difficult to deal with, but she did not give up. She gently grabbed Field's arm with both hands, and then something more gentle came up, like a ball of wind with great resistance, making people feel in the beautiful nature. "That day will come, when my pioneering group has established itself and can barely be self-sufficient. I will let you know when the time comes." Field continued to enjoy himself shamelessly, but drew Eliza mercilessly a pie in the sky that you can see but cannot eat. If he refused too harshly, Field was worried that he would be killed, although this possibility was completely zero. The influence of the Church has been declining in recent years, and the major empires are trying their best to get rid of the influence of the Church. If they attack the nobles again, they will be finished immediately. The two chatted for a long time, but they didn't reach any consensus. "Pick out 50 strong slaves and equip them with spears. We are going to enter the gray fog." After loudly announcing the order, Field remounted the warhorse and bowed slightly to Eliza while sitting on the warhorse. "Goodbye, charming nun lady. Goodbye." Eliza leaned on her long legs and easily stepped on the warhorse. "May the holy light protect you." It was not easy to return to the Night Territory. With slaves and captives, the total team of about 350 people meant that there was a great possibility of encountering a tide of corpses. Things were just as Field expected. As soon as he entered the northern province, the bloated transport team was immediately attacked continuously. The corpses roared out of the ruins, the decayed forests and the soil rushing towards them ferociously. "Goddess, what did I see? A living devil." Tate had the same expression as the slaves. He looked back in panic, trying to find the way back, but he could only see the gray haze connecting the sky. Tate had a vague feeling he was trapped. He had heard that the North was full of monsters and death before, but Tate didn't take it seriously. It was a relatively abstract concept, not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. However, Tate shut up immediately, not because of his good psychological quality. Shua, the Black Knights around Field all drew out their cavalry swords. What was more terrifying was that the swords were not shining, but were covered with reddish-brown dried blood and yellow-white grease. It won't take more than 2 days. With his many years of experience in managing death row prisoners, Tate could tell at a glance that those knives had just cut people and didn't mind cutting something else. Slaves, no chaos, no running around. Tate didn't dare to be the first to speak out. While comforting the slaves, he glanced at his family's carriage with concern. "Don't panic. Kill those who run away." The cavalry captain Silver Claw waved his long sword and roared in a cold tone. What confused Tate was that the cavalry had no intention of attacking the corpses. Instead, they surrounded the slaves like driving a flock of sheep, and they were ready to slaughter them at the slightest disagreement. What a brutal cavalry, but what about the corpses? Tate had a question in his mind. Deep blue light flashed, and a black giant wolf jumped out. Without any pause, the giant wolf shuttled quickly among the zombies, waving its claws at will, easily crushing or chopping the zombies. Everyone stared at all this in amazement, forgetting even the fear. Is there a giant wolf in the team? I had never seen it before. Along with the surging fire like an arc, a blue flame gushed out of the giant wolf's mouth, and then it surged geometrically, and the dragon wolf swept back and forth. The crackling sound of the flames rang in everyone's ears like firecrackers, and the corpses that rushed in were cleared out. What's going on? Tate felt that the information was too much, and his brain was not enough. "It's the chosen one of my contract, Ashina." Field patted the stunned Tate, pointed at Ashina who was dressed as a maid beside him, and then said to Tate, "Go and organize the slaves, let's get on the road as soon as possible." "But then me." Tate didn't know what to say for a while and his words were incoherent. Field actually has a chosen one made. Even in the wealthy Maple Leaf territory, there is only one chosen one. Stunning dancer. How did Field attract a chosen one to be loyal? No wonder Baron Field dared to enter the Night territory. It turned out that he was protected by the chosen one. As adults often say, this is just the beginning. Field's maid Scissors chuckled, and the carefree maid narrowed her eyes. "Even I am not worried." "As a man, what do you have to be afraid of?" Tate scratched his head awkwardly. It was too embarrassing to be laughed at by the maid. "Come on, cheer up. The more efficient we are, the less likely we will be surrounded by the zombies." Field glanced at the small map, and a large number of skulls and crossbone symbols became restless, covering the entire map, which made Field feel a little bad. The zombies have become more active. Damn corrupt creatures, it seems that there is no way to kill them all. "Hurry up, we have to get the slaves moving." Field said in a heavier tone, "It's dangerous to break through the zombies. But staying where you are is waiting for death." Tate gritted his teeth and didn't care about that. "Yes, Lord." Countless corpses rushed out of the gray fog and were burned to ashes by the dragon wolf. Then there were more corpses, like moths to a flame, and there was no end in sight. Field's worries came true. When everyone arrived at the winery, 39 people died in the attacks of corpses and monsters. A war horse broke its leg, 2 pack horses were bitten to death, and 7 goats were used to lure the zombies. The loss was large, but fortunately there was no loss of food, and no one in the cavalry was killed. Tate's face was so dark that it could almost be burned as coal. This journey has exceeded the thrilling moments of his life. His daughter and wife got off the carriage in fear, their legs softened, and they rolled to the ground. They were stunned for a long time, still hugging each other and trembling. It would be a lie to say that I didn't regret entering the northern province. The attacks of the rotten corpses almost never stopped along the way. If he hadn't entered the gray fog and couldn't get out, Tate would have wanted to slap himself twice and then turn around and leave. After arriving at the territory, Tate was shocked by the territory in front of him. He originally thought that the northern province was bad enough and Field's castle was equally bad. Strictly speaking, it was like a big winery with leaks on all sides. Well, it was definitely a big winery. Fortunately, the guards in armor and the powerful strength of the chosen one Ashina gave him a glimmer of hope. Field was not in a good mood either. Compared with the first time, the transportation loss this time was too great. After all, there was no human shield. Connor's knights were annihilated at the beginning, which allowed Field to arrive at the big manor smoothly. This wave is too greedy. A team of 300 people is too large. You can't take care of them all when they are attacked. Rubbing his eyebrows, Field tried to be more open-minded. Fortunately, it's not a loss if we can bring all the food back. The good news is that Field has been away for so long and the territory has not been attacked. The slaves have been digging the soil in the fields. The first batch of farmland has been purified and put into production immediately. Although the land is barren, it is much better than being abandoned. Without a plow, the work efficiency is too slow. Field rode his horse to the big winery and looked around. The slaves were digging holes in the fields with hoes or their hands. This scene was very different from Field's impression of farming. The lack of ridges means that they don't understand the ridge system, and there is not even a boundary ditch between the fields. Night territory, there are several cows, and as long as they are matched with a plow, the land can be plowed quickly. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, there are not many farmlands, and the slaves can still complete the task purely by manpower. It can also give everyone something to do so that they don't go to tease women or fight after eating. The whole Night territory is full of slaves. Tate was stunned. Field was the most unique lord he had ever seen. Not all of them. The small piece of vacant land south of the big winery was allocated to free people. There are about 10 people. I kidnapped them. Field said bluntly. There are not many secrets in the Night territory. After all, there are no fog lights and ordinary people can't run away. Tate's mouth is open enough to swallow an ostrich egg. So this place is very suitable for you, like a big prison, and the haze is the cage. What you have to do is to be my internal affairs advisor, prevent slave riots, and assign them to work. It's really like a prison. Tate's mouth twitched. Actually, There is a gap, they are also human beings. I plan to take out some of my working time to transform them, such as cultivating new skills or changing some bad habits. Field looked at the excrement on the ground and frowned again. Especially urinating and defecating anywhere, it seems that his ban at the beginning had little effect. Fortunately, the weather was not warm, otherwise Field might not even be able to sleep. Tate has recovered from his previous fear, and he is also looking around. The slaves working around saw Field riding a tall horse and immediately dropped their work and ran to Field to kneel and salute. Then, there were the patrolling guards and Cow who was wandering in the farmland. They saw the returning team and ran over excitedly. "Thank God, Lord Field, you are finally back." Cow was so excited that he burst into tears and wanted to pounce on the horse's hoof. He was very worried that Field would slip away alone or die on the road, and then he would be finished. "Yes, but it's mainly thanks to Ashina and the brave warriors' desperate protection." Field would not mention the small map, it was his personal secret. Ashina had some heavy bags under her eyes, and her beautiful eyes rarely showed a lazy look. Killing corpses all night long, the chosen one would also feel tired, but her wolf ears still shook proudly, indicating that she was in a good mood. Without saying nice words, Ashina just nodded to everyone. She recently liked Field's calm style and would not easily show her lively side in front of everyone. Only in private, she liked to tease Field mischievously. "We are willing to sacrifice our lives for you." When Taichi and the others heard Field praising them, they immediately straightened up. For some reason, their lord especially liked others to stand up straight. Since they liked it, they were happy to do it. Taichi knocked on the breastplate with his right hand full of dried blood. "Thanks to the goddess of winter for blessing our dear lord." Well, after going out, they became even more servile, a bunch of lackeys. Cow rolled his eyes in disdain, but a smile appeared on his face. With one more guard coming back, the territory will be safer, and he won't be scared to sleep, and he won't even dare to go out to the toilet. "My lord, please forgive me for being blunt. Don't take risks anymore in the future. I pray every night and worry so much that I can't sleep." Cow shouted loudly. "I won't leave the territory for a short time after I come back this time. Although Maple Leaf City is beautiful, it doesn't feel like home compared to my shabby territory. Moreover, the journey is too difficult. Field is also very tired." He waved his hand. "First, arrange accommodation for my advisors and free people, and then allocate a piece of land for the slaves to live in, next to the previous slave camp." Field didn't have the energy to do more things for the time being. Several days of crazy fighting and high-intensity map observation made him exhausted. "The cavalry team will take a 3-day vacation. And so will you, Iron Hammer. I will give you 3 days off and have a good rest. Cow, you organize the free people to cook for the slaves, and each person will be given 2 loaves of bread and a bowl of mixed vegetable soup. I don't want them to survive the corpse tide but die of hunger." Most of the more than 30 slaves who died was slow and old. Field still felt a pity. They were all laborers, so wasted. Back to the big winery, Field felt the air was fresh. Although there was still a faint smell of mold, it was much fresher and more comfortable than outside. The stone wall revealed its original color instead of being stained with black and purple decay residues. The room was a little wet. It was obvious that the maid Sparrow did not slack off and clean the winery very well. There was no excrement in the house. Field had seen a lot of it before. I don't know which servant was too lazy to go out and always excreted in the house. Fortunately, with the increase of Field's majesty, the guy didn't dare to do it. Of course, it might be that he cleaned it up himself. Hee, don't let me catch you." Field was curious about which bastard it was. If the maid did it, she would spank him hard. After dinner and a comfortable bath, Field lazily leaned on the cushioned armchair, and every cell in his body was relaxed. The newly purchased furniture made Field's room look like that. At least the tables, chairs, and beds were replaced with high-quality furniture with aristocratic atmosphere, and there was no need to worry about the chairs creaking. Field took out the magic book, Flame Vestments. Although he didn't have magic, it didn't prevent him from being curious about magic. Knock, 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 the door was knocked. Not angry at being disturbed, Field put the magic book back on the bookshelf and cleared his throat. "Please come in." "Excuse me, Lord Field." The visitor was Tate, who was called Warden. Nicknames were common in this era, and Field had imagined that he could get the title of Steel Stick or Devil Muscle Man because it sounded cool. "Sir, I came here to know your ideas so that I can manage the night territory more accurately." Tate did not rest but walked all over the night territory. The sweat odor on his body was obvious. He seemed a little anxious and worried. For example, this year's focus should be on taxes, population, or food. These things are the focus of the nobles. You get into work faster than I thought. Field nodded with satisfaction. Before seeing his face as black as a chimpanzee, Field thought he was going on strike. Tate said honestly, "People have to face reality. My family is already tied to the Night Lord. Of course I have to do my best. I don't want my children to die in the mouth of a rotten corpse." Very good, but what's next? The focus of work is neither taxation and food nor population. Field took a sip of black tea. The dilapidated environment of Night Territory does not allow production for the time being. It is useless even if the hard target is set to collect 100 million gold coins a day. It is just a slogan. Field is not interested in playing empty games. The first is to gradually recover the corrupted farmland, houses, and organize people to remove the traces of corruption. As a lord, I have domain talent. As long as the corruption is eliminated, the death haze will not penetrate. Field paused and said, "The second is to educate the slaves and turn them all into obedient and professionally skilled laborers. It is best to make them all free citizens. I think you should be professional in educating people. But I have to remind you that, although some slaves look pitiful, some of them have committed many illegal acts behind the scenes. We can work further if we sort them out as soon as possible. It is the people who are noble, not the professions. Similarly, it is the people who are lowly, not the situations." There is oppression among slaves, which is ironic. This time Tate was surprised. "You actually have such accurate guidance on management, and it is well organized and forward-looking. It is amazing." "Good man, this guy looks upright, but it turns out he is good at flattering." Field laughed. "Isn't this a very basic ability?" "No, at least I have never heard of it. The Lord's focus is generally on this year's taxes and food, or the army, family, and noble ladies. You are the first one to care about the grassroots affairs." "Oh." Field tapped the table lightly with his fingers, making a pleasant sound. He likes to knock on the table when thinking. Because of the wisdom of the Chinese and the advanced modern education, even if Field does something that he thinks is very ordinary, it is incredible to people of this era. "Also, sir, I think Nightfall Territory needs normal houses. Slaves always live in tents made of rotten wood and rags, which is not bad. The terrible thing is that even free people have no houses. This will cause dissatisfaction among the people if you care about their opinions. This problem will take time to solve." Field took out a spare map from the bookshelf and handed it to Tate. "Wait until I recover the forest and quarry in the east. The housing problem will be solved. In addition, I have to plan the site selection. This map is for you. If you have any ideas, please raise them in time." "Yes, sir." Tate felt trusted and supported. Although Nightfall Territory is not even as good as the slums compared to Maple Leaf Territory, something new seems to be sprouting here. Early the next morning, the maid brought pudding, white bread, and goat milk. There are no dairy cows in the territory, only beef cattle. Fortunately, goat milk is not bad, but the amount is small. Asuna was wearing a lace-trimmed aristocratic long skirt, which Field bought in Maple Leaf City and slightly modified according to Field's aesthetics. Although Asuna likes her maid outfit very much, she didn't wear work clothes because she was on vacation today. Asuna, who changed into a dress, almost made Field embarrassed to look directly at her. He had to do some psychological preparation to calm himself down. With her long hair casually scattered, Asuna supported her face with one hand, and her eyes, which were full of charm and wildness, were half closed and slightly opened, looking very confused, and no one knew what she was thinking. The white stockings were close to the perfect leg lines, looking noble and elegant, and the sitting posture with legs crossed squeezed out an attractive, mysterious area. There were stockings in this era, but they were not the ultra-thin material of modern times. Today's stockings are thicker, and only some flesh-colored light can be seen faintly, but it is definitely not exposed. It was not the rigid and rigorous sitting posture of a noble lady. Asuna's toes wrapped in stockings was still sandwiched with slippers, swinging seductively. Other nobles would find it rude, but Field was happy that Asuna released the lively nature of the wolf sub-people, so he only taught some nobles and modern etiquette, not all feudal dogmas. Anyway, this is the Night Territory, and Field has the final say. "What do you need me to do today?" Asuna lazily used a silver spoon to scoop a spoonful of pudding into her mouth, revealing a satisfied smile. After tasting the sweetness, Ashna blinked her big eyes and suggested, "Do you want to go treasure hunting? It would be great if we can find treasures." The discovery of wine and magic scrolls before made the Night Territory earn a lot of money, and Ashna was a little obsessed with treasure hunting. "Not going today. If you like, you can accompany me to the grassroots." Field frowned and drank the goat milk. This thing was very transmuted, and the chef also added salt to it, so it was not delicious. Ashna was stunned for a moment and repeated this strange word, "Go to the grassroots." Ahem. Just go and guide the work of farmers and slaves. Ashna didn't think twice. "Okay, let's go together." Leaving the winery, you can see the messy slave camp at a glance, but there is no one in it now. The slaves were driven out by Tate to work early in the morning. Slaves don't have breakfast, and they don't even have time to eat. To be precise, even free people don't go to eat breakfast. This thing is too luxurious. Ordinary people in the Middle Ages ate 2 meals a day. Lunch was called breaking the fast, which was eaten more formally, and they had to thank and pray to the gods. Dinner was more casual. Field observed that it was called dinner, but it was actually a midnight snack. Because free people ate very little at night. And breakfast, called a small meal to break the fast, is generally only eaten by nobles, and they have to pay attention to noble etiquette, such as not taking breakfast back to the room to eat, and washing hands with a shallow water plate and towel before eating each dish. Of course, none of this matters. Field still eats according to the dining habits of the Chinese. "I regret not riding a horse." After walking 2 steps, Field covered his face speechlessly. There was feces everywhere on the road. Although feces can fertilize the land, it also needs to be fermented. Obviously, my previous decree has failed. Field looked around and didn't see Cow, so he turned his head and said to the maid Scissors, "Go and call that old boy Cow and call the free people who can speak." Soon, Cow came over with an embarrassed look on his face, and there was an old man named Old Turtle Dove with him. Old Turtle Dove was originally a villager led by the bull. After being brought here by Field, he became the new village chief and could solve the small problems of the free people, such as neighborhood disputes and family conflicts. "Good day, sir." The two bowed at the same time. "Good day." Field also smiled at them and then asked, "Is the problem of urinating and defecating everywhere still difficult to solve? Talk about the difficulties you encountered." "Cow," he said with a guilty conscience, "there are too many of them, and everyone is as stupid as a pig. As soon as I say a word of advice, they forget it completely. In addition, they don't take verbal advice seriously, and they will act like a rogue and say that they are a first-time offender. Indeed, even if some modern old people do bad things, your verbal advice is useless. Just treat them as farts. And I am so kind that I give them 3 chances. There are hundreds of people, and 3 chances for each person, which can almost fill up the night collar. After saying all the good words, it's time to strike hard. Field wished he could confiscate their tools. "Announce it. From today on, anyone who urinates or defecates anywhere will be punished. Free citizens will be fined 1 copper coin, and those who have no money will be fined 1 whip. Slaves will be punished 3 times, 3 copper coins or 3 whips, and there will be no warning." Field's face was dark. In addition, organize the children and women among the slaves to pick up feces every day and pile them together. "What a noble who loves cleanliness and loves toss," the old turtledove thought in his heart. "It's just feces. I really don't understand why you have to spend the effort to put it together. Can you pile it into a statue? Do you know how to fertilize and ferment fertilizer? When you farm," Field turned to ask the old turtledove. "Fertilize?" The old turtledove looked confused. "We can water, weed, and catch insects, and of course the most important thing is to pray. Pray to the goddess and pray for a good harvest." Field's mouth twitched. No wonder there were not many people in this era, but there was not enough food to eat. People always starved to death. Even the most fertile land would be exhausted if crops were planted frequently. "Then you should apply fertilizer." Field pointed to the farmland, "Pile up the manure and use it for irrigation after planting crops." "Goddess of harvest." What did I hear? I really should tear off my ears and throw them away. The old turtledove rolled his eyes and almost died of a cerebral hemorrhage. If the person in front of him was not the Baron, the old turtledove would definitely fight with his fists. Just now I was thinking that Baron Field loved cleanliness. It turns out that his purpose of collecting feces is to pour filth on food. Too noble, too extravagant. Covering the gift of the goddess of harvest with dirty and unclean things. This is blasphemy and will suffer terrible divine punishment, such as locust plagues and droughts. My lord, you must be joking. The old turtle dove blushed and talked a lot about his farming experience. "We are professionals in farming. I have been farming for a lifetime. How can I not understand it?" Field would not argue with the old-fashioned man but waved his hand. "Maybe you are right, but I want the slaves to plant the land according to my requirements. This is an order." "My lord, only magical creations and the chosen ones can affect food production." Faced with such a big thing as food, Cow did not dare to let Field do whatever he wanted. "As long as you keep praying, God will respond to you." "Yes, it's God again." Field rubbed his eyebrows. "The existence of the chosen ones and magic is indeed a treasure of this world, but it also has a great inhibitory effect on production and technology. The most common problem is that they are not serious about their work, and their subjective initiative has dropped significantly. If they cannot grow food, live in poverty, or fall down while walking, they will blame themselves for not being pious, and then send money to the church, waiting for the arrival of miracles. I know that magic and the chosen one can affect production, but the night territory can't do it. We need to find other ways out. Ashina is a pure military department and is not helpful for production. This is my order: compost and then irrigate the field. In addition, when planting radishes and cabbages, cultivate them according to the ridge system. When planting wheat, you need to loosen the soil twice and try to keep the land flat. The ridge system has the advantages of increasing ventilation, fertilizing the land, and loosening the soil, but Field did not explain it. He was used to dealing with these old-fashioned people. "This is my decree. The fields planted by slaves must be completely in accordance with my requirements. You can plant whatever you want. There are only a dozen free people, and they can't plant more than a few acres, which is just right for reference. As you wish." Although the old turtle dove looked reluctant, the land belonged to the nobles, and Field also left room for them to plant farmland without fertilizer. Before Field traveled through time, he spent some childhood in the countryside of his hometown, and he still knew basic agricultural knowledge. Of course, even if the knowledge is not applicable to the current farmland, it is only a very small loss anyway. The land in the night territory can't grow anything. Then Field personally guided several slaves to dig a barely decent ridge, and then left with satisfaction. Will the night territory be full of wheat and vegetables? Next year, Ashina looked back with interest. "I hope so, but it will definitely not be enough for everyone. We will have to rely on imports. It would be great if meat could be grown." Wiping the saliva from the corner of her mouth, Ashina was more interested in meat. "Meat is still the best." As a carnivore, Field nodded in agreement. "That's true, but vegetables can also be cooked well, but my chef has never tried it, or the meat he cooks is also average. The current cooking methods are extremely hellish, such as stewing fish heads with cream, boiling cabbage for half a day to make cabbage paste, stewing meat and fruits together, and jelly made from fish jelly, sheep fat, and animal offal, which is extremely disgusting." Field's chef also did this. Although Field asked the chef not to string oranges on the grill more than once, the devil chef firmly believed that this would make it delicious. "Really, I think the barbecue is delicious now." Ashina tilted her head. "Also, can vegetables become delicious?" "Of course, I happen to be free today. I must let you see the real deliciousness." Field looked over and saw Tate working in the new slave camp. "It just so happens that my consultant has started working. Give him a chance to prove himself. Let's go to the kitchen first." Before, Field was busy defending the territory and clearing corruption, so he didn't bother with the chef. Today, he went to the kitchen in person to prevent him from making weird food again. The current kitchen is the same as the existing kitchen in the big winery, which is very spacious. But Field walked in and immediately felt the simplicity. Unlike the Chinese kitchen, there is no stove here, but a camping pot built with a triangular bracket and a soup pot. Be careful not to overturn it when cooking. There are a lot of bacon hanging on the wall, various vegetables are piled on the ground, and there is a tree stump in the corner with an axe inserted on it, which is a tool for chopping bones. There is also a grill, on which steaks and 2 apples have been put. The chef calls it a dinner plate. He has a special liking for refining fruits, because this is a skill he is proud of. However, he can pickle fruits and make fruit pies, which is barely acceptable to Field. Dinner Pan with a round belly was the fattest man in the territory, envied by all slaves and freemen. He smiled naively and said, "Ho ho, sir, I will make apple grilled steak, Brussels sprout soup, and orange and almond stewed cured ham for lunch today. I also added peppers as seasoning." "Dead, thank you. When Field heard orange, almond-stewed cured ham and added peppers, he could no longer hold back and was so angry that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. The chef also made this kind of food last time. Field tasted it and drank 5 cups of black tea to rinse his mouth. Without hesitation, Field gave the whole dish to the servants. What's more bizarre is that everyone praised it for being delicious. It's true that they haven't eaten a few bites of good pork, and they treat swill as a state banquet. Orange and almond-stewed cured ham is gone. I want to create a new dish called dry pot beef. Prepare some beef tenderloin, onions, radishes, mushrooms, and peppers. Field commanded. What is a dry pot? Seeing the chef hesitating and looking suspicious, Field had to repeat it with a stronger tone. No one likes to be questioned in their professional field, and Field also understands it. But in order not to be poisoned by dark cuisine in the future, Field directly uses the tone of command. He really wants to show it himself, but if the nobles cook by themselves, the chef will hang himself that night. Don't add water directly to the pot, dinner plate. This way of cooking is brand new. Listen to me. Wash the ingredients first. Cut them and set them aside, then pour some oil into the hot pot. This step is called hot oil then. On the other side, the maid Sparrow, under the protection of 5 guards, prepared to serve the slaves. The main people serving the meals were 10 freemen, and Sparrow was responsible for supervision, as well as showing her face and showing her presence. The slaves must know who is feeding them. The food for lunch is barley porridge and black bread. This batch of black bread from Maple Leaf City is more than a little better than the one bought from Golden Eagle City. The food for lunch was porridge and heated black bread. This batch of black bread from Maple Leaf City was much better than the previous ones. It was 10 pounds and mixed with a lot of bran, but at least it was not so black as to mix stones, sand, and sawdust. The bread was cut into fist-sized pieces for easy distribution. The slaves smelled the aroma of food and threw away their work without hesitation and rushed towards the carriage. The guards immediately raised their halberds, blocked the slaves, and shouted loudly, not allowing them to move forward. "I want to eat." "Damn bricks, it's me, you bastard. Have you forgotten us after eating eggs for a few days?" "Yes, we are friends who are locked in the same cage." "Give me an extra piece of bread." Some slaves began to make friends, and more of them were verbally abusive. Some of them were people who were unwilling to fight or lazy in training and were kicked out of the guard team. They regretted it so much that they couldn't sleep all night. Sometimes when they were asleep, they thought of their former cellmates who were now enjoying a good life, which was more painful than killing him. Every time they wake up, they slap themselves upset. "I'm so damn." After all, the guards can eat meat every day, and eat meat in the eyes of slaves, which is the pinnacle of life. Ignoring the climbing of the former prisoners, since they can eat extra meals every day, such as smoking meat and eggs, they have completely become Field's loyalty. "Queue up, please line up in 10 rows. The maid Sparrow shouted with a soft voice. Seeing that everyone ignored her, she angrily put her hands on her hips and said, "Queue up, otherwise there will be no food. What a beautiful woman. If I can get one night, I will be happy to live 50 years less." "Shut up, I am a noble lady, be careful to dig out your tongue." "I know I was wrong." The guy who said the wrong thing immediately sweated profusely, fearing that he would be dragged out and beheaded by the guards. Obviously, the maid's clean and beautiful dress made the slaves misunderstand that Sparrow was also a noble. This is also the invisible benefit of being a maid in the castle. The status is always higher than that of ordinary people. Just like the driver of the leader, when the leader is not there, the driver is the leader. Fortunately, Sparrow didn't bother with them. If he had changed scissors, he would have used 2 black breads as bait to let other slaves beat up the guy who said the wrong thing. In fact, Sparrow really likes to be treated as a noble lady. The feeling of being looked up to is irresistible. She cherishes the task assigned to her by Field and tries her best to do her best. Soon, the slaves pushed and squeezed, barely lining up in 10 rows. A few stronger slaves dragged others and cut in line while cursing. But this illegal behavior was immediately suppressed by the guards. The guards rushed up and punched, knocking down the villains who cut in line. No eggs were wasted, and all turned into fighting power. The one who cut in line should be at the end. Sparrow put her hands on her waist and tried her best to be a little fierce. The slaves finally became more honest and began to recall the violent scene just now. "Haha, did you see that just now? Just one punch, God, those guys are so powerful. No wonder they can kill corpses. I heard that the Baron distributes meat to the guards every day. I also want to join. Then I can beat people at will, haha. The slaves talked loudly and excitedly. Violence can let slaves release their repressed emotions and become a topic of conversation for several months. So scary. The disheveled girl by you tightened the dirty hat on her head. The smelly linen hat belonged to another kind old slave, but the grandfather died on the way to the night territory. He was caught in the air by the bat demon and torn into pieces. Fortunately, the warm hat can be left. The two sisters will always take turns to wear it and share the few assets. Her twin sister Hai Yu has begun to sob softly. Be strong and don't look at them. You'll be able to eat soon. Although both of them were 11 years old, the elder sister became stronger earlier. Bai Yu held her younger sister tightly in her arms to prevent her from being kicked down and trampled to death by the crowded slaves. Fortunately, the sisters were lucky and were ranked relatively high. This is the food given by Lord Field. You must work hard for him. Sparrow kept repeating this sentence. She thought so in her heart. Only the dear Baron would be so generous to share food. Sparrow pouted. This is the food that Lord Field risked his life to transport. Food. Work hard. Bai Yu repeated this several times in her mind, and finally sighed. They once had a happy family, their parents worked hard, and they would go to the fields regardless of wind or rain. Their father also had the superb skill of shooting birds with a slingshot. He would take the prey to the castle to sell, and occasionally exchange it for some leftovers that the master didn't want. That time was the happiest time for them, and the delicious leftovers always appeared in their dreams. Their names also came from the gift of flying birds. Unfortunately, later their father picked up branches in the forest and planned to make a better slingshot. The forest was the private property of the nobles, including the animals, berries, and even trees in it. Branches cannot be picked up, which is a serious violation of the law. That evening, their father was hanged for the crime of embezzling noble property. Their mother was molested several times by the captain of the security team, who had long had evil intentions, and finally jumped into the river in a madness. The two sisters escaped the hands of the captain of the security team by chance, but on the way to begging. They were caught in the maple leaf territory and became slaves. After 3 days of hunger, they were handed over to a lord named Field. Bai Yu wanted to die several times. Maybe that was the only way to be relieved. This world is really rotten, and it is equally desperate everywhere. Bai Yu estimated that the night territory is no different from her hometown. One person gets a bowl of porridge and 2 pieces of black bread. Dinner is already included, and no food will be distributed tonight. 2 pieces of black bread are the amount for a day. It was actually 2 pieces of bread. Reality immediately broke Bai Yu's memories and despair. She stared with wide eyes and exclaimed in a low voice, "Are you kidding me? 2 pieces of bread a day and porridge? Goddess, is this a joke?" On the way to nightfall, 2 pieces of bread a day were for fast travel after a full stomach. But in nightfall, normally, 1 piece of bread should be every 2 days or every 3 days. Why is it more? The Lord must have drunk too much and got the order wrong. Bai Yu was shaking with excitement. He was sure to be full. We have a lot of food to eat. The younger sister burst into laughter and turned her head to give Bai Yu a dirty smile. It will be our turn soon. Feeling the younger sister holding her hand tightly, Bai Yu's eyes became firm. If she died, her cowardly younger sister would definitely be abused by the bastards and die in a cold corner. Survive, don't grab, don't take the initiative to reach out, your dirty hands will ruin the porridge. The villagers who were serving food cursed and waved the stick in their hands. With their right hands, they used a soup spoon to scoop a spoonful of porridge from the earthenware jar. The sparse wheat grains in it were so shabby that even dogs would find it shabby. It smells so good. So many wheat grains. Hai Yu's eyes widened, and he took the initiative to let go of his sister's hand. This kind of porridge is only available during the Chinese New Year. Then, the villager took a piece of black bread the size of an adult's fist from the wooden basket next to him and stuffed it into Hai Yu with an impatient look. It's still hot. Hai Yu swallowed his saliva, took the bread, and was about to leave. Wait. Sparrow called Hai Yu, took a bread from the basket, stuffed it into Hai Yu's arms, and smiled sympathetically. You took 1 less, you will be hungry at night. The villagers who deliberately gave 1 less bread were very unhappy. This is a useless little bastard. There is no need to give her 2 breads. 1 is enough for her to eat for 3 days. If there is a lot of food left, they can steal some when the maid is not paying attention. Sparrow knew what they were thinking, and immediately folded his hands in front of his chest and turned his face away. "This is the order of Lord Field. The Lord said that all slaves have 2 loaves of bread and 1 portion of oatmeal. Well, anyway, in the wealthy bull territory, adult slaves should have 1 loaf of bread every 2 days. Children should have 1 every 3 or 4 days," the villagers said sarcastically. "But this is night territory. Everything here is brand new." Sparrow was really a little angry. She borrowed Field's words and reiterated forcefully, "Everything is brand new." The guard who was maintaining order frowned. The 3 words bull territory always made them very sensitive. Lord Field had suffered humiliation there. He immediately cast a nuclear look. The villagers were sweating and shrinking their necks and said, "You are right, it was my mistake." Bayou was very relieved, but she didn't dare to cheer in public, so she had to cast a grateful look at Sparrow with a beaming face. What she didn't expect was that Sparrow also smiled at her. Am I seeing it wrong? Such an elegant and clean woman actually smiled at herself. Bayou was dizzy and pulled her sister to find a corner where no one was sitting down. Without saying a word, she wolfed down a piece of bread and licked the oatmeal porridge used to soak the bread clean. The wooden bowl could even be taken back and used again because it had been licked to a shine. The little girl felt full for the first time, and her thin belly, which had been malnourished for a long time, bulged slightly. Ah, delicious! The younger sister was drooling and opened her mouth wide to eat the second piece of bread, which scared Bayou, who quickly patted the back of her sister's hand. "You can't eat it anymore. You have to hide this," Bayou said sternly. Feeling the pain on the back of her hand, the younger sister opened her mouth and tears rolled out immediately. "Don't cry." Bayou rubbed his sister's head and changed his tone to a gentle one. "There won't be many good days like this. If you eat all the food, you will starve to death in an emergency. So be good, let's hide the bread and eat it when you are almost starving to death." "Okay." Bayou handed the bread to his sister in a baby voice, pouting. "Don't eat it secretly." Bayou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His sister was quite smart. He immediately pinched her nose and said lovingly, Okay, I will call you when I eat." Not only the 2 sisters did this, most slaves would hide the bread. For them, it was not just bread, but the continuation of life. Who knows what the noble Lord's order will be tomorrow? Even if the Lord is not bad and is willing to give everyone food, the executors below may not give it. The behavior of the villagers today is an example. "Sister, what do you think the Lord is like?" Bayou hugged his knees. "Well, probably a man with a beer belly, rotten teeth, and a haughty attitude." Bayou answered unhappily based on the image in his memory, and then looked around vigilantly. "Or a drunkard with a beard humph, he even forgot to change the decree after a hangover." Bayou drooled and recalled, "Don't say that, people who give bread are good people." "Lunchtime is over, go to work," the guards shouted, driving the slaves back to the farmland. Sparrow was a little tired, but working for the Lord made her very happy. Happy, she hummed a little tune and returned to the kitchen of the winery. She also wanted to have lunch. "What are you doing together?" Sparrow saw several colleagues sitting at the table with serious expressions, and immediately came over. Maids love gossip. "Sparrow, this is the lunch given by the Lord, called dry pot beef, which is very special. In the past, the Lord would only give us the leftovers, but this time he directly shared some. One of the reasons why servants like Field is that Field is very picky about food. There are many delicious dishes made by the chef, such as fruits, smoked fish, and nuts stewed together. Field will only taste 1 bite at most, and then the servants can enjoy all of them. Of course, there will also be steaks, goat milk, and even the most delicious venison. As long as they can eat a bite, they can be happy for a whole month. Similarly, the servants don't like Ashna at all, because Ashna never leaves any food. Ashna can always eat all the food with a smile, which is in sharp contrast to the beloved Lord. And she can't get fat. Why does it look like this? It looks like dried feces, and a bit like my aunt who was burned to a mummy by a fire. Sister said bluntly, and there is no fruit or soup, how can it be delicious? Just like Field saw the dark cuisine, this time it was the servants' turn to sweat. They had never seen or heard of such a dish, and they also thought that it was Field's dark cuisine that he made on a whim. The pot glanced at Scissors and was about to report it. "Scissors, don't talk nonsense." Sparrow angrily nudged her with his elbow. "You are insulting the Lord's reward." "Oh, sorry, you know what I mean, I respect Lord Field the most." Scissors hurriedly smiled at everyone. "If the Lord knew this, he might marry her to an ugly, perverted old man. Next time I will help you clean your room. Please forgive my slip of the tongue. At least it smells good." "Why are you looking at me?" My God, can you even be picky about beef? We are all servants, not nobles. Although it looks strange, the Lord asks you to eat real feces, so you have to eat it. After saying that, the sparrow picked up a piece of beef with a spoon and ate it with a fearless attitude. The next moment, the sparrow's taste buds were immediately conquered by the unique taste. The carefully marinated beef was fried until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Every bite was full of rich gravy. The dry pot cooking method greatly improved the taste of the beef. The vegetables absorbed the essence of the beef and returned the fragrance of the vegetables. Perfect. What apple almond stewed marinated meat? It's just garbage. No wonder the Lord doesn't like it. The sparrow was silent for a long time and squeezed out a difficult expression. Goddess, it's too disgusting, I'll throw it away. Why throw it outside? If it doesn't taste good, you can give it to the slaves. The scissors narrowed his eyes, showing a suspicious expression, and reached out to take it, but was dodged by the sparrow. Something's wrong, you're up to something. Everyone reacted immediately and rushed to grab it. Soon, a small pot of dry beef was wiped out and the condiments on the plate were licked clean. It's so delicious. Gianzi smacked his lips, still unsatisfied. As expected of the Lord, you actually know that such a delicacy exists. That's right, after all, our master is a noble. Only the chef's plate was broken, muttering to himself, how is this possible? Why is it so delicious? Field himself thought it was just average, at least not the taste he wanted. Too much salt, the heat was not controlled well. And in addition, did you add sweet curry powder? It tastes weird. Field smacked his lips. Ashina, what do you think? Ashina's mouth was full and she couldn't reply, so she had to give Field a thumbs up. You foodie. Field took a sip of tea slowly. Originally thinking of taking a 3-day break to relax, Field couldn't stay idle the next day. The territory had no output and was in a dangerous area. If he didn't do something, he would be anxious and uneasy. There are many things in the territory, but they can't be solved with just a few words. Field decided to solve the problem of wood scarcity. After Field finished dressing, he just opened the door and ran into Ashna with a bow on her back and a gun. She seemed to have come back from outside, with a lot of dirty blood splashed on her face. There was also an empty space without a skull mark on the small map, which was obviously her masterpiece. Good day, sir. When Ashna saw Field, the seriousness on her face immediately disappeared. She smiled and lifted her skirt and greeted sweetly, what do you need me to do today? I've rested well. After that, Ashna pointed to her eyes. Sure enough, the slight dark circles before disappeared and the red wolf eyes looked both smart and charming. This guy chopped all the way back from Maple Leaf territory, chopped for 4 days and 4 nights and only rested for 1 day yesterday, but he is full of energy and his eyes are not dry. The chosen one recovers quickly. Field sighed, it just so happens that I am going to lead troops to retake the logging site and I need your escort. Great. It's very interesting to be able to work with adults. The girl shook her tail, suddenly thought of something, frowned and said, my lord, I felt something was wrong last night. In the second half of the night, around 3 o'clock, something was spying on the territory. I went out and walked around the area several times, but didn't find anything unusual, but I believe that my senses are not wrong. No wonder you are carrying a weapon. Do you know what that thing is? It can't be a goblin again. Field immediately realized the seriousness of the problem, rubbed his chin and thought, no, that's right, goblins can't escape your claws at all. Not goblins, I remember the smell of goblins. The smell I smelled last night must be a corrupted creature. It was brand new and could block my perception. The wind told me everything. The smell of that thing was mixed with extremely strong killing and hostility. Field was silent for a moment. I know. You go to have breakfast first. I will notify the patrolling guards to be careful. Ashna shook her head and said after consideration, well, it's best to shrink the defense line. Patrol in groups of 5 and be equipped with horns. She rarely made suggestions on military affairs. And she didn't say a word about internal affairs. She just did whatever Field told her to do. If Asuna was an official in ancient China, the emperor would definitely like her. But it was because Asuna didn't express her opinions easily that Field paid special attention to her ideas. It's so dangerous. Field nodded seriously. Asuna didn't change her face when she met a 3rd-level rat demon. Those who could make her alert were definitely not good people. A new round of conscription must also be started. The current defense force is still insufficient. Let the tie, I will do it specially. Field rubbed his eyebrows. I hope there is still wood left in the lumberyard. If there is a wooden wall, it will be much easier to defend. I will swear to protect you. Ashina solemnly promised. The lumberyard is located to the east of the winery, at the junction of the forest and the lake. This lake was originally a beautiful ribbon running through the manor and the starry night lake, but now it is densely covered with bones. Countless gray-white rotten reeds and skeletons stand in the water, and the water quality is also gray-black. To purify this lake, tens of thousands of bottles of purification potions are needed. In addition to the creeping vines and scattered white bones, the most common thing seen along the way is tentacles, which are corrupted by weeds. Field has long been accustomed to it. When he first came into contact with Cthulhu style, the disgusting scene made Field feel horrible and afraid, but after seeing it too much, he just felt that the small tentacles on the ground were boring, even a little cute. These tentacles are not like those in the anime that catch women and make them give birth. They have no attack power and no strength. At most, they make it difficult for wheels and horses to move. One of Field's daily pleasures is to poke the tentacles around with a lance, and then watch them curl up like mimosas. After the march, the river slowly entered the coverage of the fog lights. Everyone could vaguely see the logging site on the other side. The huge house was hidden in the darkness, like a giant beast that chose people to eat. The guards had dispersed and started a battle with the corpses. Don't make too much noise. The corpses have very sharp ears. You can help me. The captain of the guards, Lynx, whispered to the two people beside him, leaned forward quickly, and groped behind a corpse that looked like a woman. Puff, Lynx held the middle of the halberd and stabbed it into the neck of the corpse with a very small movement. The guards next to him immediately stepped forward, grabbed the hair of the corpse that was about to scream, and cooperated with Lynx to pull the head of the corpse off. The two of them didn't even frown at the disgusting scene. There was almost no sound during the whole process, only some crisp sounds from the friction of the armor. But the other guard next to the mountain cat was not paying attention, stepped on the squirming rotten meat ball, and screamed subconsciously. Roar. 3 rotten corpses immediately rushed out of the gray fog and rushed over with their teeth and claws. The guard who made the mistake wanted to shout to warn, but who knew that his mouth was immediately covered. The mountain cat snorted fiercely. "What are you shouting for, making a fuss?" After saying that, the mountain cat took the initiative to meet the rotten corpses. He was no longer the same as before. High-intensity battles every day made him reborn from the skinny and timid slave identity before. The mountain cat rushed forward suddenly, stabbed with a long spear, and immediately felt the obstruction of iron entering the flesh. The rotten corpse without armor was easily disemboweled, and the whole body was almost folded in two. The other 2 corpses came to surround him. The mountain cat rushed forward and clamped the right hand that the corpse had grabbed. The long halberd penetrated the throat of the corpse. Without any pause, he used the small shield hanging on his left hand to knock down the last corpse. Puff! The mountain cat stepped on the corpse's body and smashed it several times with the edge of the small shield, smashing it to pieces. Captain I, seeing that the mountain cat had killed all the corpses, the guard who caused the trouble looked embarrassed. "Be careful and keep clearing the way." The mountain cat didn't bother with him. The other guards did the same, quickly killing the scattered corpses. The big thing in front should be the stone bridge. The mountain cat searched along the river bank and found the bridge. It was covered with aquatic plants. Several corpses were trapped inside, looking up at the sky with empty eyes. "Did you hear any sound?" a guard asked. Everyone held their breath and concentrated, and indeed heard faint cries of "no" and "help" from the haze on the other side. "Is there a living person?" Everyone was very excited. It was not easy to find a living person in the night. "Let's go and save him. Put away your curiosity. The Baron's order is to find the stone bridge. I will go to report this to the Baron first." The guards were fighting, and Field, who was not far away, was not idle either. He was practicing riding. "Go!" Field squeezed the horse's belly, and the warhorse ran. Feeling the wind whistling in his ears, Field felt the joy of riding a roller coaster. He aimed at the rotten corpse in front of him, and Field raised his lance and aimed at the hideous rotten corpse. Puff! I only felt the lance tremble, and the neck of the rotten corpse was cut off by the sharp lance. Dirty blood gushed out freely. "Don't hesitate to slow down when you meet the enemy, Lord Field. You have to trust your own judgment." Asuna drove the giant wolf to come closer and parallel to Field. "Either give the enemy a thundering blow, or don't meet the enemy to fight, but look for opportunities in a roundabout way." Field nodded thoughtfully. "If you slow down, the impact will be greatly reduced." Yes, once the cavalry stagnates in the pile of infantry, they will be pulled off the horse and killed. Report, we found the bridge. The mountain cat trotted over. In addition, we heard a cry for help. Call for help, did you hear it wrong? Field frowned and glanced at the small map. The other side of the river is densely packed with skull marks. Asana sniffed for a while. I don't sense the breath of strange living things. Everyone heard it, but I didn't let them check it out. The mountain cat scratched his head, sorry to trouble you. This child has been smart since he was young. Field nodded with satisfaction. You did a good job. In the northern province, you can never be too careful. Ashina, the next battle depends on you. Open up a way to the lumberyard. The large-scale corpse tide cannot be solved by the guards. The chosen one needs to take action. Field commanded, Lynx Cat, you take the guards to protect the slaves. This time, Field brought 10 slaves to transport supplies and pick up some spoils. Ants are meat no matter how small they are. Along the way, they collected 12 copper coins and 2 copper jewelry. Ashina drove the dragon wolf to the stone bridge. The dragon wolf slowly opened its mouth, and then suddenly shot out a dark blue magma column, rendering the gray lake blue. Zizizi, all the aquatic plants burned and withered. And the block stone bridge revealed its original appearance. Driftwood, no, there seems to be a magical plant. Standing on the bridge and looking around, Ashina's eyes were fixed on a brown wooden block more than 10 meters away, covered with creeping moss plants. A flower with purple fluff stood there, with a hint of soul breath, and the top exuded fine and beautiful hairs. Yes, it's the fluctuation of magic. It's rare to grow on driftwood. Without hesitation, Ashina jumped directly to the nearby riverbank and reached for it with a spear. Without touching it, the floating wood suddenly lifted up high, and a hideous crack appeared in the middle. The cold light gathered into a beam, and the feeling of danger came immediately. So cunning, hiding in the water to block the smell. This is not a floating wood at all, but a second-level corrupted crocodile. The crocodile broke out of the water, with a huge body of 6 or 7 meters long, with a disgusting smell, grinning with a big mouth full of fangs, and rushed in from the air. The dragon wolf glanced at the monster lightly, pressed down its limbs slightly, and then rushed out suddenly, easily avoiding the crocodile's attack. Bang! The huge head hit the shore, bringing up a gray dust. The corrupted crocodile didn't feel any pain at all, and turned around quickly in a weird posture that could almost break its neck. The huge tail swung out, carrying a force of 10,000 kilograms, and fell hard on the place where Ashina landed. Instantly, a violent muffled sound was heard, and a huge depression appeared on the riverbed, causing the lake to surge and startling a large number of deformed, corrupted fish. The crocodile's gray pupils scanned back and forth for a while before gradually stopping. Are you looking for me? Ashina's skirt fluttered, and she appeared behind the crocodile. And she suddenly shot out with an indestructible edge, piercing the corrupted crocodile through, and a large blood mist exploded in the air. Without waiting for the crocodile to counterattack, Asuna landed lightly on the crocodile's head, wrapped in the domineering winter power, and slashed a knife fiercely, hitting the top of the monster's head. Suddenly, the crocodile's scales as hard as stone exploded, and fell on the lake and the shore along with brain matter and blood. Squeak! The corrupted fish with feet or hands came forward to lick the blood with strange cries. HMPH, sorry. You are also in the scope of extermination. After saying that, the dragon wolf jumped into the lake, dragged the crocodile corpse to the shore, turned his head and spit out flames, burning all the weak creatures in sight. It's a pity to have such a big crocodile. If it was an ordinary monster, it could be eaten. Ashina picked the magic purple flower from the crocodile corpse and pouted her lips regretfully. But this skin may be useful. What is the use of this magic plant? Field learned from the previous lesson and did not touch it casually. Instead, he stretched his neck and looked curious. Ashina, do you know? Ashina quickly put the magic plant into the jar. Don't smell it randomly and don't look at it blindly. What if you get poison? You are too cautious. Field was embarrassed. The last evil act left a big shadow on the little girl. I don't know the specific effect. Would be great if there was a pharmacist. Take it back and keep it. After that, Ashina put the jar on the cart. The slaves consciously stepped forward and cut up the crocodile's body. Help! In the haze, a hysterical female voice came out. Just like a person struggling in a raging fire, wailing desperately before death. Ashina's wolf ears swayed twice, and she turned her head to look in the direction of the lumberyard, her nose twitching slightly. I also heard someone calling for help, and it was in the direction of the lumberyard, but there was no breath of living people. Of course, this is the northern province. The possibility of it being a human is very small. Everyone be careful. Field was unmoved, but drew out his long sword with a vigilant look on his face. You can shout for help for so long, and you are so full of energy. Either the situation is not dangerous at all, or it is a monster imitating the cry. I will be careful. Ashina tightly grasped the spear and rushed into the gray fog quickly. After running in the direction of the lumberyard for more than 10 seconds, a wave of corpses appeared in the field of vision. They gathered together, twitching from time to time, and crowded into the lumberyard aimlessly. Squeak! The heavy walls of the lumberyard made a bending sound under the heavy load. The rotten corpses were very sensitive to sound, and the cry for help in the house made them gather together. Help! The strange cry for help became louder, suddenly coming from the lumberyard. The source of the sound is inside the house. Lord Field is right. There will be no living people in the pile of corpses. Asuna drove the giant wolf to jump to a high place, looked around, and raised the corners of her mouth with a surprised expression. There is still a lot of wood. The houses in the territory have been settled. There are several open spaces around the lumberyard, piled with hills of wood. Most of the wood is intact, some are rotten, or mushrooms and moss grow. However, compared to the trees that have turned into monsters, the wood here is definitely a very valuable resource. This lumberyard in the big manor not only supplies the manor but also supplies Starry Night City with a very high output. Because there is a river here, as long as the cut wood is thrown into the water and flows downstream, it can float into Starry Night City and then be salvaged for use, which can save a lot of manpower and material resources and reduce transportation costs. Shua, a thin and long tail with spikes, suddenly sprang out from the side of Ashina, carrying a sharp edge, and stabbed at her suddenly. If it were an ordinary person, even a fighting knight, he might be killed by the sudden attack. Ashina was always alert, her eyebrows slightly frowned, she just tilted her head lightly, and the tail's spike brushed her hair. The enemy's attack failed, and Ashina stabbed the spear in the direction of the attack, hitting the attacker's throat with one shot, and then twisted the spear. The rotating spear twisted out several thick blood arrows. The attacker was a first-level corpse. Its eyes were wide open, and its neck was almost completely twisted. It didn't even scream and fell to the ground with a bang. Asuna murmured as if nothing had happened, "We can't set fire here. If we burn all the wood, Lord Field will be so angry that he will faint, but there are too many corpses here to count. If we don't use group damage methods, it will take at least a day to kill them. Got it, let's do it." Asuna thought of a good idea. Awoo-woo-woo, the dragon wolf howled, roughly translated, "I want to fight 10,000 of them." This sound was like a dinner bell. All the corpses in the lumberyard were activated and turned their heads to look over with twisted and weird postures. Roar! The corpses surged like a black tide, and the faces of the people who came one after another were full of the desire to kill. Kill them, Black Wolf. Ashina patted the dragon wolf's head, and the dragon wolf's limbs suddenly flashed blue light. The body pressed slightly, and then mixed with the violent sound of breaking wind, it crushed the corpses with unstoppable force, like a ruthless high-speed train. Bang! 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 The rotten corpses in the entire straight line were all smashed into a blood mist, and all those who were hit were left with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Without stopping, the dragon wolf charged out again. Asuna played a beautiful gunflower and made a face at the corpse tide. The fearless corpses howled and chased frantically with messy steps. Asuna led the corpse tide, slowly leaving in another direction, relying on the terrifying mobility of the dragon wolf. Asuna led the corpse group to a distant open space, turned around and asked them to eat dragon flames, burned them into ashes, and then patiently attracted the next batch of rotten corpses. After the slaves peeled off the crocodile's skin and claws, Asuna had already solved the battle. "My lord, the rotten corpses in the logging yard have been dealt with, and the logging yard is well preserved. And it is estimated that there will be gains." Field excitedly waved his fist. "Well done, thank you for your trouble. Wait, I need your help." Seeing Field lifting his legs to leave, Asuna's cheeks were slightly drunk, pointing to her head, puffing up her cheeks, and said, "I have been fighting for too long, my head is dizzy, I need to touch my head to get better." The little girl was simply used to being bullied by Field. Every time he eliminated the enemy, Field would touch her head to show encouragement, which formed a conditioned reflex for her. How could Field stand this? So he quickly put his hand on Asuna's head and rubbed it. "Okay, don't faint, don't faint." Ashina, letter 15 DC, super happy. After clearing the obstacles on the road, everyone came to the lumberyard. Looking around, Field saw 3 buildings in the lumberyard, a wood processing plant, a wood storage warehouse, and the house where the lumberjacks lived. Help! Before he could count the supplies, the strange cry for help came from the house again. Everyone was startled. Following the sound, the door of the house was open, and there was nothing in sight except the collapsed furniture and some broken limbs. The house was gloomy, with only a faint wind blowing. Goddess! This must be the work of evil spirits. The guards who were about to step forward looked at each other, stopped in their tracks, and hesitated to pick up their spears. Daring to fight the corpses didn't mean they wouldn't be afraid. The slaves were so scared that they pissed themselves. If Field hadn't been here, they would have definitely run away. This was an extremely superstitious era. Their fear of demons and ghosts was unimaginable to modern people. What's going on? Was that cry for help made by a monster? Field frowned, called out the small map and looked at it again and again, confirming that there was no living creature inside. My lord, this is very strange. I'm sure there is no breath of living creatures in the lumberyard. However, please pay attention to safety. Asuna stood in front of Field without hesitation. She was worried that a strange thing would come out and attack the lord. There should be a basement inside. The sound sounded hollow and long, as if it came from underground. Field looked at the small map for a long time, and combined with physical common sense, he saw the clue. You are of noble status, please don't get close first. Let me go to scout. Black Wolf, protect the Baron. Asuna asked the dragon wolf to stay, and she drew out the long knife, half bent her body, and protected the long knife in front of her in a defensive posture, and vigilantly groped into the house. Help! Suddenly, another cry for help came from the house. The sound came from the corner. Asuna pricked up her ears, followed the strange and ferocious sound, and walked slowly to the corner. Why is there a carpet in the corner? And the lumberjacks won't buy wool carpets. After a glance, Asuna's eyes lit up and she noticed something unusual. She immediately lifted the dusty carpet, and a pull ring came into view. Asuna hesitated for a second but still stretched out her hand. It's really the basement. Let me see what you are. Squeak, the secret door was opened. A strong and extremely bloody smell came out. Cough, cough, so disgusting. Even though she was the chosen one, she was choked and looked down with her eyes slightly narrowed. Asuna's pupils suddenly dilated, and she suddenly flashed out of the danger zone. The majestic divine power gathered on the long sword, ready to split the jumping things in half at any time. The atmosphere around was extremely tense. Field tried his best to stay calm, and the guards also held shields and halberds. 1 breath, 2 breaths, half a minute passed and no enemy appeared. Asuna shook her tail. Huh, I clearly saw a woman in white clothes. Don't worry, time is on our side. Field comforted. It's really strange. This time even Asuna was curious. She carefully approached the entrance of the basement and looked for a while and breathed a sigh of relief. My lord, there is no danger. There is a magic device in the basement that can retain sound and images. Maybe the magic fluctuations are too weak, I didn't sense it. As soon as these words came out, several slaves were limp and fell to the ground like mud. Field wiped the cold sweat and smiled. That's good, it's probably a photo stone. I saw that kind of prop when I went to the Maple Leaf City Mage Association before. But in the northern province full of death, hearing the cry for help from humans is really scary. Lynx cat, you protect the slaves outside and let them collect the spoils. I'll go down and take a look. The basement was ventilated for a while, and Field and Asuna stepped on the shaky stairs and came to the basement. Fug. Field was so scared that he froze in his previous life. Even though Field was used to seeing rotting corpses, he froze in fear and took a deep breath. The room was filled with a lot of human fragments. At the same time, there were 5 girls with only the upper body left, nailed to the wall naked, dying from being disemboweled. The dried intestines were mixed with disgusting rotten insects and flowed to the ground. Blood gathered from all directions in the middle of the basement, forming a strange magic circle. There was also a girl in the center of the magic circle. It was estimated that she had been dead for more than 3 years and almost merged with the ground. However, with the nun's clothes, it was easy to see that she was from the Holy Light Church. Of course, the most powerful evidence was the constantly playing photo stone. A girl in a white robe with fear in her eyes screamed desperately, "Help!" Then an unclear figure cut off her limbs and dropped a bug. After the worm entered the girl's body, a large amount of blood mist immediately exploded around it, accompanied by creeping tentacles, strange spells, and the girl's screams. After the filming stone ended, it paused for a moment and played again. The strange image, combined with the hellish scene, scared Field terribly. The two looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a while, or Ashina was more open-minded. After a moment of silence, she said in surprise, "My lord, she is the chosen one." "Well, you mean? Someone is hunting the chosen one of the holy light." Field has recovered. He rubbed his chin. Because of his different status and way of thinking, Field is good at considering domestic and foreign affairs. It may be that the Queen sent someone to do it. The Holy Griffin Empire wants to get rid of the intervention of the Papal States. It's not a big deal. The secret is gone. Of course, it could also be the instigation of the Kingdom of Franvia. Ashina was dumbfounded, showing a silly expression. "Bah. How could a white wolf like me know about the human imperial diplomacy?" "Huh? By the way, how do you know she is the chosen one?" Field put away his meaningless thoughts. Anyway, the diplomacy of the Empire has nothing to do with him, so he was too lazy to think about it. Ashina strode forward, took off a dazzlingly delicate silver brooch from the corpse, and shook it in her hand twice. "Because of this, look, no wonder I didn't sense the magic energy before. The photo stone is driven by divine power." Field then noticed that the surroundings were always shining with a soft and mysterious light, and it was cold. He thought it was caused by the basement, but it turned out that it was all released by this little thing. The moment the brooch was taken away, the photo stone stopped working, and the tragic experience of the girl slowly disappeared, leaving only a gentle silver light in the basement. However, Field didn't care about the photo stone. He took the brooch from Ashina and placed it in the basement with the corpse for so long, but it was not stained with a trace of filth. Field stared at the mysterious brooch with a flash of surprise in his eyes and whispered, "How can this be similar to the family's artifact? The exquisite workmanship alone is so great that even modern machines cannot carve it, not to mention the mysterious power contained in it. Because this is a first-level artifact. Otherwise, how can it have divine power?" Ashna smacked her lips, hugged her arms across her chest, and said unconvinced, "Is it strange? Although I don't have a divine weapon, I do have a divine gift. You can touch the black wolf. There are many kinds of divine gifts. After each god's chosen one awakens, he can get one at random. The most common ones are weapons. Just touch you." While Field was ecstatic, he did not forget to take care of Ashina's little emotions and immediately gave her a good beating. Ashina was so happy that her tail was trembling. But she still said stubbornly, "Perverted lord. If you suddenly grab me next time, I will bite you. I am so scared." Although Field had guessed before, he was not sure. After getting a positive answer from Ashina, a touch of ecstasy that was difficult to conceal surged into Field's heart. You know, artifacts are only left after the death of the Chosen One, and the Chosen One is rarer than a giant panda, so there are even fewer artifacts left. Therefore, each artifact is strictly controlled by the Empire and the nobles, and it is almost impossible to circulate. The Empire once sold 5 artifacts due to financial difficulties. One of them was a first-level artifact, and the auction reserve price was 1 million gold coins. Field felt that he was holding a heavy gold in his hand. This should be what Sister Eliza said. Many artifacts were left in the northern province. Field was very proud. I asked Sister Eliza if there were any artifacts in the Night Territory, but she was too proud to tell me. According to the imperial law, everything in the territory belongs to the Lord. Field unceremoniously labeled the artifact as made in the Night Territory. Church, we are really not familiar with it. If you ask, it grows in the ground, passed down by our ancestors, and has been claimed since ancient times. After playing with it for a while, Field handed the brooch to Ashina. Can you see if it works? No, this is a gift from the Holy Light Goddess. It conflicts with my winter power. If it is used forcibly, it will backfire, but you can use it or someone else can. Ashina pushed the brooch back to Field and said softly, drop your blood on it and this artifact will recognize its master. I think it will help you. Okay. Field didn't hesitate. He had coveted the artifact for a long time and immediately pierced his finger with the brooch. Accompanied by a mysterious power spreading out, after the blood was absorbed by the brooch, Field immediately felt the holy light pouring into his body. What permeated was an inexplicable intimate breath, and at the same time, the comfort made Field couldn't help humming. After recognizing the master, the artifact seemed to be his own hands, and the mind was united. In the Lord panel, there is also a column for God's gift. God's gift. Silver iris brooch, first-level artifact source. Goddess of holy light effect. The wearer can change his appearance, figure, and voice at will. It is an illusion and does not change the real structure. Activate the brooch and turn it into a silver iris sword, first-level artifact. Special effects are only for the holy light God's chosen. Field laughed, swelled his hands on his hips, and looked like, "I am so awesome." This effect seems simple, but it is quite powerful. Changing your appearance, voice, and figure at will. Doesn't it mean that you can be the old Wang next door in the future? Sister-in-law, don't look back, I am my brother. It directly becomes, sister-in-law, you can look back at will, I am really my brother. Or stepmother, you continue, I am really my father. Lord Field, you seem to be thinking about something very strange, and your saliva is flowing out. Ashina's eyes flickered slightly, revealing a suspicious expression. Does this artifact have strange functions? Field didn't waste any words and directly used the ability of the iris brooch. After the space was twisted, Field turned into Ashina. Ashina covered her mouth, her pupils shaking wildly. Oh no. Oh no, the Lord has turned into a girl. What should I do? No, this is what I look like. Let me try the size. Field smiled evilly and patted his chest with his hand. However, the two big cotton balls that looked snow-white were all illusions when touched, and he couldn't even touch the wool ball. Seeing Ashina's shock, Field said in a funny tone, "It's all illusions, don't be nervous, I'm not that perverted." Ashina sniffed the smell and then she was relieved. The smell and heartbeat have not changed, it's really an illusion. The ability to change is very good, it can deceive my eyes, but the smell can't change, you have to pay attention to this. Well, it seems that it can't be hidden from those who are interested, but it's also very practical. Field leaned over and wanted to see under the skirt. Hey. Please don't do this. The girl was already in tears. The thing I regret most is giving this thing to you. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. After removing the brooch's ability to change, Field activated another ability, and suddenly a gorgeous long sword flashing with silver light condensed out. Unlike ordinary weapons, the iris long sword trembled slightly, as if it had intelligence. It's a pity that only the chosen one of holy light can exert the full power of the artifact. After changing the long sword back, Field pinned the brooch on his clothes. Look at the ability, it can not only change the appearance, but also turn out hidden weapons. This chosen one was born become someone familiar to the target of assassination, and then assassinate the enemy when he is off guard, and various romantic stories will happen during this period. It sounds like a movie plot. Very cool, but now the corpse has rotted into pieces, and Field is not interested in giving up his nobleman and cosplaying Jing Qi, he shrugged. Take the photo stone with you. I feel that her death is not as simple as imagined. Maybe I can use this video to gain some benefits in the future. By the way, Ashina, write down this strange array pattern. This array is really disturbing. I have the same feeling. Field stepped on the creaking ladder and came out of the basement. Bobcat had organized slaves to find useful supplies and then piled them all in the open space in front of the sawmill. Most of them were furniture, and there were also some tools for logging. Seeing Field coming out, Bobcat hurriedly ran up to report. Dear sir, the logs here are thicker than my waist. It will be a huge project to move them. We have limited manpower, so why don't we move the small pieces of wood first and move the logs next time? Well, that's the only way. Field looked around. Many of the wood that had not been corroded by time were unheard of in the previous life. They were strong and durable and could serve as the main beams of large buildings, but they were also extremely heavy. Field took 2 steps and turned back and said, "Also, send someone to bury the bodies in the basement. There is no need to rush. Wait until you finish the work at hand. Oh. By the way, be careful of the old wooden steps. Don't break your legs. The cause of death of the girls who died in the basement is still uncertain. But they are all very tragic. I have received someone else's artifact, so I have to show my appreciation. If you want to transport logs, let me see if there is a shortcut." Field opened the small map and planned to find the best route for transportation. From the big winery, shit, what is this? A scarlet red dot wandered at the border of the territory. Field still remembers that, when he first came to the manor, he was peeped at by a certain creature. That kind of cold feeling will never be forgotten once you have experienced it, and that peeping came from the basement of the main building of the manor. The small map marked the main building with a red dot as a mark. At first, Field was always worried about being attacked, but as time went by, the red dot would not move at all, so Field was relieved. I wanted to develop a wave and then kill it, but now, The red dot actually appeared on the periphery of the territory without any signs. At the same time, a skull logo appeared out of thin air. That's right, it was out of thin air. Obviously, a minute ago, the area around the territory was peaceful. The rotten corpses around were cleaned up as much as possible. That thing ran out. Field was sweating profusely. Realizing that danger was approaching, he quickly called Ashna. "What's wrong, my lord?" Field just called out his name, and Ashna jumped up from the basement, quickly flashed to Field's side, and her eyes subconsciously scanned around. "The thing you mentioned has gone to spy around the territory. Again, you go back to protect the territory first. I will gather people and come later." Field did not shout in panic but pondered for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, "It would be best if you can win. If not, retreat to the big winery. If not, retreat. Remember, don't be stubborn. The night territory can be operated by anyone, but if there is no God's chosen, it will be destroyed in a matter of minutes." Asana nodded solemnly and rode on the dragon wolf. A strong purple and blue light burst out from the black wolf. The huge dragon wolf was like a black missile, fiercely shooting into the death-gray fog. All kinds of corrupted creatures on the way were immediately smashed to pieces. Dust was raised, and stones and sand flew. It's really troublesome without extraordinary power." Field sighed, especially when facing extraordinary enemies. It is easy to have a sense of powerlessness and decadence, but it was only a moment. Field gritted his teeth and put away the complicated and boring emotions. It would be strange if the territory was not invaded, otherwise the nobles would have recovered the northern province long ago. Field ordered loudly, "Lynx, leave the cart here and lead the troops to rush to the winery. Prepare for battle." "Yes, sir." The slaves were still confused, and Lynx dropped the bench in his hand and responded loudly. On the other side, the Starry Night Winery. Woo-woo, the low horn sounded in the winery for the first time. Perhaps it sounded when the orcs invaded 10 years ago. But the same is that the slaves who heard the horn reacted, first looked around in confusion, and saw the guards in armor began to gather and line up, and they immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. The territory exploded instantly, and the slaves and free people dropped the farm tools in their hands and began to flee in the direction of the winery. Accompanied by screaming, crying, and cursing, the black crowd was in chaos. "Calm down, the monster is still far away from you." Tate held a whip and tried his best to maintain the pitiful order in the crowd. Hearing this, the slaves were sure of one thing: there was really a monster coming. Suddenly, they ran more chaotically, and people fell from time to time. Fortunately, Ashana's suggestion was very timely. Field did not let the slaves open up new territories, but stayed near the winery to loosen the soil, so that the slaves could reach the winery as soon as possible. This heavy stone building carries the expectations of the Zingai family for wine. The entire building is made of marble blocks chiseled into squares comparable to a fortress and spacious enough, which is why Field chose this place as a base. Cal was on the second floor of the winery. Seeing the slaves rushing in to take shelter, he was furious. "Your Excellency shouldn't have allowed them to take shelter. Those damned low-class people will dirty the floor. Wagwan, tell the guards to keep a close eye on them. Don't let them go upstairs or to the basement." Against the direction of the slaves' advance, a team of 20 guards gathered in the direction of the horn while sorting out their equipment. "Damn idiot, why are you running? We'll take your death." Tai Chui spat on his hand, then rubbed it on his beloved mace, making it shine. "Hee, I'm only 9 silver coins away from being a slave. By then, I'll have a hangover every day and go to Maple Leaf territory to let those stinky roast chickens see the perseverance of the men in night territory." "Ha ha, then you'd better live to that time, Tai Chui." The guard next to him put on an iron helmet, and when he ran with his full body of iron armor, there was a clanging sound. I will. Tai Chui knocked on the helmet hard. After everyone ran for a while, a large number of corrupted creatures appeared in their sight, and they immediately saw the situation at the border of the territory. The corpses, a large number of corpses rushed entering the territory. Countless corpses were running wildly and screaming. Some corpses randomly attacked the carts placed in the farmland, while some corpses were running wildly towards the big winery with a clear purpose. From time to time, stray arrows flew across the sky and shot into the corpses, nailing some unlucky corpses to the ground, reducing the number of corpses. Following the trajectory of the arrows, Tai Chui saw a wooden fortress surrounded by corpses. Because the materials in the night territory were extremely scarce and the living space had to be expanded all the time. There were no decent walls, but there were small wooden fortresses. The wooden stakes were hammered into the soil to form a simple circular fortress. It was called a fortress, but it only built a series of low wooden walls that just reached the chest, more like a sheepfold. The low wall was supported by wood to form a stable triangular structure on which sharp objects or vines could be placed. There was only enough space behind the wooden wall for soldiers to stand in 2 rows to launch attacks, but similarly, the combat surface of the corpses would also become smaller. This kind of wooden fortress is undoubtedly more suitable for the current territory than the wall. Reality is not a game. Building a wall is not a matter of clicking the mouse, but building a small wooden fortress is very simple. Field used wooden fortresses as one of the trainings for the soldiers and built several of them. Unexpectedly, they came in handy. It's Yongfen and the others. I thought they were dead. The guards called Yongfen was struggling to poke the long halberd in their hands out of the cracks in the wood. They didn't need to aim. As long as they stabbed mechanically, they could bring back a piece of crushed flesh and blood. From time to time, there were guards who took arrows from the box, strung the crossbow, and then shot at the rotten corpses climbing up the wooden wall. Everyone follow me and support Yongfen together. Iron Hammer howled, carrying the nail hammer and heading towards the direction of the wooden fortress. Roar! The rotten corpses also discovered this group of iron cans. Their originally staggering and disordered steps suddenly accelerated at this moment. A rotten corpse with an unusually strong right hand rushed to the front and left the other rotten corpses behind for a distance. Everyone knew that if this creature was not an extraordinary corpse, it was at least an extremely ferocious one. Even when running fast, his footsteps and arm movements can still maintain a strange stability. The muscles of his right arm are squirming. There is no doubt that he is about to launch a thunderous attack. Taichui kept relaxing his shoulders, holding the mace in his hand, and was about to go forward to fight head-on, but was stopped by his comrade. Don't always think about using your stupid donkey-like strength. Let me do it. Don't forget to treat me to barley wine in the future. The guard who spoke stood up straight, took out the longbow from his back, pulled the longbow with all his strength, and shot it at the corpse. There was a buzzing sound, and the arrow made a sharp whistling sound of breaking through the wind, and the distance of 30 steps was reached in an instant. Roar the corpse's eyes flashed with a fierce light. It jumped up suddenly with the momentum of the advance, dodging the arrow. The corpse behind was unlucky, and the stray arrow pierced into the belly of the corpse behind, nailing it to the ground. Oh, damn it, this thing can dodge arrows. Give me another chance and I will definitely shoot it to death. Forget it, you weak thing, save it for the roast chicken. They're coming, line up. Iron Hammer shouted loudly for Lord Field. For Lord Knight, everyone shouted to cheer. A small square formation quickly took shape, and when the footsteps stepped on the ground, there was a dense drum-like sound. The guards wearing iron helmets and armor held their weapons tightly and stretched forward as far as they could. Because of excessive force, there was a squeak sound of palms rubbing against iron, but in the blink of an eye, the two sides immediately collided with each other. Stab! The sound of weapons and flesh interweaving made a cacophony. The seemingly unstoppable Kirin arm corpse was stabbed in the arms from different directions by 2 long halberds at the moment of contact. The Kirin arm corpse staggered by the long halberds, and the middle door was immediately opened. A long halberd immediately pierced its stomach, and the corpse fell to the ground with a weird cry. What the hell are you screaming about? Taichui's eyes widened, and he raised the nail hammer high, smashing it down with a bang. Flattening the corpse's head, and the cold blood splashed everywhere. Even if the enemy is a monster, the advantages of armor and long weapons are still crushing. Be careful. Before Taichui could be proud, a bad wind blew diagonally. Taichui heard his teammates' reminders and hurriedly raised his weapon to block. It was only a crisp sound of clang, and the nail hammer was hit by the attacker and shook. The huge impact hit the shoulder armor, and Taichui's face immediately turned pale twice. Another weird-looking corpse jumped out, and he punched at him, with gray streaks of light wrapped around his fist. Be careful, it's a super corpse, dang sound. The hammer's base was in sharp pain, and the iron mace was actually bent. If it weren't for the armor that took away some of the force, the impact would have directly broken his hand. But the hammer was not afraid, but clenched his teeth and continued to rush forward. The left hand's arm shield hit hard, but the corpse was a brainless thing after all, and he just scratched it with his hands. The shield was raised high, and the edge hit the corpse's nose and eyes, and the nose bone was broken immediately, and dirty blood and disgusting mucus circulated, covering the whole face. Ugh. After losing his vision and sense of smell, the corpse began to go crazy. The crazy corpse Kunj possessed him, and with a series of iron backer, three-pointer, and some random movements, the guards were unable to get close. The huge force overturned the iron hammer to the ground, and it looked like the iron hammer was about to be crushed by the crazy corpse. The next moment, a dazzling silver line cut through the space and penetrated directly into the throat of the corpse. The power did not decrease, and it penetrated several corpses in succession. It's quite timely. As soon as the dragon wolf stopped, Asuna frequently opened her bow and shot silver long arrows in all directions, specifically shooting and killing the threatening corpses. Those first-level corpses simply cannot withstand the arrows with divine power. Even the rare second-level corpses will be crippled after being hit and will no longer pose a threat. Asuna scanned the battlefield. Where's that ghost thing? I can't let you get away this time. The guards felt relieved and felt the pressure recede like a tide. The despair they felt when they were surrounded disappeared without a trace, replaced by a fierce counterattack. Reinforcements are here. Kill them. Send them to hell. The guards rushed towards the corpses with curses. If they can't beat the extraordinary corpses, they can't beat you little Karamis. Asuna searched for the peepers in vain. Forget it. Help the guards clean up a wave of trash first, Black Wolf spit. An invisible wave of space slowly spread, and then a dark blue fire column violently blasted into the dense group of corpses, just like a space-based weapon, sweeping around. Suddenly, a large number of brilliant flames burst out from the group of corpses. Countless corpses began to sizzle and ooze oil, turning into twisted figures in the fire. After scratching and screaming for a while, they collapsed like ashes and turned into ashes. Squeak, a huge scorpion monster, landed on the territory and rolled twice on the ground. Its 5-meter-long body was particularly terrifying. Asuna frowned, because she saw through the gray fog that the giant scorpion was thrown here, not running here by itself. Judging from the breath, this is a real third-level monster. Although the breath is not as strong as the rat demon in the big winery, it is also very powerful. It was thrown in like a toy. There is no doubt that it is that mysterious guy. He doesn't even dare to show up. Or he is testing the defense of the territory. A cold light flashed in Ashuna's eyes. He just peeked last night and threw corrupted creatures in today. What a cautious guy. He must have wisdom. Ashuna narrowed her eyes, put the arrow on the string, and a large amount of divine power poured into the bow and arrow. The originally ordinary bow and arrow faintly exuded the power of a divine weapon. Don't let me catch it, you will be in trouble. The next moment, Ashuna clearly saw a figure hiding in the woods in the gray fog, wrapped in iron chains, throwing a dozen rotten corpses into the night territory, looking like he was throwing them for fun. Now go to hell. Accompanied by the majestic divine power, the silver arrow arrived in an instant. Ashuna's wolf ears trembled slightly, and she heard the sound of thin and sharp arrows piercing muscles, tearing blood vessels, and breaking bones. Hit! Ashuna's mouth drew a beautiful arc. Let me see what you are. Before that, we can't let the third-level monsters destroy the territory. As long as the corrupted giant scorpion is solved, the scales of victory will quickly fall to the night territory. You clean up the remaining rotten corpses, and I will go after them. Ashuna left a word to the guards, then drove the dragon wolf to spit a ball of fire on the giant scorpion's face, easily attracting its hatred. The corrupted giant scorpion was not very fast, so it could only follow the dragon wolf and eat its fart. Asuna lured it away from the territory. Without caring about the giant scorpion behind her, Asuna quickly rushed to the location of the figure. A woman with her eyes closed, lying in the densely corrupted bushes, blood gushing out. A woman was shot in the chest by an arrow. The cold winter power completely destroyed her heart, and even the big rabbit on the left was blown up. The beautiful black dress now looked tattered. Not a corrupted creature. Impossible. I clearly smell the smell of corruption. Ashuna was confused and subconsciously approached. With her pupils shrinking, Asuna suddenly felt a warning bell in her heart, and an inexplicable sense of crisis surged in her heart. No, it's not a human. Black Wolf, get out of the way. Ashuna and the dragon wolf retreated at lightning speed. Almost at the moment of retreating, a 2-meter-long red and black sword flew out of the woods, carrying a terrifying breath that gave goose bumps to the skin, and slashed down fiercely. Boom! The greatsword almost touched the dragon wolf's cheek and fell to the ground. Although it did not hit, the scales on the dragon wolf's cheek actually cracked. A sound of chains sounded and the greatsword was taken away. Asana's red eyes rarely revealed a solemn look. This was a ferocious greatsword with eyes on the blade and a thin chain at the end of the hilt, which looked like a steel snake from a distance. The artifact is indeed the chosen one. Asana coldly watched the every move of the person in front of her. No wonder I can't sense it. It turns out to be divine power. The chosen ones cannot sense each other. That's right, the demi-human chosen one. Or in other words, food with a demi-human flavor. A very queenly voice sounded, and it sounded very gentle, with a feeling of a neighbor's wife. Countless blood threads flowed out of the greatsword and drilled into the chest of the woman in the black skirt. The buds squirmed and repaired the wound in an instant. An unusual and strange aura, like awakening, slowly appeared in front of Ashina. This arrow is really impressive. I wanted to try it again, but I didn't expect you to find it. The woman pulled out the arrow casually, smiled, and picked up the floating sword. She was 1.73 meters tall, trembling in front, tight in the back, shaky, and her long legs were straight. She had a perfect figure with explosive power. Every time she stepped, her fleshy calves would tremble in an arc that would suffocate men. Ashina glanced at the bat wings behind the woman's waist and a slender demon tail and smiled coldly. "Are you a demon? This is the first time I have seen a real person. It's really interesting." "Not a demon, subhuman food. You can call me Rosaria Zingai, 24 years old, a student. First-level god chosen. The last name is Zingai." Ashina suddenly thought that the previous owner of the Night territory was the Zingai family. Such a familiar name, I seem to have heard the Lord say it. "Okay, get into my belly. My belly is empty, it's so uncomfortable," Rosaria said, and threw out the chain with a crazy look on her face, and at the same time her body shot out like a cannonball, and there was a terrifying killing intent all around. HMPH, we are all first-level god chosen, who is afraid of who? Asana blinked cunningly and said playfully, "In addition, if your belly is empty, my lord can let you have a baby." If Field heard it, he would definitely be pleased to praise Asana for being sensible, and it was not in vain that he loved her. Ding, Asana was not afraid of her. The two figures crossed each other quickly, and the long spears and chains intertwined. In a burst of harsh friction, violent energy fluctuations were rippling. The woman came forward and swung the big sword to chop. This big sword is very similar to the two-handed big sword used by the heavy infantry of the Flower of the Empire. It can take into account both defense and attack. The heavy mass can cause damage to heavy armor. As a divine weapon, its damage is not to mention. The spear and the greatsword collided with each other, bursting with sparks and harsh sounds, and the dragon wolf attacked from below, and a dragon flame made Rosaria escape from the battle circle. Huala the chain swept across, and Rosaria came up with a greatsword and used a sword. It's a loss the power is consumed so quickly. Asana gritted her teeth, and the divine power was quickly consumed in the collision. The opponent's hand was a divine weapon, and her spear was only attached with divine power. She would suffer a loss in the fight, and the woman in front of her, although seemingly weak, was more than 10 times stronger than the monster she had encountered before. Her own divine gift was a flexible dragon wolf, so there was no need to use her weaknesses to hit others' strengths. As the figure passed by, Ashina stopped fighting and drew a strange arc with the spear in her hand. A very tricky angle, it passed through the handle of the big sword and stabbed diagonally from Rosaria's shoulder, directly into the snow-white shoulder. Puff, blood flowed. "What a cunning dog." Rosaria chuckled twice, and then several blood threads gushed out of the big sword, filling the wound on the shoulder. Ashina was angry. She was so angry that she protested loudly. "It's not a dog, it's a wolf. Oh no, it's a white wolf. It's the same. My stomach is so empty and I want to eat." "Then get pregnant. You are a dog. It's a wolf." The two quarreled and fought at the same time, but soon Rosaria found something was wrong, because she found that she could not touch Ashina gradually. Only when Ashina was forced into a dead end by her would she come up and fight hard, and she would run away after one strike. Once she was far away, she would let the giant wolf under her seat spit fire, or directly shoot arrows. Puff, an arrow sank into Rosaria's snow-white neck. Rosaria didn't even make a sound and fell to the ground. Blood slowly flowed out of the wound. "Black wolf, simmer her for 3 minutes on low heat. No, bake her for 30 minutes. Ashina raised her eyebrows. She would not go closer to check. How could she die so easily without even using her magic skills? The free energy in the air was quickly compressed into the mouth of the dragon wolf, and the air around it seemed to be sucked out. The domineering dragon flame swept across, and as expected by Ashna, Rosaria, who was pretending to be dead, jumped up directly. It was too late to escape this time. She could only bite the bullet and hold up the greatsword to defend against the dragon flame. At the same time, blood flowed out of the greatsword again to repair Rosaria's wounds. Boom, 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 the dragon flame lasted for a full 3 minutes. The ground cracked, and the soil turned into powder. The dragon wolf stopped attacking. 30 minutes was really impossible. It was simply draining it dry. Asuna raised her eyelids, and she heard the heavy footsteps behind her. The great sword is still there, so it should not be dead. But the corrupted giant scorpion is here, which is really troublesome. As Asuna expected, the eyes on the hilt of the great sword flashed with strange light, and countless bloodshot gushed out, interweaving into a human shape again. But unlike last time, Rosaria was much smaller this time. She turned into a girl about the same age as Asuna, also wearing a black long skirt, with a similar face as before, but no longer charming, but extremely pure. Asuna stared at Rosaria's chest with wide eyes. It was completely different from the previous feeling of surging waves. The rabbit now was only average. It actually got smaller. Annoying food, it didn't fall for me. Rosaria failed to pretend to be dead and was roasted by the flames for 3 minutes. She was very angry. Her slender hands held the big sword, and her slender white legs crossed front and back, making a defensive posture. Even your tone has become younger, which is really interesting. But no normal person would be fooled by your stupid deception. With a smile, Asuna waved her hand, but her left hand unnoticeably pinched a feather arrow from the quiver and said in a persuasive tone, "Why do you want to attack the night territory? Corrupted creatures are the common enemy of everyone. As a noble, do I need to explain to you? A lowly subhuman creature. The night territory is originally my territory, and you are the intruders. In addition, it's not just you, all invaders, humans, orcs, or brainless goblins, including the broken lord you mentioned, should go into my stomach. Why is she so hostile to her own territory?" Asuna randomly guessed that the person in front of her might be a killer sent by the Ross family. That's damn it, especially she was disrespectful to her lord. Asuna's beautiful eyes were instantly filled with fierce murderous intent. She rarely got angry, but when she heard that the woman in front of her actually wanted to kill her lord, she was immediately angry. She thought of the vulgar words she heard in Maple Leaf territory and immediately did not hide her malice. If your stomach is empty, the animals in night territory can help you fill it up. Why is the treatment worse? Just now you said that you would ask the Lord to come. But now you have become an animal. You might as well ask your Lord to come. No, no one can come. Asuna smiled cunningly. Vulgar and dirty savages. Rosaria didn't have many words to curse. After holding it in for a long time, her pretty face turned red, and she said hatefully, "I will kill you all." "Then let's try." Asuna raised her hand and shot an arrow without any pause. She directly sprinted with a gun. Rosaria, in her young girl state, was much faster. She just turned her head slightly to avoid the arrow and clenched her sword to counterattack. The two figures collided fiercely like high-speed trains, triggering terrible energy fluctuations, which directly distorted the space and shattered the surrounding corruption. The sword in her hand quickly fell out, and Rosaria grasped the chain, which greatly extended the attack range of the sword. The sharp impact mixed with the explosion of the air was like a blood-colored stream of light, which pierced the dragon wolf's hind legs at lightning speed. Boom! 5 or 6 black scales flew out, and large amounts of blood gushed out. The divine power crazily destroyed its body, and the dragon wolf groaned in pain for the first time. When it resisted the full-strength attack of the rat demon, it didn't even groan. It hit. "See if you can run around like a disgusting mouse." Rosaria smiled. "You'd better kneel down and beg for my forgiveness now, otherwise you will be in pain." That's not necessarily the case. Ashuna's crisp voice sounded, "Black wolf attack." A strong dark blue suddenly burst out from the giant wolf's limbs. As a gift from God and a rare living artifact, it will not be paralyzed by a casual sword. With violent shocks, the dragon wolf almost blinked, like a comet, dragging a dark blue tail light, and hit the girl who had not yet reacted. Like a gorgeous, huge cannonball, Rosaria was fiercely shot into the forest behind her, with flying sand and rocks, and the rotten plants along the way were directly flattened, forming a vacuum zone. In just 3 seconds, a soft and boneless jade hand supported the sword and propped up the body, saying in a slightly aggrieved voice, "You hurt me, I have to be serious." Listening to the voice in the smoke, Asuna was a little speechless. "Really tough." Asuna's tone was tired, and the injured hind legs of the dragon wolf trembled slightly. The chosen ones are tough to begin with, and the guy in front of him seemed to have maxed out the toughness attribute. Boom, 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 a huge figure crashed into the battle circle. The manic corrupt giant scorpion made a strange insect sound, and its gray eyes flashed with violence and pain. Two huge iron pincers reached out from the left and right. Like two indestructible scissors, they clamped Asuna fiercely. "Follow me, this is a bit troublesome." Asuna drove the dragon wolf to retreat quickly and spit out a series of fireballs with winter power. This strange flame can not only effectively burn corrupted creatures, but also it can produce a strong deceleration effect. Crack. Crack, the third level corrupted creatures, belong to the disaster level. Wherever the iron pliers pass, whether it is twisted corrupted plants, rotten corpses, or even hard rocks, there's only one end, which is to explode directly. The terrifying power of the iron pliers can be seen. We have to keep a distance from the giant scorpion before dealing with that woman. Asuna calmly analyzed the situation, but things were not as bad as she imagined. Rosaria actually carried the big sword and turned around and left. "Wait, I will settle accounts with you after I eat." As she said, the chain rolled up and rolled away the two stupid rotten corpses. The big sword flew out and strangled them into pieces directly, and the pure life energy was absorbed by the big sword. It's a really good artifact. It turns out that it relies on killing to provide energy, and then uses the big sword to heal. I think what she said about eating is just killing. Asuna's eyes lit up. Rosaria flashed a few times and disappeared in the haze, making it difficult to find her trace. If the chosen one wants to escape, it is difficult to track them because they cannot be sensed. At the beginning, Asuna was not discovered under the eyes of the third-level Holy Light Chosen One. "Damn it, then I'll get rid of you first." Asuna looked at the crazy, giant scorpion angrily. If it hadn't interrupted, maybe Rosaria could have been solved now and added another artifact to the territory. His figure shuttled back and forth under the attack of the iron pincers, dodging all the attacks of the giant scorpion. But the spear in his hand was one after another, like starlight, without a single gap, all hitting the giant scorpion's jaws. Unable to withstand the attack anymore, the giant scorpion's jaws burst directly, revealing a hideous wound. At the same time, the dragon wolf seized the opportunity, tore the soft flesh of the wound with its claws, and poured dragon flames directly into its mouth. The mighty flames spread and burned directly in the giant scorpion's belly, and the pain from the soul made the corrupted creature wail. Tap, 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 the sound of horse hooves came, and the surrounding gray fog was also dispersed. Field came with cavalry to support. By the time Field arrived, the unfortunate giant corrupted scorpion had been burnt to a crisp. "Are you okay?" Field came over as soon as he got off his horse. Seeing the fresh blood flowing from the dragon wolf, he clenched his fists nervously. "Where are you injured?" Asuna smiled sweetly. "Thank you for your concern. I am fine thanks to you. The blood is from the enemy." Well, the black wolf was also injured. The dragon wolf looked a little wilted. The long-distance raid and the injury made it lie on the ground with its teeth bared. "Wang Kai is injured. It seems that the enemy's fighting power is very terrifying. I have never seen it suffer a loss." Field frowned. "Take it back to the territory. We have plenty of potions and will definitely be able to cure it as soon as possible." Field circled around the dragon wolf and saw the bowl-sized wound on its hind leg. The flesh was rotten in pieces, and even gray smoke was rising. He was immediately distressed. He touched the dragon wolf's head, wondering if it could feel it through the thick armor. As a gift from God and an extremely rare living artifact, it has a strong presence in the territory, and it doesn't need to be fed. It can chew almost anything. When it is hungry, it eats some rotten corpses. It can be called the first model worker in the night territory. "What is Wang Kai?" "You mean the black wolf?" Asuna was puzzled for a moment, then her pretty face was full of smiles. "Don't bother so much. Ordinary potions have no effect on it. I'll take it back and nourish it with divine power for a day." "That's good." Field let out a long sigh and his brows finally relaxed. "Then tell me about the monster you encountered." "Well, but before that." Asuna came to Field's side and said with a little grievance, "I've worked hard too, okay? Why did you only pull the black wolf's head?" "Who said? Next time you suddenly pull me, I will bite you." Field didn't know whether to laugh or cry and decisively reached out and rubbed it. Asana, symbol 352, symbol 352. After being happy, Asana returned to her seriousness. She whispered, "I'm sorry I lost that guy. Don't blame yourself. I know where it is. It's in the basement of the main building. Anything that threatens the territory must be eliminated." Field glanced at the small map. The red dot was in the main building. "Tell me what attacked our territory." "It's a chosen one. She calls herself Rosaria Starry Night." "How is it possible?" Field was confused. He immediately thought of the classic advertising slogan of the last bus on Route 13. "What nonsense are you talking about? Tang Xiansheng has been drowned for 10 years. Rosaria is the daughter of Baron Sophia Starry Night. When the gray fog broke out 10 years ago, she was witnessed dead. Or she was strangled to pieces by a monster." Field shuddered. "My God, how did this incident develop to a weird place?" Asana scratched her head. "Anyway, that woman said so. Don't worry, she is about the same strength as me, and she has a devil's tail. It is probably a monster pretending to be one. It should be a monster, otherwise it wouldn't have stayed in the night territory for so long." Field didn't think that pampered young lady would hide in the main building full of monsters. But then again, is she really the chosen one? Seeing Asana nod seriously, Field thought, "It seems that monsters can also have chosen ones. Damn it, the Church and the Empire have never mentioned this. There is not even any news about the monster chosen ones on the market. They must have concealed many secrets." Field rubbed his lower jaw. "Then let's assume that Rosaria is the corrupted god's chosen, but we don't know whether she corrupted first and then died, or died first and then corrupted. She must have died first. On this point, Ashina has the absolute right to speak. The knowledge I receive tells me that the chosen will not be corrupted. Well, now that we have determined what the enemy is, it will be easy to deal with." Field was furious and waved his fist angrily. "Kill it hard. How dare you attack our territory? Whether you are the corrupted god's chosen or the remaining nobles, you must die." I didn't know the meaning of the red dot before. The unknown existence is always the most intimidating. Now that I have fought with her, it doesn't matter. I am in a much better situation than when I first came. I have a complete guard team and a stronghold. I'm not in good condition now and need a day's rest." Ashina said weakly. "Black Wolf also needs time to recover from his injuries. Of course, I also need to prepare. I have to mobilize the entire territory. There are too many corrupted monsters in the main building. You need the support of the guards. You want to plant the land safely, but you won't let me? Then I'll take it." After returning to the territory, Tate reported the casualties. Because Luosaria's method of attracting the zombies was particularly bizarre. She simply threw them in with chains. There were not many of them, and no actual deaths were caused. Only 3 guards were slightly injured. On the contrary, 7 slaves who were not attacked throughout the whole process were seriously injured. They fell down and were trampled during the shove and were almost trampled to death. Fortunately, the slaves were light in weight, and it was not too painful to be trampled. There were 22 people who were slightly injured, and there was also a male slave who was beaten by another male slave in the chaos. It was barely a minor injury. His Field fell into a brief contemplation and didn't know how to complain for a while. "Oh, what a bunch of damn idiots. Look at the floor full of footprints. It will take at least 3 days to clean it." Cal vented his dissatisfaction in an exaggerated tone. "It should have been all too long ago. The night territory seems to be a bit urbanized." "My lord, it's my fault." Tate apologized sincerely. "I failed your expectations. Please punish me. With the current level of education and discipline, most people are destined to be ignorant, let alone slaves. There's no need to blame Tate for this kind of thing, especially when a large-scale military operation is about to begin. After the main building is taken, the slaves will be punished by having their food for 3 days. The reason for the punishment should not be dirty flooring but disobeying management. In addition, you will be punished to work more rigorously in the future, and this will take effect today." Waving his hand, Field said gently, "Your family was not scared, right?" "No." Tate looked like he was about to cry. He thought Field would punish him severely, but he didn't expect the Lord to be so warm-hearted. He opened his mouth several times and finally expressed his determination with a salute. "The war is coming, and Field will not choose a critical time to punish." "Well, that's good. All agricultural work will be suspended. Organize all male slaves and strong female slaves to transport wood from the logging site, dig pits and build fortifications. I need to use troops against the main building. For the rest of the old and weak, Arrange to transport supplies, take care of the wounded, and burn the rotten corpses. I allow you to use violence. Early in the morning. Duo, the dull sound of a carpenter hitting wood with a hammer came from downstairs. After Greyhound came to night territory, he became one of the busiest people, with endless carpentry work to do every day. He was instructing the slaves to make simple chevoks de fries in the open space below the winery. This craftsmanship is very good. The woman didn't exaggerate at the beginning. Field reached out and pushed the tightly closed window. There was no longer a terrible creaking sound. Looking at the barricades built all night downstairs, he felt relieved. Scissors, send a portion of honey-sweet porridge to Greyhound. Don't let the only carpenter in night territory starve. Okay, sir. Scissors responded. Seeing Field tidying up his clothes, Scissors hurried forward to help worriedly. Sir, are you going too? Well, this battle is very important. Field drew out the fine steel long sword and took a look, then put it back. I have been having nightmares these 2 days. If I don't clean up the monsters in the main building, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep in the future. With the expansion of the field, the activity area of the crowd is getting bigger, but the border is getting closer and closer to the main building. Sooner or later, they will have a fight with Rosaria. Field glanced at the small map. The scarlet red dot in the basement of the main building was moving slowly in the house, and it seemed that it would run out at any time. I won't allow anyone to disturb the development of the territory. Scissors opened her mouth, wanting to persuade the Baron not to go, but when the words came to her lips, she changed them to, I wish you a successful start. I will, Field said in a brisk tone, and then left the winery. You should persuade the Lord not to go. The maid Sparrow stopped wiping the table, put her hands on her waist, and reprimanded in a soft tone, It's too dangerous. Let the Lord chosen take the guards, isn't it better? Scissors rolled her eyes. It's not that simple. The last time I followed the Lord to Maple Leaf territory, I felt that many things were completely different from what we imagined. Fighting is not about lining up on both sides and savagely cutting each other, but relying on strategy and command. I can't say specifically, but our Lord can do what no one else can do. Sparrow pouted. The Lord didn't take her last time, which made her sad until now. Seeing Scissors pretending to be powerful, she was immediately angry. Field walked out of the winery, and Ashna had already assembled the troops. The main building was very close to the border of the territory. Field brought 18 cavalrymen, 47 infantrymen, 30 temporary armed slaves, and a militia composed of 5 freemen. According to the Defense Act, freemen are obliged to defend the territory, although Field did not intend to use them at all. In this battle, in addition to the wounded, the defense force of the territory has been exhausted. If you can't beat Rosaria, don't worry about the territory, just play a resurrection match with Lauda. 2 people leaning on wooden sticks came over. Dear Lord, let us go too, we can continue to fight. They were the guys who were injured when defending the territory before. Although there are potions for treatment, they still need time to recuperate. Field patted the 2 on the shoulders and said, Let's talk about it after you have recovered. Besides, I'm not asking you to sit idle. Going to supervise the slaves' work is also a contribution to the night territory. Everyone set off, turning on fog lights all the way, and a large number of slaves built simple wooden forts along the way. Building a large number of low-cost, small fortresses. Layered defenses, and equipped with crossbows to fight defensive counterattacks, is the best solution for the time being. It's a pity that there are no muskets. Field regretted, in the future, we must light up the musket technology. The main building of the Starry Night Manor is a model of the combination of romantic and solemn architectural styles. The Starry Night family has been working in the northern province for more than 230 years. Instead of building fortresses and castles, they spent all their energy to build this large manor full of artistic atmosphere. There are corridors, Roman columns, sculptures, and fountains everywhere. But unfortunately, these gorgeous decorations did not preserve the bloodline of the Starry Night family. The extinct Starry Night family was jointly ruled and inherited by the distant relative Ross family, and finally fell into Field's hands. Outside the main building, slaves came and went. They cleared a space and hammered wooden stakes into the soil. 3 crude semicircular wooden fortresses took shape. In addition, wooden chevoks de fries were placed. The biggest advantage of the rotten corpses was their numbers and fearlessness. As long as a large amount of debris was used to reduce their numerical advantage, it would not be difficult to deal with them. In addition, Slaves were also responsible for transporting military supplies, such as purification, potions, medicines, and crossbows, and placing them in the corners of the wooden fortress. The guards had already put on heavy armor, with long halberds on their shoulders. The sharp and ferocious long halberds formed two forests of long halberds, with mountain cat and hammer leading one team each. Although there were only more than 40 people, each of them had fought several battles and was not just a decoration waving flags and shouting. For a time, there were long halberds like a forest, and the army was at its peak. The war horses beat anxiously. As they whirled, Field pulled the reins and ordered, "Cavalry, clean up the wandering corpses." Animals seem to be more sensitive to danger than humans, and the war horses seem restless. This situation has never happened before. There's no doubt that Rosaria is very powerful. I'll leave her to you, Ashina. Field stared at the red warning sign on the small map, and his heart was very nervous. Leave it to me. Ashina's scarlet eyes scanned the building in front of her, and she stretched out her slender fingers. She should be in the basement. I can feel threats of varying sizes in other rooms, but only the basement gives me a strange, dead silence, which is unreasonable. This little girl actually guessed it, and Field gave her a thumbs up. How about I go in and see? Ashina asked. Field shook his head. No hurry, save your energy first. Before the enemy comes out, clean up the rotten corpses around first, so as to avoid being interrupted by the rotten creatures last time. This battle must be resolved at one time. Ashina nodded obediently. Many of the rotten corpses outside the main building had their clothes rotten, or their clothes were fused with flesh and blood, which looked extremely curious. The subhuman cavalry rushed out from the left wing of the army like a gust of wind and whizzed through the square. The cavalry immediately divided the corpses into small groups, and the small groups of corpses could no longer pose a threat. Silver Claw led the cavalry to surround the small groups of corpses. The vests hit the body, making a crisp pop sound. If they hit, their bones would be broken, and if they were rubbed, they would become rolling gourds, and then they would be trampled into minced meat by iron hooves. There was no need to use impact lances. The cavalry could cut off a head by waving the cavalry sword at will. Asuna was very good at training cavalry, and with a high-intensity actual combat in a short period of time. The slave cavalry could rival the family knights of the small lord. It didn't take long for these skilled cavalry to kill all the rotten corpses outside. The main building has 4 floors above ground. The stone walls are covered with purple decaying plants. Through the broken windows, you can see the scene inside the house. The overturned furniture is covered with secretions of decaying creatures, just like the Pansy Cave. The corpses are crowded together with empty eyes. Most of them are wearing linen clothes, and some of them are wearing tattered armor. Field even saw a corpse wearing a wizard robe. Be careful, the fighting sound has alarmed them. As soon as Ashna finished speaking, the French window on the 3rd floor was like a flood, and a bunch of strange, decaying creatures poured out of it. With a strange laugh full of murderous intent, a skinny corpse fell to the ground, and without giving Field time to be amazed, it rushed over with huge steps. 1, 2. Ashna counted. No need to count, there are too many and there is no way to count them all. At a glance, at least more than 100 have poured out and they are still increasing. Seeing so many monsters, Field's face showed a solemn look. Ashna shook her head and said, "No, I'm analyzing their level. There are quite a few extraordinary corpses." Extraordinary corpses and quite a few. Field's eyelids twitched, but he remained calm and sent a retreat signal to the cavalry. Let the cavalry come back. The halberd soldiers rely on the wooden wall for defense, and the back row is ready to shoot arrows, directly use enchanted arrows. The slave blew the horn, and the cavalry immediately gave up the fight after receiving the order, and quickly returned to the army from the right wing, panting one by one. And the long swords in their hands trembled constantly, not only because of fatigue, but also because of excessive excitement and a large amount of adrenaline secretion. The slaves with the army came and went, constantly stringing the crossbows and dipped the arrows in purification potions. The enchantment that Field mentioned was to soak the arrows in purification potions. These potions with holy light power were extremely restrained from corruption. The corpse tide had already approached the wooden fortress where the mountain cat was at the fastest speed. The halberd soldiers behind the wooden wall lined up in a dense queue, trying their best to stretch the halberds forward and aim at the corpses rushing towards them. Shoot the arrows. Field gave an order. Swish, Ashna drew her bow and shot a silver arrow carrying the power of winter, like a gorgeous comet, hitting the head of the second-level corpse in the front. The arrogant expression of the second-level corpse disappeared. To be precise, most of its head was blown away by an arrow. Bang bang like a signal. The guards and armed slaves in the back row all fired crossbows after seeing the silver arrows. The crisp sound was like firecrackers, which rang out immediately. There was no need to string the crossbow. The guards directly handed the used crossbows to the slaves behind them, and the slaves then stringed them and returned them to the guards. Therefore, the back row of 30 or 40 people could ensure that the arrows were like locusts, continuous. The arrows cut through the sky, immediately bringing waves of wailing and blood rain in the corpse group, and a large number of corpses fell to the ground one after another after being shot by arrows like wheat being cut. The crossbow arrows are powerful to begin with. They attack flesh and blood bodies without armor to protect themselves. Ordinary corpses can be killed with one arrow, and even the crossbow arrows can penetrate their bodies and kill the corpses behind them. The extraordinary corpses are not lucky either. Under the strong restraining effect of the purification potion, they can also be killed. Even if they don't die, the intense burning sensation on their bodies will make their already numb souls feel intense pain, thus losing their combat effectiveness. Using so many purification potions is extremely extravagant. Beware of the enemy's long-range means. After saying this, Asna subconsciously stood in front of Field. She had been paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. I will attack. Don't worry, I believe in the soldiers of night. Field gritted his teeth and glanced at the small map. The red dot was still in the basement. We are all first-level gods. The more power we retain, the more chances we have of winning. Yeah. Asana's scarlet eyes swept across the battlefield and reminded. Beware that the enemy also has long-range attack means. After the corpses took 7 or 8 waves of arrow rain, the guards also entered the range of the corpses. The strange monsters behind them ejected a large number of bone spurs from their bodies and projected them towards the army. Because of Ashana's reminder, Field responded immediately. Stop shooting, raise your shields, get ready to engage the enemy. The guards immediately raised their iron shields to cover their heads. Almost at the same time, the sound of ding-dong-dong rang out, and the bone spurs fell into the army formation, blocked by shields, iron armor, and wooden walls, but many guards still grimaced at the pain on their bodies. Ugh. The slaves behind the formation were not so lucky. 3 of them were nailed to death on the spot by the bone spurs. The rest of the slaves were so scared that their legs went weak, and they turned their heads to escape, but they saw that the cavalry was pressing the formation from behind, and they were afraid of being chopped off as deserters, so they were at a loss for a moment. Hide behind the low wall and continue to load the crossbow arrows. Field waved his hand. Be careful of the arrows. Ashana turned the spear with one hand, and the fast-turning spear was like a whirlwind. Wings shoot down all the flying bone spurs. Field's forehead was sweating, but his expression did not change. He could not show panic in front of the soldiers. There are many kinds of corrupted creatures. The ones he encountered before, the rotten corpses that could only howl, were just the lowest cannon fodder. Fortunately, I didn't have a stubborn head when I came to the manor. If I had attacked the main building directly, I'm afraid there would be nothing left. Boom! The corrupted creature rushed over like a mad dog, not caring at all that it was greeted by a bright halberd. It hit it hard, and its head was directly pierced by the halberd, and its body hit the wooden wall, knocking off a lot of dust. Roar, roar! Roar, corrupted creatures continued to pour out from various exits of the main building, roaring loudly at the top of their lungs, and then crashed into the defense line. The wooden fort tactics proved to be very effective. The rotten corpses had to cross or destroy the thick wooden walls to kill the guards, but the guards could easily blow up the heads of the rotten corpses with halberds and maces. In just a quarter of an hour, countless corpses fell under the wooden wall, and the air was filled with a suffocating and strong stench of decay. Here they come. Just when Field wanted to let the cavalry attack from the flank, he suddenly noticed that there was a red dot mark mixed in the wave of corpses. Field was scared for a while. Fortunately, he did not relax his vigilance. If he had seen it a second later, the entire defense line might have been cut down and collapsed. Field whispered, "She is hiding in the group of corpses." "Leave it to me." Asana was obviously serious, very serious, and even spoke less. Asuna pretended not to know, left from the left wing, pretended to attack the flank of the corpses, and drove the dragon wolf to rush out. Very thick black and red energy ripples suddenly swept out. With a crackling sound, all the corpses along the way exploded and exploded directly into a ball of blood mist, and the explosion sound continued in the air for a long time. HMPH, you still like to play dirty tricks. Ashina had a cold expression and snorted with disdain. She was well prepared and dodged the explosive attack with just a flash. After recuperation, Rosaria returned to her queenly state. Why, you actually dodge my magic skills. Rosaria's pupils trembled. Logically speaking, it is difficult to defend against the sneak attack of the Chosen One because the power is neither fighting spirit nor magic, and it is difficult to perceive. Upon hearing this, Ashina sneered and shook her head and did not waste time talking to her and directly urged the dragon wolf to attack. The blue light flashed, and it appeared beside Rosaria in just an instant. The dragon wolf opened its mouth to an astonishing arc, and its mouthful of sharp teeth, driven by the terrifying bite force, directly bit into Rosaria's tender body. Because of the release of the magic skills, Rosaria was in a state of short-term exhaustion and could only watch the smelly big mouth bite down. Puff blood splattered, and Rosaria's upper body was eaten directly. Black Wolf, swallow it. Although this move was very perverted, Ashna would not show mercy. She said coldly, I don't believe that if I eat you, I can recover. It took only 3 seconds to verify that this method was not feasible. The dragon wolf felt a strong sense of discomfort, even though it usually ate rotten corpses. A large amount of bloodlines attacked crazily in the wolf's mouth, even piercing the lower jaw, crushing a large number of teeth, and a large amount of blood oozing out. Ugh! A large mass of blood and flesh was spit out, and the dragon wolf looked extremely uncomfortable. You dare to let the lowly wild dog eat me? You really deserve to be hanged. The bloodline squirmed, allowing Rosaria to restore her human form again, but the newly restored royal sister form was only an experience card, which was fleeting. Field didn't even see clearly and saw an elegant and pure noble lady staring at Ashna angrily. It's a giant wolf, not a wild dog. Ashna shook her white index finger and raised her eyebrows slightly frivolously. She seemed to like teasing Rosaria and never tired of correcting her mistakes. Then Ashna covered her mouth and laughed. Are you going to run away this time, respected noble lady? Well, I just never ran away. Have always maintained the honor of a noble. Rosaria's face flushed with shame and anger, and the long chain tied to her left hand was shaking violently. Rosaria was so angry that her teeth itched and looked in the direction of Field. The Holy Griffin Empire must have been harmed by cowardly soldiers. It was destroyed by the subhumans in just 10 years. How come there are subhuman gods even in the northern provinces? Field looked into Rosaria's brilliant starry eyes, and both of them were stunned. Oh my God, I must be dreaming. You're actually a human lord. Rosaria's head was dizzy, and her fair little hand was on her forehead. A human lord, an ancient noble, can actually contract a demi-human. Why would this lady have such a dream? She must be starving. Ancient noble. Asuna was confused and looked at Field in confusion. It sounds so high-end. This title is not important, but she really hasn't left the Night Territory for 10 years. Field didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He actually heard the term ancient noble in the northern province. 10 years ago, to be exact, 7 years ago. Black hair and black eyes, and gray hair and gray eyes, dark skin color, high nose and deep eyes are the symbols of the most orthodox nobility. On the contrary, blonde hair and red hair, or other messy hair colors, including Asuna's silver hair, are of lower grade and are called barbarians or savages. However, the ancient country and the inner sea, the Phoenix Empire, has long been destroyed, and even its orthodox successor, the Purple Gold Empire, was attacked and massacred by heretics not long ago. At the same time, the nomadic westward expedition in the east brought natural disasters and a large number of black-haired slaves. The symbol of the so-called ancient aristocracy has gone to the other extreme. Unless it can be proved by a family pedigree chart, they are all born by slaves or enemies and will be severely discriminated against. Of course, the Holy Griffin Empire itself is a pusher. The top leaders of the empire, including the Empress, are all blonde barbarians. They can't despise themselves. Hello, although the occasion is not a dance now. I am glad to see you. Surprisingly, Rosaria's attitude has improved a lot. She put away her angry look with a faint smile on her face, her slender and round legs slightly bent at the knees, and at the same time she lifted the sides of her skirt with both hands and nodded gracefully to Field. In the cursed land full of dirty blood and rotten corpses, it is like a blooming golden flower, which is as beautiful as a work of art. Hello, beautiful lady. Field also responded with noble etiquette. I got a lot of cold stares in Ross territory, but I didn't expect that in Knight territory, a beautiful noble lady would take the initiative to greet me. I can only say that life is full of surprises. Of course, it would be great if this guy was really alive. The red dot on the small map turned into a simple panel. Name: Rosaria Starry Knight level, first level, corrupted God's choice, type, Guards infantry / corrupted hybrid status. Confused, extremely eager to kill Lord. None, undefeated, cannot sign a contract. In other words, can we sign a contract after defeating? Field rubbed his eyes, he couldn't believe it. Field decided to try peaceful means first. Rosaria, maybe we can talk, you are. No. Rosaria smiled sweetly, with a slightly moaning tone, hugged herself with both hands. Said tremblingly, although this lady doesn't want to cut the nobles, but I can't help it. I tremble with excitement when I think of cutting the body of an ancient noble. That moment will be the light of my life. Perverted. Sure enough, corrupt creatures only have pure desire to kill, even if they retain their memories or wisdom. Negotiation failed. Ashina, kill her. Field was unambiguous and directly ordered an attack. Swoosh, silver arrows flashed in. Ding. Hee. Do you think your little trick can work a second time? Rosaria was always on guard against hidden arrows. The moment she heard the sound of breaking wind, she swung the chain and knocked the arrow away. Her killing intent surged, and she swung the sword to directly cut the surrounding corpses in half, and a large amount of life energy poured into the sword. Divine skill, endless slash. The magic eye in the center of the sword flashed with a terrifying blood light, and with a strong hum, 7 or 8 majestic destructive sword kai swept out. The color on the surface of the sword kai was gray and black, belonging to the corrupted creatures. At a glance, even the mind seemed to be sucked in, making people unable to help but fall into madness and despair. This time, see where you can escape. The destructive sword kai that seemed to tear through space quickly blocked all of Ashina's escape. Routes, Black Wolf, hold on. Ashina decisively gave up mobility and had no direction to escape, so she could only hide behind the dragon wolf. All the scales stood up, and the dragon wolf's dark blue flames quickly surged out, as if it was wearing armor. The majestic sword energy, several meters long, spread out like a substance, crushing and spreading. The rotten corpses, trees or buildings blocking the way were all shattered and turned into dust and disappeared in the air. Under the spread of this terrible energy ripple, the guards who relied on the wooden fort for defense were terrified and pale. What a terrifying skill! Field was worried about Ashina. The defense of the dragon wolf was also rising wildly, and a large amount of flames were attached to the scales, as if the scales were quenched. Finally, in the thunderous explosion, the two sides collided with each other. The corrupted creatures that were too close could hardly make a hum and were strangled and annihilated. A miserable whimper was heard. The dragon wolf flew backwards, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. And Ashina staggered 2 steps, found a gap and left the attack range. The other sword energy ripples slowly left the sight range and finally disappeared into nothingness. Ashina shook her head in disbelief, shook off a large amount of dust from her ears, and looked in the direction of the dragon wolf. The dragon wolf felt the call of its master and stood up tremblingly. Half of its beautiful scales were gone, and the broken scales and bone fragments were stuck in its flesh and blood. Its body was covered with deep wounds that could be seen through the bones, making it look particularly terrifying. Haha, do you think this is the end? Rosaria's face was also pale, but she cheered up and quickly killed the people around her, constantly absorbing their life energy. I said I would eat you, and I won't break my promise. Bang! A short crossbow arrow shot at Rosaria's back, and a dazzling flash of light immediately broke out. Wow, it hurts. Like a cat whose tail was stepped on, Rosaria jumped up in fear, quickly stretched out her hand to pull out the crossbow arrow, smashed it into pieces, and angrily questioned Field, "Where is your noble spirit? How can you sneak attack? What a noble spirit, survive and then talk about this." Field has always been pragmatic and hurriedly stringed the empty crossbow while shouting at the stunned soldiers, "Don't be stunned, shoot the arrow." Bang bang, small pieces of arrow feathers fell immediately. Arrows soaked in purification potions are extremely effective against corrupted creatures. Viseria had no choice but to stop harvesting the lives of her own kind and swing the chain to knock away the incoming arrows. There were still many arrows which passed through the gaps in the chain and fell on the girl, and then made a hissing, burning sound, and Viseria screamed again and again. Okay, if this goes on, she will definitely not be able to hold on. Field relaxed. Now we have to control the damage and don't kill her directly. However, something terrifying happened. Viseria simply stopped blocking the arrows and let them fall on her body. The things chosen by the holy light are really annoying. But with these things, do you think you can kill me? Viseria pulled out an arrow and broke it, showing a playful smile. Although it will hurt a little when I get shot for the first time, it will be fine after getting used to it. Well, it's a bit comfortable. Damn, do you have to be so perverted? You are M. Field was in awe and took a breath of cold air, but then Field smiled slightly. Ashna, leave him alive, I still have use for him. Field's attack was just to buy time for Ashna to condense her magic skills. Magic skills, extreme cold killing gun. Unlike Viseria, Ashna rarely uses magic skills, because once her magic skills miss, she can't release the second one in a short time. But the power is unquestionable. A small but extremely fast divine spear of power suddenly enlarged in front of Viseria's eyes. Boom! Unlike the first time it was released in the winery. Ashna did not have to consider that the divine power would affect the building, and this time the divine skill exerted her normal strength. A deafening explosion suddenly resounded through the sky. It seemed that the entire starry night manor trembled violently, and the ground was torn open by the violent power. A big hole. Ordinary people were unlucky, and their ears buzzed and they were almost deaf. The terrible power exploded in front of Viseria, and Viseria, whose face had not yet solidified, instantly lost her blood color and turned pale, and then violently sprayed blood mixed with internal organs. Before the blood fell to the ground, it was shattered and disintegrated by the winter power, and disappeared into nothingness with Viseria herself. Is it over? Field breathed in the air because of palpitations. It seems that the ashes have been scattered. That's all. It's a good ending. I can accept it. My lord, be careful. She is not dead yet. Ashna flashed in front of Field and told him the shocking news. My lord, you and the soldiers should retreat first. The scope of the impact will be larger. Well, there aren't many corpses around. Field glanced at the small map. The corpses around were almost wiped out by the repeated bombing of the two chosen gods and the attack of the guards. There were only some survivors in the main building. Lynx, let's go to the second line of defense. Before Field left, the smoke was suddenly blown away by the strong wind. Cracked and broken black sword in front of the main building continued to ooze blood, but this time the material was obviously not enough, and slowly wove an acute figure. The small and delicate souls landed on the ground, and Viseria's lowly version slowly emerged, like a pitiful and cute porcelain doll. She slightly opened her pink and thin lips and said angrily, "It hurts, my head is about to be knocked crooked." Although cute, Field was almost numb. From a queen to a girl, and from a girl to a lowly, shouldn't being beaten make you bigger? Why did you get smaller? Another generation younger. Ashna was shocked. Can you hold a weapon now? After all, the greatsword is more than a little taller than the little lowly. Damn it, I'm going to explode with you. The greatsword behind her emitted a black-gray light. Viseria stretched out her white and tender little hand and said softly, "Gluttony greatsword, dissociate." As if glass fell to the ground, the greatsword shattered instantly. Countless twisted bloodlines, like small snakes, gathered from all directions into Viseria's body, and finally all condensed together. A 3-story-high western dragon was slowly constructed from the void by bloodlines, and its hideous bone wings spread out, covered with blood and rotten flesh. There was no sense of solemnity, but instead it was full of the breath of death and corruption. Ashna, let's go together. After Field came to the northern province, he felt powerless for the first time. Ashna used her magic skills and was now in a period of exhaustion, and the dragon wolf was even more miserable. Ashna waved her hands repeatedly and said in a relaxed tone, "No, she is just struggling at the end of her rope, and even her magic weapon is broken." "You still have a trump card?" Field was ecstatic. "Of course, I also fought with her." Ashna smiled confidently. The corrupted dragon that Viseria turned into could not fly. The dragon wings at her waist swept out, sweeping away the wooden fortress of the first line of defense, and the surrounding corpses, like toys, and countless debris flew out in all directions. For a time, sand and rocks flew everywhere and there was chaos. Some soldiers were fleeing and some were fighting with the rotten corpses. There were screams of humans and the sound of things falling everywhere. The originally clear situation was turned into muddy water. The huge pupils with a cold breath of death stared at everything on the ground lifelessly, and then the dragon body began to move, like an old machine covered with spider webs. If it moved one step, it would shake off a lot of broken meat and blood. As Ashina said, Rosaria was completely fighting back before death. Looking at her, she would collapse into a pile of broken meat at any time. Roar, the dragon's ferocious mouth tore open along with its cheeks, and countless white light bullets gushed out, containing a heart-pounding corrupting force, like a meteor shower, falling to the ground one by one, completely indiscriminate attacks. Although the dragon wolf was already covered in wounds, it continued to spit out fireballs or intercept the light bullets by direct impact. But it was ultimately a drop in the bucket, and from time to time, someone was hit by the light bullet and died without a complete corpse. What's worse is that there are still corpses gathering around, because the previous movement was too loud, and the free corpses around began to gather here. Damn it, she is not at peace before death. I can't let her continue to kill people. Asana's ease was gone in an instant, and she gritted her teeth in anger. Besides, the direction she is heading is the big winery. Once she arrives at the big winery, the adult's hard work will be ruined. Meow, I still exploded with her. Don't let it get you down. Field was stunned, dodged the flying wooden box, and stabbed the long sword into the head of a rotten corpse. My lord, hide first. I can deal with that stupid guy soon. Asana took Field to a safe place. She looked extremely anxious. Black Wolf, come here, prepare to attack. Seeing Asana calling the dragon wolf, Field was startled and hurried to pull Asana. There is no need to die with her. I feel she is about to collapse. Wait for her to collapse. As long as you are here, we can rebuild 10,000 territories. I know, but I promised you that I would protect the Night Territory and its people. Please believe me. I said I am your sword. Asana turned her head after speaking and followed the bloody dragon wolf to rush in the direction of the corrupt dragon. Black Wolf, attack! The bloody dragon wolf half bent down, as if hunting. A large amount of dark blue flames burned the body, evaporating the blood that flowed out. With its twisted and hideous face, it looked like a beast from hell. Boom, like a cannonball, the dragon wolf rose directly from the ground, like a dark blue comet, dragging a blue tail flame, and crashed directly into the corrupt dragon. The corrupt dragon, which was already collapsing, had no defense at all, and the dragon wolf directly crashed into its stomach. Dragon Black Wolf, dissociate. A muffled sound came, and in an instant, countless black scales that crossed the space flew out of the body of the corrupt dragon. Circles of dark blue fire waves that were almost real spread around the corrupt dragon's belly. Even the dead corrupt dragon screamed. The explosion of the artifact was completely the power of burning the soul, and Field could see her pain from a distance. Boom, the pupils of the corrupt dragon suddenly contracted, followed by a big explosion. Countless pieces of flesh and blood fell and scattered on the ground, and the huge skeleton was directly turned into powder. Field raised the shield he carried with him above his head, feeling the knocking sound on it, and was worried about the situation on Ashina's side. The scattered corpses began to gather. Fuck, there are endless cockroaches. Field drew out his long sword and killed one. Before he could kill the other corpses, he saw the corpse in front of him being hit by a warhorse. The arrival was a cavalry team, a total of 8 people. My lord, we are late. Silverclaw scratched his head through the iron helmet. They were also very embarrassed. Because they were all born as slaves, they didn't know any honorifics and spoke very directly. Not late. Field noticed that 2 streams of light crashed into the main building and immediately got on the horse. Follow me to the main building. Leave it to us. Silverclaw said worriedly, you must be careful. Let's go. Field didn't want to talk and rode off directly. Protect the lord. The cavalry immediately followed on the other side. It hurts. Rosaria was free falling in the air and it was difficult to open her eyes. As soon as she squinted, she saw a pair of scarlet eyes full of coldness. Behind Ashna was a wolf spirit. Her face was extremely haggard, but the anger in her eyes could not be concealed. Stop. Hello, noble lady. It was the first time for Ashna to self-destruct. Although the dragon wolf exploded, she also suffered a lot of backlash. How is it? Can the feeling of the artifact exploding in your stomach fill your stomach? After that, Ashna threw a simple punch when she was close to the ground and knocked Rosaria directly into the building. Rosaria knocked over a wall, rolled over, and finally hit the wall again before she stopped. Her smooth legs had become dirty, and her beautiful black dress was also tattered. Hateful subhuman. Don't think about making the human nobles surrender. Rosaria gritted her teeth and tried to stand up. In just a blink of an eye, Ashna had arrived. Her scarlet eyes still shone like gems in the dark. She held a cavalry sword in her hand, and the slender tip of the sword rubbed against the ground and produced countless sparks. If you don't know the situation, you might think it's a perverted butcher, chasing after the poor little lowly, which can be called the otherworldly version of Chainsaw Killer. Puff, Ashna nailed Rosaria to the wall with a knife. Scanning up and down with a beast-like look, Asuna licked her long and sharp nails playfully. I'm curious, do you have a baby form? Because of the dissociation of the dragon wolf, Asuna is now also in a rampage state, with the blessing of the artifact. You can't kill me. Corruption will eventually spread all over the world, and I will be reborn in the death haze. Ashna glanced at her coldly and waved her hand indifferently. Whatever you want. Why did I lose? Rosaria was in a little lowly state. Her mind was not firm. She was angry and cried and vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood. She also had divine skills and dissociated the artifact, but in the end she was defeated miserably. Because when the chosen ones fight, every bit of strength is of paramount importance. From the moment my lord knew you were among the zombies, your chances of winning was 0. Besides, you can't control the zombies, right? Ashna asked Soul searchingly, but I have someone to help me just like this. After saying that, hurried footsteps were heard. Ashna, are you okay? The soldiers, clearing the way, pushed aside the rubble. Field entered the house through the hole in the wall. Other soldiers holding shields and knives followed in, all with a vigilant look. Field saw Rosalia nailed to the wall and Ashna smiling beside him, and then he put down his hanging heart. You go out and be on guard. Field waved his hand and the soldiers responded and went out. Thanks to you, I'm fine. Ashna was no longer as cold and wild as when she chopped people before, and she returned to her previous obedience. Field was heartbroken. Ashna's condition was not very good. The phantom of the wolf soul behind her kept swaying and twisting, and it seemed that it would dissipate at any time. Although the dissociation of the artifact would bring stronger power, it was only temporary and could only be used as a last resort. Your wolf. Field pointed at the phantom and said worriedly, I didn't expect the artifact to self-destruct. Can it recover? Does it have a big impact on you? It doesn't affect me much. I'll be fine after a good sleep. The wolf can also recover. Knowing that the Lord was concerned about her, Asuna took back the wolf soul and whispered to Field's ear, it will take 7 days for the black wolf to recover to its peak state, and 3 days will be able to fight. That's good. Field slowly breathed a sigh of relief. After taking back the wolf soul, Asuna was visibly weak, and her figure swayed a few times. Field hurried forward to help. Well, actually, I don't need to help, but... The Lord suddenly came up, which surprised her a little. Asuna's eyes subconsciously dodged around, looking a little shy, and finally glanced at Field carefully. Ah, really? Haha. Field's hand stopped in the air, and he was embarrassed for a moment. If he shook twice, he would faint. When I watched TV before, the characters would fall to the ground after shaking twice, unconscious, and then do whatever they want. Shaking does not mean fainting. Tang Niu is not equal to seconds. Hee, but I'll cooperate with you. After saying that, Ashna smiled and fell into Field's arms. Suddenly, I felt full of fragrance, and a sweet and soft fragrance unique to females poured into me. Field didn't even know where to touch, because everywhere felt good. Hey, don't touch me, Ashna covered her face, then turned her head and made a face at Rosaria hanging on the wall. Puff, Rosaria spit out a mouthful of old blood and was so angry that she almost died. Is it too much? If I lose, I should contribute to the defeat animation. Why are you guys preparing to show me one? Respect the little lowly childlike eyes, okay? You don't believe this annoying demi-human. When she chopped me just now, it was so scary. Rosaria protested in a hoarse voice. After Rosaria protested for a while, the two returned to normal. After all, people don't like to read any more excessive content. My lord, how are you going to deal with this monster? Asuna seemed to have transformed into an old peasant in the Middle Ages. Ready to hunt witches with a terrifying look in her eyes, or torture out useful information and burn it directly, or sell it directly to the Holy Light Church. Don't try to get any information from me. The nobles will not surrender, woo. Rosaria's eyes were blurred with tears, and she looked very cute with her cute face. Field glanced at Rosaria's status bar, which had changed from undefeated, unable to contract, to contractable. Wouldn't it be better if we contract her? Field said as a matter of course, killing her is a waste. It has caused such a great loss to our territory. We must capture her for labor reform." The two women were shocked at the same time. "My lord, did Ashna do anything wrong? Why did you abandon me?" Ashna instantly wilted, her ears flattened into airplane ears, and she looked aggrieved. "Roar, roar, you are worthy of being an ancient noble. You have a good vision. It is a smart choice to surrender to me. However, corrupt creatures cannot be contracted by humans. I can infect you and set a precedent for you to be my personal male lover." Rosaria was so proud that she could even put her hands on her hips proudly while hanging on the wall. After hearing the answers of the two, Field couldn't do anything, so he quickly touched Ashna's head. "Why would I not want you? It would be better if we contracted too," Field suggested. Rosaria laughed non-stop, and because she laughed too hard, she spit out blood. She said, "Of course not, your teacher is too irresponsible. The chosen ones can only contract with one person, even if they are from the same pantheon, not to mention that I am from a different pantheon than that demi-human, and we are even enemies. In addition, only people of the same kind can contract with each other, such as humans and humans, demi-humans. And so on. Why would you contract with a demi-human god? Choose, you are a demi-human in disguise." Is that so? Three faces confused, JPG. "Then let's give it a try. Practice makes perfect." Field would not give up his goal because of a sentence. "Besides, you don't want to die, do you?" This touched Rosaria's heart. Even if she was a crazy, corrupt creature, she had wisdom and didn't want to die, nor did she want to be tortured at the beginning. Ashna said that she would breed her with animals. She still remembered it now. Who knows if the demi-human in front of her will really do it? You're so brave. The Empire has done countless experiments. Otherwise, why would those dignitaries give the precious chosen ones to their children or ministers? Oh, forget it. Don't blame me if the divine power backfires. Ashna was worried. "Forget it, I will work harder. Try it once." Field gritted his teeth. "Satisfy you?" Rosaria tore open her tattered dress. On her snow-white thighs, the mark of the chosen one shone with a strange light. Countless gray-black death energy poured out, gathering into a goddess phantom that was difficult to see and describe. Then a divine power connected to Field's body. Rosaria snorted and said in a soft and cute tone, "You are playing with fire. The power of the corrupt goddess will definitely kill you and crush your soul." Before the voice fell, the chosen one contract was directly successful. Rosaria's bright, starry eyes widened. "Success? Success? Are you kidding?" Field didn't even feel anything. He waved his hand casually. "No big deal, corrupt goddess, we are very familiar with each other." "What goddess? Sorry, I am a materialist and atheist. Come to me as a sex." No, work for me and build the territory." "Well, I don't think. I want to chop you so much." Rosaria shook her head, her eyes became clear, and the murderous and deadly look disappeared. "Oh, I'm so tired." Field found a broken piece of furniture and sat for a while thinking, "Wait, do I count as taking the villain boss home?" Rosaria's name also appeared on Field's Lord panel. Name: Rosaria, Starry Night level. First Order, Corrupted God's Chosen Profession. Guard Infantry / Corrupted Hybrid Creature. Divine Skill. Endless / Consumes Vitality or Divine Power. Releases large-scale sword energy slashes. Divine Artifact. Gluttony Great Sword, absorbs vitality, condenses blood, can easily repair the host's body. The side effect is hunger, special ability. Corrupted Eternal Life, a body composed of special divine power, difficult to kill. Even if it is crushed into pieces, the soul will return to the death haze, waiting for the next arrival. Legion Skills. None territory gains. None. Field was looking at the panel thinking, corrupted creatures are really special, they are actually immortal. It is reasonable that they cannot provide legion and territory gains. After all, corruption can only destroy. But it's not a big problem. With Rosaria, the combat power of the territory has at least doubled. Before, whenever Ashna went out, Field was always worried that her home would be stolen. Now, with Rosaria, the night territory has the ability to attack and defend at the same time. I didn't expect that the corrupted would be chosen by God, and I didn't expect that they could be contracted. This northern province is not a cursed land, it is clearly a feng shui treasure land. Field was very happy. I have decided to conquer all Pokemon. I have to contract all the corrupted gods. If there is one corrupted god, there are more. At the same time, Field also knew that the corrupted gods that have not been contracted are marked with red dots on the map. Field turned his head and looked at the two people. Ashna and Rosaria both had the same expression. Degrees, Did you really contract her? Ashina's pupils trembled. No wonder I was confused when you contracted me. There has never been a precedent for a subhuman and human contract. Not only can you contract across races, but you can also contract multiple gods chosen. It's incredible. Field waved his hand. Keep a low profile, it's just a trivial matter that is not worth mentioning. How much freedom of sexual fetish can be signed depends on how many races can be signed. Give the people of the other world a little shock to the Chinese. Yes, after all, I was also trained by you. You are worthy of being the Lord. Ashna thought that Field said before that he would make her the gods chosen so that she could have the strength she has today. Put her down. The contract of corrupting the gods chosen is very restrictive, so there is no need to worry about rebellion. Pointing to Rosaria hanging on the wall, she had a long knife stuck in her chest, and blood was flowing down. If it were an ordinary person, this amount of bleeding would have gone to the sky, and she would have gone to play the resurrection match with Lao Da. Okay, but please be careful. Corruption is the incarnation of the devil. After a moment of silence, Ashina stepped forward and drew out the long sword, put it back into the scabbard, and warned Rosaria with a grin, "Don't try to hurt anyone, especially Lord Field, otherwise I will nail you to the wall for the second time." The little lowly lowered her eyes and had no strength to speak. Without the gluttony greatsword to heal her wounds, she could not recover. Such a serious injury. Field took off his robe, pressed it on Rosaria's wound, and took out a potion from his pocket to stop the bleeding for her. Although ordinary potions are not very effective for the chosen one, it is better than doing nothing. Well, I'm fine, just need to sleep. Rosaria's eyes kept blinking, her mouth muttered, and she uttered a vague sentence. What? Field leaned over to listen but found that Rosaria had fainted. She said she was very grateful to the Lord. Asina's ears moved, but her eyes were looking around, her hands were behind her back, and she looked innocent. Field smiled with relief. The little lowly is quite sensible. In fact, Asina heard it clearly. What the little lowly said was, "Pregnancy, it's not possible now." When she was arguing with Rosaria before, she threatened her and said that she would make her pregnant if she was caught. Who knew that she was really caught? Now there is another question. Should we announce the matter of the corrupted gods chosen in the night territory? Field was in a dilemma. This was not an insignificant issue. It was related to the night territory and his future direction. This matter could not be taken lightly. Whether it was the ability to contract the corrupted gods chosen or to expose the corrupted gods chosen, it was a choice of diplomacy and domestic affairs. There was no rumor of the corrupted gods chosen in the entire continent. Corrupted creatures have always been regarded as demons. Of course, they are really no different from demons. If people knew that Field could contract a devil, the consequences would be self-evident. Countless righteous people would definitely raise the night territory to the ground. Moreover, even the gentle Ashina made the people in the territory feel uneasy. The appearance of Rosaria would make the people in the territory mentally explode. Ashina would not make any comments on domestic and foreign affairs. She was very gentle, smiled, and said, "I will listen to you. I will support your decision unconditionally. Then keep it secret first." Field raised the corner of his mouth. "Just right, we also need secret power." "Yes, dear sir." Ashina stretched lazily, revealing her exquisite curves. Because of the sweat from the battle, her skin was wet, white and bright, like a piece of exquisite porcelain. In the dim room, she exuded a charming halo, and she said coquettishly, "Sir Field, I want to eat meat when I go back. 3 servings. Hee, when did I eat less meat for you?" Field picked up Rosaria. "Let's go back to the winery." On the morning of the 3rd day, Rosaria lay quietly on the big bed, and the quilt rose and fell with her steady breathing. The soft and thin lips, coupled with the white skin, are just like a wonderful strawberry decoration on a milky cake. The window was open, and occasionally a breeze blew in. Field looked out through the window. The top of his head was still foggy, but the sky was much brighter. "Maybe we'll see the sun soon." Field sat on the bed and took a sip of black tea. He had never missed the sun so much. Although plants can still grow, it's always strange not to see the sun. "Well, I don't miss anything. But she's been sleeping for 3 days, and she hasn't woken up yet." Ashina pinched Rosaria's face. She was the one who took care of the little Lolita these days. She couldn't let the maid come into contact with corrupted creatures. Ashina smiled willfully and leaned into the little Lolita's ear. "If you sleep again, you'll get pregnant successfully." Well. Rosaria frowned slightly, showing an uncomfortable expression but not resistance. "It's the child of the dragon seed Black Wolf. Ashna said cunningly with a sly expression. Well, Rosaria showed a very struggling expression, and her two little hands tightly grasped the quilt as if she was struggling desperately. Haha, I'm just teasing you, noble lady. Ashna stopped her prank. Rosaria regained her composure. The memorial service is about to begin, let's go together. The memorial ceremony was held in the southeast corner of the territory in a cleared vacant land. Because it was far away from the winery, crops could not be planted there. Field marked out an area there as a cemetery. In this military operation against the main building, 26 people died, including 15 slaves, 7 guards, 1 freeman, and 3 subhuman cavalry. Most of them died at the hands of Rosaria. The chosen one dissociated his own artifact, and the power of the explosion was too terrifying. But war is like this. There is no war without death. Only the enemy died, that is a fairy tale. As a lord, Field can only take care of the living. Thank you, the goddess of light, for collecting the souls of your servants. Thank you, the goddess of light, for letting the souls of your children rest in peace. The one who read the eulogy was the freeman Lao Tuju. Because of his age and more experience, he could barely recite the eulogy. Although he stumbled when reading it, his hands were shaking, which showed that he was emotional. Of course, it is more likely that he was simply nervous. Slaves were cremated, while freemen were buried. Burial was a right only freemen and above could enjoy. Those who believed in the holy light believed in the judgment of the holy light. After death, people had to lie quietly in the river of light and wait for the holy light goddess to judge their final destination, whether to go to heaven or hell. This theory was almost universal across the continent. After all, the official belief was the holy light goddess. In fact, there was no atmosphere of sadness among the people. Most people were numb. They came simply because Field asked them to mourn. In addition, they could enjoy a piece of black bread and be exempted from labor. Death was nothing strange to everyone, especially slaves. Tai Chui reached out and touched the place in his heart. A gold coin was hidden in it. There is really a gold coin. Haha, it's like a dream. Before coming here, Tai Chui had never touched a gold coin in his life. Neither his father nor his grandfather had one. If they were alive, they would definitely be jealous. The beautiful and heavy texture of the gold coin was simply intoxicating. He killed enough corpses to get this gold coin. As long as he gave the gold coin to Field, he could get rid of slavery and live a real human life. Iron Hammer was not interested in listening to the old turtle dove. In his opinion, slaves would only be sent to work in dark mines by noble masters, and they would only eat dry bread every 2 or 3 days. It was normal for them to die of hunger, cold, illness, or monsters. If you have time to feel sad for others, you might as well think about how to get more bread. For the guards, the only use of the goddess of light is fog lights and purification potions. The master is going to give a speech. The comrade nudged Tai Chui with his arm. Don't show off your gold coins. Iron Chui immediately stretched his neck. Oh, I have to listen to the master's words. Field didn't speak at length, but Tai Chui listened to it all, especially the sentence, they will become heroic spirits, guarding the night territory forever, and we will always remember them. This sentence made Tai Chui scratch his head and feel indescribable. But he had no culture and couldn't express himself, so he could only get excited for a while. The most shocking thing was that Field actually gave the deceased something called pension. The guards didn't even know there was this money. This was a rule that Field had just made, and it happened to be announced today. Field cleared his throat. Freemen will receive a pension of 1 gold coin and 20 silver, and slaves will receive a pension of 20 silver. The pension will be given to relatives. If there are no relatives, it will be confiscated and used to improve the army's food. When the coins were handed over to the wife of the dead freeman, almost everyone's eyes were straight. Is there such a good thing? Many women whispered, wow, such a large sum of money. Iron Hammer felt many hot eyes staring at him. The guards who were originally looked down upon by others instantly became the favorites of women. Even some beautiful free people looked at the slave guards with strange eyes. Damn it, I'd better give birth to a son as soon as possible so that my money won't be given away to others. Almost all the guards thought so. Let's disband. After doing all this, the end of the war was resolved. Walking on the road, Field sighed. He was a little sad that so many people died in the war. He even remembered the names of many people. You have done a good job. Ashna came up and took Field's hand, smiling gently. Field nodded and cheered up. It can be better. In fact, ordinary people or slaves don't need funerals at all. Fighting for you is an obligation. Ashna pondered for a moment and said with a sigh, "You are too kind. Slaves are like weeds on the grassland everywhere. I have been a slave, I know I have no value, I can't write, and I can't manage." PFFT, don't think so, these can be learned. Field patted Ashna's head and laughed. It is the people who create history. Just like weeds make up the grassland, the nobles and the elites are just. Ahem, what are you talking about? Field wanted to say that the nobles and the elites are just flowers or trees that grow exceptionally well, but they also have to rely on the grassland. However, this set of ideas is useless now, and the productivity is not up to par. It's just a waste of trouble to say it out. It's like talking to a primitive man about AI, it's better to give him a peach, as long as I can make the people live a good life. This is the night territory, it's brand new. Field snapped his fingers. Of course, the pension is beneficial and has no harm. It has many benefits for me. The most straightforward one is to boost morale and let them have no worries. Good day, Baron. Tate came over, with more than 30 slaves and 3 carriages loaded with chopped wood and 2 boxes of black bread. Good day, Tate. How is the cleaning of the debris outside the main villa going? Almost done. It will be transported about 7 times. We have recovered a lot of supplies, so we won't go back to the winery for lunch today. Tate said competently, and we will also bring wood on the way to build walls and wooden forts. Very good, don't get too close to the building. There are still scattered monsters in the house. The recovery of the main villa is a foregone conclusion. His chosen ones are in a weak state, so there is no need to take risks at this time. Field looked around. He planned to move to the main villa in the future and then empty the winery as a dormitory for slaves. The winery is in the center of a large tract of farmland, which can effectively radiate and cultivate all the surrounding farmland. Thank you for your concern, I will be careful. Tate was very busy, so he gave a brief report and left. By the way, Ashna, come with me to see Zayo Kinkai. The little greens that Field mentioned are naturally. Not the kind that are usually eaten, but the magical plants from Rum Village, which can make people have a strong desire to breed. Field named it Yonkao, which is not very nice, but simple and easy to remember. Hey! Ashna's tail stood up, her pretty face was slightly red. Her toes wrapped in white silk rubbed on the ground. Are you going to play such a big game so early in the morning? Field said as a matter of course. Yes, the night territory has no output, and I am almost anxious. It's rare to have magical plants, so I must spend time studying them. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Ashna said helplessly, "Okay, but please don't get close to it all the time, for your safety." The room where Yonkao is planted is located in the corner of the 2nd floor of the winery. It is locked with an iron chain, and a do not enter label is posted. You can't get in without a key, but you can climb in through the window. But if some idiot wants to get in through the window, the magic plant will immediately drive you crazy, and then you can go crazy and kick the stone wall of the winery, or you can jump out of the window. There is a place where beef cattle are raised not far away. You can consider kicking a cow if you are not afraid of being gored to death by the bull. The young grass in normal soil is almost withered. Ashna said in the house, "Hey, the young grass in the corrupted soil is in normal condition." Fortunately, a control group was set up at the beginning. This plant is exclusive to the corrupted environment. Field thought thoughtfully, life will find a way out by itself. Even in the land of death, there will be life. But it doesn't have any toxins. Ashna took a bite directly without changing her face. It tastes a little sweet. You are awesome. The magic immunity ability of the chosen one is too domineering. At the beginning, I just smelled it, and I wanted to kick anyone I saw, although only Ashna was present at the time. Try it on Rosaria next time. Pull out those withered young grasses and grind them into juice. Field was far away. After seeing Ashna do everything in an orderly manner, Field commanded, "Now add well water, add more." Soon, a bottle of blue potion with a subtle smell was made. Let's try it on the sheep. There were 11 sheep in the sheepfold, including 2 rams, 1 old and 1 young. Originally, the plan was to kill the old sheep for meat, but because of the battle in the main building, 2 war horses died, and their remaining rations could be provided to other animals, so the plan to kill the sheep was postponed. Tun, pour a bottle of potion into the sheep's mouth before Field could observe its condition. The old sheep ran away directly, screamed crazily twice, and the old steps disappeared instantly. It drooled and rushed into the flock of ewes, driving wildly. The scene was terrifying. The ewes had never seen this. Before they could react, the mad ram directly mounted them and rode them crazy one by one. If there was music, Dad's dad is called Grandpa, Dad's mom is called. So cruel. Field licked the corner of his mouth. He was already considering asking someone to try it. We have to record the duration of the drug effect so as not to kill people in the future. Hurry up and give birth to more lambs. Ashna was mumbling, thinking that the night caller could produce more sheep. She was very happy. Till 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the ram was almost a mummy, falling to the ground weakly, twitching and foaming at the mouth. The ewes were slightly better, but they all curled up in fear and they couldn't close their eyes. 6 hours and 32 minutes. Field rubbed his dizzy head. He watched sheep videos for nearly 7 hours just to record the most accurate data. It needs to be diluted at least 1,000 times. If a normal man is allowed to do it for 6 hours without stopping, he will definitely die. Even sheep can't stand it, let alone people. My lord, please have some tea. This is according to your instructions. It's called egg tart, right? The chef has made it. Please take a look and see if it's right. Ashna came over with a plate of dessert and black tea, put the plate on the low table next to Field's chair, and thoughtfully brewed tea. By the way, it's apple-flavored. An egg tart that looks like a pancake, but it smells delicious. Don't make it often after it's developed. Cream, milk, and sugar are all scarce materials. Enjoy it when night is rich. Field took a bite and could taste the apple cubes. It tastes good, but the shape needs to be improved. I will reward the chef with this month's silver coins. I agree, Ashna blinked. Oh right, that sheep must have died of exhaustion. Well, it's still alive, but it can't be saved, and there's no need to save it. Glancing at the poor old sheep, it has returned to the goddess's arms if the goddess is willing to embrace it. Then, Ashna half sticked out her tongue with a sly smile. Kill it and eat the meat. Field knew Ashna's plan, of course. The little girl was waiting to eat the roast lamb chops. She smiled dotingly. By the way, let the chef clean the internal organs. Great, long live Lord Field. Dilute the potion 1,000 times, 1,500 times. Can't make people go crazy when they smell it, just ensure that the effect lasts for 10 to 20 minutes. I plan to sell them all to Maple Leaf City. That rotten place will definitely like it. Field thought to himself, at least Baron Simon will like it. When he was lying in a pile of women, that thing didn't react and it was probably weak. As you wish, sir. But I prefer fighting. Do I have to keep refining potions in the future? Ashna said aggrievedly. As long as we determine a ratio, as long as the smell of the potion does not affect people, we can give it to the people in the territory to make. Moreover, one herb can make so many potions, it won't be too troublesome. Okay. Ashna agreed very straightforwardly this time, but she pondered again. What do you plan to name it? How to price it? Spending time with Field, Ashna's thinking gradually diverged and she considered more comprehensively. Common name, getting smarter. Good question, I have to think carefully about the price, but I have thought of the name. Field said proudly, part of it is wrapped in flour and made into pills, called Deji. Part of it is still bottled, called the North God Oil. Of course, the bottled ones are only for the nobles, and the common people can't afford the glass bottles. The glass bottles in the night territory are still contributed by potions and purification potions. Duh. Deji. Ashna was obviously shocked by this inexplicable word. She shook her head, shaking her 2 animal ears, and said happily, I think the Northland Divine Oil sounds good. After all, this is a product that I, Ashna, and the Chosen of Winter participated in. Any product will be much more expensive as long as the Chosen joins. Then let's call it Happy Beans. Field thought for a while and was too lazy to think about it. It sounds interesting, doesn't it? Field made the final decision. Let's call it Happy Beans. After discussing the Happy Beans, Ashna got her wish and ate the lamb chops. Oh, I'm so full for dinner. Bring some for the little girl, but I don't know if she can get used to human food. After serving a bowl of porridge and cutting 2 slices of white bread, Ashna picked up the plate. Because she had to hide Rosaria's existence, Ashna has been taking care of her these days. Rosaria has recovered well. I think she can eat and digest. Field yawned and worriedly said, I don't know when she will wake up. You've worked hard these days. If I had known, I wouldn't have beaten her so hard. Ashna felt a little regretful and went upstairs with the plate. Field walked behind Ashna and looked up to see her slender and well-proportioned legs, which were constantly straightened and bent because of climbing the stairs, and were particularly hot against the white silk. The slippers stepped on the ground, making a plop sound. Ahem, it's not your fault. It's probably going to be like Sleeping Beauty. What is that? Ashina had never read fairy tales. Field smiled. You can only wake up by kissing. You will understand when I tell you this story next time. Her ears immediately perked up. Ashna trembled as if she had been electrocuted. She whispered, "It's a strange story. It's not impossible, but please don't tell it during the day." The two of them talked nonsense for a while and came to Field's door. After pushing the door open, they were both stunned. Are the people? The quilt was lifted, and Rosaria's figure disappeared. Oh no, she won't run away, will she? Ashna quickly blocked Field and looked around vigilantly. With a flip of her wrist, a dagger fell into her hand. My lord, be careful of her sneak attack. Rosaria's terrifying sneak attack frequency made Ashna remember it clearly. Don't worry, there is nothing wrong with the contract. Let me sense her position. Field frowned and remained calm. The Lord and the Chosen One had an invisible divine power connection. Although the Chosen One of the contract cannot be found on the small map, as long as the Chosen One does not actively block, the Lord can know her approximate location. In the cemetery, Ashina's thoughts are very negative. She is not going to dig graves for food, right? Or to infect corpses. Corrupted creatures are very dangerous. How about gathering troops? Be careful not to cause greater losses. It shouldn't be. If she has evil thoughts, the corruption contract will make her die suddenly. Let's go and see first. The binding force of the corruption contract is ridiculously strong, and the violator will be annihilated. The winter contract is milder. No matter who violates the contract, they will only suffer heavy damage, not death. Of course, the contract is two-way, and the Lord cannot kill the Chosen One of the contract. Ashina took Field and quickly came to the outskirts of the cemetery. The breeze was blowing, the shadows of the trees were swaying, and the silent night was full of tranquility and peace. The surrounding corruption had been cleaned up long ago, as long as it was far enough away from the gray fog. The big winery now looked like the only secluded cottage in the woods surrounded by fog. Rosaria was still in the state of a little lowly. Her black dress was gently blown by the wind, revealing her delicate skin, which was as bright as the moon in the night. She looked like a cute and ignorant little girl, but her bright starry eyes revealed deep sadness. After a long silence, Rosaria folded the black handkerchief in her hand into the shape of a flower and leaned over to place it in front of the tombstone. I'm sorry. Rosaria sighed. After mourning, Rosaria turned her head and wanted to go back to the room, but saw Field and Ashna looking at her in a trance. Ah, well, I came out to get some fresh air. How did the winery become like this? Ha ha. Rosaria was flustered and at a loss, then pretended to be innocent and hugged her arms. The night is really nice tonight, am I right, Field? Don't call the adults by their names. Ashna's tone softened. Even if you are the Chosen One, you can't do that. Rosaria straightened her barren chest, put her hands on her waist, and said proudly, Humph, I am also a noble, and I am Field's sister. Of course I can call him by his name. Okay, Miss Rosaria. Field laughed in his heart. I'm glad to see you wake up. Come in and have something to eat. Field, as a nobleman with chivalry, you can't tease a noble lady like this. I'm still unmarried and can't enter a man's room at will. Rosaria said proudly, although you fell in love with me at first sight like everyone else, I still maintain the pride of a noble lady. However, you are my lord now. I will give you a little more favor. When Rosaria was alive, she was a famous and beautiful woman with countless suitors. She became even more beautiful after becoming the Chosen One of God. But Ashna was not at all. Rosaria said aggrievedly, Eat, by the way. Don't run around in the territory like this in the future. Ashna looked around. You will scare the people in the territory. I am so cute. It is their blessing to see me. You can brag about it for the rest of your life. Bragging. Do you mean the devil tail behind you or the small wings behind your waist? Ashna laughed happily. You can't show your face when you go out in the future, and you have to wear a cloak if your existence is known to the church or other nobles. It will cause big trouble. I hope you understand. This is a small matter. I rarely showed my face before. How can a noble lady show herself to the common people like a monkey every day? Rosaria bowed gracefully. She stopped acting cute and her eyes showed maturity. She said to Field solemnly, When you need me to take action, just tell me. Maybe we had some unpleasantness before, but please forgive me. We are in the same boat and share honor and disgrace. This is the best. Field was relieved. By the way, as your Chosen One, I'll tell you in advance that I'm a corrupted Chosen One, and I'm of no help to the territory. Rosaria put her hands on her hips with a matter-of-fact expression, but I'm a noble, well-educated, and proficient in internal affairs. In addition, I have a gift for you. What is it? Field was curious. You'll know soon. Rosaria smiled mysteriously. Don't be afraid, relax. In addition, Miss Yi, Ashina, please don't be nervous.